Hey, what's up, gamers? Welcome and good afternoon. We're back. Thanks for joining. Right here at the beginning. Hope you're all well and having a nice Thursday. Weekend is almost here and somehow April's almost over. Last full week of the month. It's a little crazy. I need to adjust my microphone. It's a little bit low. Hold on. I need to do some cleaning as well. Because I wouldn't mind having like the camera for this stream, but I can't let you see the office in its current state. So maybe tomorrow. I just looked at my microphone cover and I don't want you to see it. I don't know how I got this way, actually. So don't judge me. What's up, Jeffro the dude? Baseball? I never watch baseball, but I'm forced to be excited and know about it because of my coworkers Go Padres. Well, at least you have a good team to be forced to support. So you got that going for you. It could be worse. Your coworkers could all be White Sox fans. Hopefully they eventually pull out of the nosedive. One day you will try Football Manager as well. One day I will try Football Manager as well. That's accurate. I had been just waiting on the next one to come out and it just never came out, and they canceled it. And I don't really feel like going back and like learning Football Manager 24 and then have to learn it all again when they change everything in the next one. I'm sure there would be like a lot of carryover. It wouldn't be like a whole new game or anything like that, but still. They just kept kicking the can down the street, you know, because it got delayed at first. So I was like, okay, I'll just wait until the new one comes out after the delay, and then they canceled it. Pulled the rug out. I gotta blow my nose a little bit, and then we'll get going. Classic was doing fine all day. Well, I say all day. I've been awake for 1 hour. I've been doing fine for 1 hour, and I started talking to you guys, and I gotta blow my nose. What's up with that? Could you guys clean up? Bathe every so often, just once a week. That's all I'm asking. If the Tigers didn't win the World Series in this timeline, I will cream and scry. Well, I got some bad news for you. Out of the park baseball. This is such a surprise. No one could have predicted you playing this today for the first time. You guys are all so funny. You're all so funny. Wow, I've never seen him play this one before. You gonna learn. Anyway, what's up, gamers? I took the lessons from yesterday and put it to work. Okay, lyrics. And what I have done is hopefully get everything ready to go so we can start creating the team today, like immediately, like right at the beginning. Obviously, I'm going to take a minute to kind of talk and show you what timeline we live in, and we'll examine it. But I deleted the last save in its entirety, and also I deleted the VOD from yesterday, and also any evidence that it ever existed. But I created a new save and went through the settings again off stream last night. I spent about 3 hours last night, maybe 4. Actually, it probably was closer to like 4 or 5 hours, to be honest. Just making sure every single possible thing was correct. And I created a new save. I went back through the settings. I actually realized that there were 2 or 3 settings that I missed the first time. There was like 2 settings that I forgot to change the first time. So I changed them this time. They were the injury settings. I always turn injuries up to quote-unquote realism. Though a lot of people that play this game do not like that setting. They think it's too much, even more than realism. But then other people come in and go like, nah, it's pretty realistic, dude. And so as a person who is in favor of cranking the difficulty up, anytime something says realism, that's the bait that gets me to bite. So I took a bite and we switched it to realistic injuries as well. And then the reason it actually took me like 4 or 5 hours is because not only was I going through and changing, making sure all the settings were perfect, but also I decided to go ahead, and if anybody wanted to follow along, or if anybody got out of the park, or maybe you play yourself and you just want to have the same parameters for setup, I actually created a small guide and resource. It's not extensive, but it should be enough to at least get you through the settings menus if you wanted to just copy my homework with exclamation OOTP for out of the park. And that should take you to a series of screenshots that I annotated. And they should be in order as far as I know. From the game settings down to the manager settings, and then the league expansion wizard choices that I picked, and then just a reminder to like sim to the off season. So there's a bunch of screenshots there with my verbatim settings. I put a pink arrow next to everything that I personally changed in some form or fashion, in case you wanted to be like, huh, I want to have my settings exactly like the stream. There you go. There might be like one person to whom this applies, but if you're that person, there you go, enjoy. You don't have to peruse the VOD, because I'm basically skipping the entire setup this time. Now, keep in mind that these settings are extremely difficult, and if you did want to do your own expansion team and out of the park, please feel free to turn some of the more difficult ones down, such as, namely, how many players are protected on each team from the expansion draft. That would be the first one I turn down. And then besides that, I would probably just... what would I would probably mess with, turn the trade difficulty down if you wanted it to be easier. Those would be the 2 main ones. But yeah, I got that just in case anybody wanted to mess around with it. And hold on. Stand by. There's the game. Okay, here we go. What's up, Migwar? Let's freaking baseball. Thank you for 58 months. How you doing? Appreciate the sub. So now we've got the Desert Dynasty, and I've made some changes to this, so the game might look a little different from when we had it open yesterday, because we are freaking green. Welcome to the new Las Vegas Vultures. Where we've got green screen uniforms. You know what's funny is these jerseys would actually be illegal in the MLB because Major League Baseball games do use green screen advertising. Typically, they won't use them in the back here, but you see these like these little billboards. Imagine these billboards behind home plate. This is home plate. So imagine them this direction off camera. And then when the camera is looking at who's pitching and who's batting, there'll be green screen ads behind it. Which, by the way, look terrible on TV. The broadcasts always look terrible on the green screen ads. The main reason that they look terrible is because apparently broadcasters do not know how to tweak the settings of their green screen filter, and it always leads to a poor job with like movement across the green screen. So whenever a player moves across it, it creates artifacting, and sometimes it's too aggressive on the crop, and so it actually starts deleting the player that's moving across the green screen as they move across it. So the broadcasts where that happens are the worst. And if that's your home broadcast, I'm sorry. Also, quite adept, I did see the little invader, but because it also required a letter and a jersey logo, I decided to just stick to the green vultures for now. But it did look cool. And then we got our blackout jerseys for away games. So I already set all this up. The one thing, I even got the freaking numbers to work. Even though all of the files in the folder are for some reason a format called KTX, which I've never heard of before, it does still accept .webps. However, the first time I attempted a WebP, it didn't work. So for some reason, whenever I tried to customize anything in this game, it never worked on the first try, but it did work after I was like, huh, that's weird, it should work. And then I did like 30 minutes of other testing, failed, come back and try the first thing, and then that works. Of course. So just trying to figure out how to get custom font numbers that Quite Adept created, I went in and just changed these to green. I actually would like a different font that for the white jerseys, but I couldn't figure out how to get the colors to change. I know that sounds stupid, hold on. I was looking at either this one or this one, and I can change the color of the big numbers, but the small numbers I couldn't because the line is too thin, so I was using Magic Wand in Photoshop, and I couldn't get the parameter on the Magic Wand good enough to grab just the pink or the black on the small numbers. I'm not a professional Photoshopper anymore. I used to be. All that knowledge is forgotten. So for now, we're just going to use the white numbers until I can get like maybe fix a better one, but we can change that later because they look good on the away jerseys, I think. But I'd like a darker number on the home jerseys. But either way, I think that as weird, as funky as the graphics are in this game, I think I made them as nice as I could, while still keeping some color character with the big green socks. So let's take a look at this timeline. I recreated the whole game save from scratch, which means that we are in a new 2025. So let's see what happened in 2025 in the game world. We have entered the AL West division. We are a simple 162 games back in our division. I think we can still make it. Zero win season. Oh man, we got to do better next year. So in this timeline, the AL East was an incredibly stacked. 4 teams went to the playoffs division. led by the Baltimore Orioles, then the New York Yankees, then the Boston Red Sox, and the Toronto Blue Jays. Their entire division was over 500. They had just had a winning division. In fact, the only team that didn't go to the playoffs in that division was only 2 spots back in the wild card, which means they very well could have gone to the playoffs had things gone differently. So an incredible division, just cutthroat the entire time, took all of the wild card playoff spots, which is crazy. Then the Minnesota Twins, 92-70, managed to go to the playoffs as well. The Tigers just missed it because of the other AL East division took all of the wild card spots. Worst team in the division, Kansas City Royals, 59, a 103 loss season, and then a 101 loss season for the White Sox. Whew. In the West Division, the Seattle Mariners eked out a win by 1 game over the Texas Rangers for the division title. Last place, Los Angeles Angels, 71-91. All right, and then in the East, the Atlanta Braves barely eked out top spot over the Phillies. Marlins almost had a 100-loss season. Then the NL Central was the Cardinals and the Cubs neck and neck the entire time. They left everyone else in the dust. The Reds were 16 games back. And then the West, pretty stacked division, 112 win Los Angeles Dodgers. An incredible season. If you're not a baseball fan, the record of all time is 116 wins. Since baseball was created, and that's been hit twice. I don't remember which was the first team that did it, but I think it was the Mariners that tied it? I want to see. Winningest season. It was like the 2000-something Mariners. The winningest teams in the 2001 Seattle Mariners and the 1906 Chicago Cubs are tied with 116 wins. So 112 is insane. They were 26 games ahead of the San Francisco Giants, and the Giants still went to the playoffs. That's insane. And then the Padres, 85-77, they managed to snag it. These little Z's, the Z means that they went to the playoffs. I believe the X means that they got a bye through the first round by being first in the division with the better wait, no. The Dodgers would have gotten a bye. What is the difference in the Z and the X? I'll ask. I'm not ashamed. I was trying to find a pattern here. But the Orioles have an X. Scroll down. Well, I mean, okay, that was a great suggestion. Next chatter. It's mag number. Division win versus just making the playoff? Well, that's what I thought, but these guys all have a Z. It's supposed to mean division winner versus wild card, but that's not it here. Gotcha. Z is a bye? Yeah, but 3 teams can't have a bye. Only 2 teams can per per NL or AL. X is a bye. So why did the Braves get a bye but the Dodgers didn't with 112 wins? Let's just look at the let's just show you the damage. Let me show you the damage. Can I see the playoffs? Okay, yeah, here's the playoffs. So, your 2025 World Series champions, the St. Louis Cardinals, win 4 games over 2 games versus the Seattle Mariners in the World Series. So, yeah, the Dodgers did get a bye in this timeline, as did the Cardinals. They got to skip the first wild card series. Just a funky wild card. Dodgers got swept by the Cubs in the divisional series after the Cubs swept the Giants in the wild card, swept the Dodgers, lost to the Cards. And then on this side, Mariners swept the Blue Jays, almost swept the Twins, almost swept the Yankees. By the way, a sweep is when the other team doesn't even get one win. If you don't know what that term means, it means you won and only won. You never lost. You got the sweep. The reason it's called a sweep is because you bring out the brooms to take out the trash. No offense, Yankees. Okay, yeah, but they had like a decent series with the Orioles and the Yankees, and then this series was pretty funky too, because the Mariners defeat the Cardinals 6-3, then the Cardinals defeat the Mariners 3-2, then the Cards win 8-3, then 9-7. So back against the wall, the Mariners managed to get one more, and then they lost a really close game 8-7. High scoring games. So anyway, the funniest part to me is just in this timeline, let's take a look at the most important, like the most famous players in the league, because this is a funky timeline. Chat's already spying on the weird funkiness of this timeline. We'll start with the obvious one that Grulon just said. In this timeline, for reasons I cannot fathom, Kyle Tucker was traded to the Seattle Mariners from the Chicago Cubs, which I still can't understand, because Kyle Tucker on the Mariners went hitting .276 with almost 400 on base percentage, .927 OPS, and I was like, well, what did they trade him for? So I went and looked at his history. And he was traded by the Chicago Cubs in exchange for a relief pitcher, Gabe Spire. And the funny thing about this was a dude that was on the 2024 Las Vegas Vultures. We actually had this dude on our team. He was one of our relief pitchers, so I thought, that's small world. And then they traded him for Colt Emerson, a 20-year-old prospect, and another 24-year-old, I guess, prospect. So like a kind of average reliever, a potentially amazing prospect. And it's like, why would you trade Kyle Tucker for prospects when you're making a run at the World Series? And they fell short in the LCS. I guess they just did the same thing that the Astros did when they traded him, which is the other stupid thing. Because in real life, the Cubs traded for Kyle Tucker and they gave away their own prospect. So it's so funny that like in the simulation, they're like, oh no, we traded our prospect. We need to get more. This is very bizarre. But yeah, both of the teams that he was on went to like the final rounds of the playoffs. So also in this timeline, Shohei Ohtani is hitting .309, so he had a fantastic season. Ohtani lights out also from the mound. ERA is down 3.31. I think is extremely respectable. 11.4 strikeouts per 9 is also extremely he's still got it. And then from a batting perspective, some of his numbers are down. Some of his numbers are down for 600 plate appearances. Is a red number supposed to be like the lowest career number? The problem is his numbers are so high that even this is his like bad season. Red is league leader. Oh, red is league leader because it just so happened that these were all down compared to previous seasons. So does the league just suck this year? Because he had, I guess his RBI is up. Yeah, it looks like the league just kind of sucked. Okay, so red is league leader. That's funny. 185 hits leading the league is kind of whack. But yeah, he still did fantastic on an incredible tear, but couldn't pull it together in the playoff games, apparently. Who else would you want to see from famous players? Probably Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge is hitting 234 this year with 33 homers. Honestly, kind of fell off from 2023 and 2024, I would say. Fewer homers, lower average, much lower on-base percentage, lower slugging, lower OPS, just kind of lower across the board. Skeens? Paul? How'd you do this year, Paul? Oof. Not as good, but honestly, still great. Just not as good as 2024. You blew the doors off. So he was almost twice as bad. That's not fair. He was like 60% worse. They're hitting him more, getting fewer strikeouts. His walks are up, giving up more homers, all those things. Chaz? Wait, how do you spell? It's... Did I spell it wrong? There he is. I know, I was making a joke, Grulon. Anyway. Jazz Chisholm Jr. is 236. Not so good. Yeah, the Yankees superstars kind of had worse seasons this year. Let's see, Juan Soto. How did Juan Soto... There's a bunch of Juan Sotos. the expensive $51 million Juan Soto. League leader in on-base percentage and walks taken. Hitting a respectable 271, but not $51 million respectable 271. On-base percentage is insane, though. I don't think they wanted him for his OBP. I think they wanted him to hit 41 homers, which he only hit 32. Only, quote unquote. That's still a ton, right? But his wins above replacements down from 9 to 4.3. Signed through 2039. Yeah, his contract signed for 10 years, man. Which sports players get paid the most compared to any other sport? Baseball's got to be up there. Like, imagine getting $51 million per year for 10 years. $255 million value when signed. No salary cap really ups it. It's baseball. Basketball probably gets more over the life of the career. How do they have so much money to throw around? Well, all the teams are owned by million or billionaires. And then, usually billionaires. And then on top of that, honestly, it's pretty profitable. Like, there's actually a very interesting video on Ohtani in particular and how much he's actually worth in terms of just sheer fan base, merch, everything overseas. But yeah, merch sales for baseball is massive. Ticket sales are pretty respectable as well. They do make a lot of money off of ticket sales, but they make a lot off of franchising those individual like jerseys, t-shirts, everything that you can think of related to that. And then those dudes go and do commercials and stuff. They get paid for commercials. But that doesn't go to the teams. That just goes to like, oops, hold on. I can't see you anymore. That goes to like whatever player does it. No, I don't want to go to the off-season center, you silly goose. Take me to the standings. All right, so in this timeline, who else on the Dodgers was going crazy? 112 wins is insane. Freddie Freeman with hitting 286. Shohei had 40 homers, which is still incredible. Teoscar Hernandez was doing really good. Their pitching staff was insane. Yoshinobu Yamamoto went off. Like league and probably career by default. Winningest pitcher, 17-3. League best earned run average. 34 games started. What a workhorse. How do you start 34 games? He's out with bone chips in his elbow for at least 3 months. Whip is only 1.02. What a gamer. Their bullpen was pretty lights out as well. Only one dude above like a 4 ERA. Who else do I want to check in on? Twins did really good. Bunch of people with like 25 homers on the team. That adds up. Rangers got carried by Jock Peterson and Jake Berger. Freaking Jake Berger. Yo, imagine growing up with a last name Berger, man. That had to be some rough middle school. Bro's only getting paid $770,000 and he raked for 36 home runs. He's up for arbitration. Total years when signed. Yeah, his major league service time is what? 3? Yeah, going on 4 years now. Jake Berger is someone you can lean on. I see what you did there. They signed him prior to this season. Was he like I'm still learning how to like read all the contract info. I guess I should look at his history if I want to know. Drafted by the White Sox. Miami Marlins traded third base Jake Berger to Texas Rangers. Was selected to the 2025 All-Star Game in 2025. Signed a 1-year contract extension worth $4.6 million. Okay, so he did get an extension for $4.6 mil. That's what I was confused about. Where's that represented? I was like, there's no way they got this guy for $770K. $4.6 million is still a bargain for this many home runs. That's an incredible bargain. He should be making 15 plus mil, 20 mil easy with these numbers, maybe more. So he's still an insane value. So I don't understand how do you read the contract extension on this page? Oh, total value when signed, maybe the 4.6 mil this remaining salary, because this includes the extension. All right, cool. All right, anyway, just poking around here. Orioles leadoff man Jackson Holiday with an okay season. How do you say Heston Kierstad? How do you say his name? He did incredible. Gunnar Henderson, pretty good. Morale, great. The Atlanta Braves in this timeline, Ronald Acuna Jr. still out with a torn anterior cruciate ligament. 4 more weeks. Is he out for the whole season this year? In real life? How many full years of baseball has Acuna Jr. played? No, he should be back soon. They show who won awards as well? They do, yeah, we'll look at that. Chris Sale dominating on the Braves. Two full years, I think. It's crazy. Fragile, man. Who am I forgetting? Giants have a pretty good team, too. They have kind of like a budget team, it looks like. What happened to my man Verlander? Where did he go? He must be injured. Oh, he retired. He's finally retired, but I think he got injured. If he's not on the... Yeah, he did. Radial nerve elbow decompression surgery for 4 weeks, and then he's like, you know what? I'm 42 years old. I think I've had enough. Retired with the Giants. Hall of Fame bound. All right, let's look at the awards for this 2025 season. League news. MLB breaking news. Expansion team announced. Okay, we'll get to that. We will get back to that. It's over. St. Louis defeats Seattle in the World Series. Honorable Congressman Verlander. Former starting pitcher Justin Verlander was known throughout his career as a leader on the field and the clubhouse, but if things go his way, he might soon be known as a leader in Congress as well. The former star announced at a rally in his home city of Manican Sabo, Virginia, I don't know how you pronounce that he is throwing his cap in the ring as a candidate for the U.S. House of Representatives. His speech promised to help lead this nation into a new era of progress and possibility, but didn't go into many policy specifics. Former teammates, however, say this is no vanity project. He apparently would frequently talk politics in the locker room, and they're excited to see what their old teammate can do in the political arena. we got like, these are like RimWorld storylines that just randomly occur for these characters. I would vote for Justin Verlander. I would vote for JV, yeah. Why not? Send him in. He can't do any worse than they're already doing. Am I right? Am I right? I'm just kidding. All right. No, I'm not kidding. In top prospects, number 1, Max Clark. Potential 80. A Detroit Tiger prospect, 20 years old. This guy's going to be a gamer. Max Clark is going to be a gamer. The offseason begins. Arbitration begins. Development facilities open. Bad news for Yamamoto and Los Angeles. After being examined by team doctors yesterday, Dodgers starter Yoshinobu Yamamoto was told his rehab time is increased to 3 months because he still had pain and soreness. The medical staff did not want to activate him until he's healthy. He's recovering from bone chips in the elbows. Well, at least he has the offseason to recover. The Athletics today got their wish as David Forrest, the club's embattled general manager, was fired by team ownership. He got fired in both timelines. Same thing happened. Active leader in Major League Baseball in career at bats. Freddie Freeman, Andrew McCutchen, Jose Altuve, Carlos Santana, and Manny Machado, top 5. I also renamed the name of the awards to the Gold Glove. For some reason, they don't call it the Gold Glove or the Silver Slugger in this game, so I renamed them so I wouldn't be so confused. They made the routine plays, the tough plays, and everything in between. This year's Gold Glove winners showed excellence all season. For pitcher, Seth Lugo, Cal Raleigh, Christian Walker, Andres Jimenez, Alex Bregman, Anthony Volpe, Victor Robles, Brian Buxton, and George Springer. 3 Astros or former Astros on this list. Top fielders honored by the National League. Corbin Burns of the D-backs, Patrick Bailey, Nathaniel Lau, Nico Horner, Nolan Arenado, Ezekiel Tovar, Jake McCarthy, Pete Crow Armstrong. How did Pete Crow Armstrong do this year? 23 years old. He's doing all right. He has room for improvement in the simulation. He's a cool dude, though. Fernando Tatis Jr. tearing it up in real life right now. Probably, if he keeps going on the current pace, probably like MVP candidate this year, unless he cools off. He's doing better than his simulation counterpart, even though his simulation counterpart hit 37 dingers. Okay, these are... Was this a 5-hit game in the minor leagues or something? That's still incredible. Reliever of the year, Athletics closer Mason Miller said he loves to come into the game when the outcome is in jeopardy. All right, he's a reliever of the year. And then the National League is Ryan Helsley, closer. Received 29 out of 30 votes. Which, okay, career innings. Top American League hitters who won the Silver Slugger at their position. Logan Ohapi, Brent Rooker, Andres Jimenez, Alex Bregman, Gunnar Henderson, Tyler O'Neill, Julio Rodriguez, Lane Thomas, and Rafael Devers. Wow, Devers and Bregman. Devers as the DH. He led the league in hits and doubles. But that's kind of funny. They're too stacked at third base, apparently. The NL Silver Sluggers. William Contreras on the Brewers, Matt Olson on the Braves, Ozzie Albies on the Braves, Austin Riley on the Braves. Holy. Francisco Lindor, that sounds right. James Wood, O'Neill Cruz, Juan Soto, and Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, Lindor popped off in the simulation. Lead league average, 311. 950 OPS. What a gamer. No Dodgers? I mean, Ohtani's a Dodger. Jimenez getting a Golden Glove and Silver Slugger in 1 year. Yeah, that's crazy. Best AL rookie, Roman Anthony. Came on the scene this year and established himself as a player to be reckoned with. Hitting 268. Potential 80. Whew! 21 years old. He received 30 first place votes, a unanimous winner. Dylan Dingler, another great name, finished second in voting. Honestly, he had a good season too. Is 80 the max? Yes. So 80 is the maximum, 20 is the minimum. That's just how scouts have done it in baseball since the dawn of time. So what's interesting about this is all of these numbers are relative to what the Scouts Association believes them to be, so they are not absolutes. So you're using imperfect information throughout the game to make decisions. So we're going to hire our own head scout today. And then that scout is going to have his own opinion of each of these players and start like watching them and giving us feedback on what he thinks. So we're going to have to try to hire someone that we want to work with and trust. And then as far as the numbers go, even though the numbers themselves are not absolutes because they're just the information that the scouts are feeding to you, and they're unreliable narrators sometimes. They might have their own personal preferences and their own personalities that influence their observations. Beyond that, I have it configured basically so it's possible for someone to be better than the maximum. It won't tell me, right? So you might have 3 players who are rated in 80 overall, but one of them might be better than the others because he's actually like better than the top score. And vice versa. There might be players who are worse than 20 at the minimum, but you can actually have that be shown. I have decided not to show that information so that it's more interesting when you don't have that perfect info. And even more than that, for their ratings, I have them in increments of 5 so that there's a little bit of using your gut feeling and looking at the stats and stuff like that, so that we kind of have like an estimate of what each person's ratings are, right? But we don't have necessarily like an exact overall and potential rating. I think it's more fun that way. Top rookie for the National League went to Dylan Cruz on the Washington Nationals. Very respectable stats for a rookie. Keeps that up, he's going to become a god. Sasaki didn't quite make Rookie of the Year, but still, I think, had a respectable season. Dan Wilson, the manager of the Seattle Mariners, was voted Manager of the Year. Wow, that's kind of impressive because they didn't win the World Series. It's weird that the second place team's manager wins Manager of the Year, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure how you choose Manager of the Year. It can't just be the team that wins, I understand, but you didn't exactly have an insane record. You were 88 and 74, so I guess it was more about getting to the World Series. By the way, that's true. Both of the teams that made it to the World Series upset the teams with like 112 win seasons in this timeline, because the Cards were 89 and 73 and the Mariners were 88 and 74, and they're in the World Series over 112 win Dodgers and the 92 win Yankees, and yeah, like 90 plus wins, 99 wins. That's funny. Dave Roberts. Oh, sorry, that was the AL manager. Okay, the Dodgers still won the NL manager over the Cardinals. I guess because he won 112. Very few people believed in our ball club when I got here, did they? It just goes to show you that a bunch of talented ball players playing together can make any old manager a genius, a modest Roberts joked, not fully recognizing his own stature in the baseball community. Bro, you're the Dodgers. Stop trying to pretend you're the little guy, okay? Oh, nobody really believed in the most popular team in baseball beside the Yankees. No, I'll take a look. Quite enough. I'll take a look as soon as we kind of finish this up. Tarek Skubal excelled on the mound and took the Cy Young Award home for Detroit. George Kirby from the Seattle Mariners was second. Okay. The Dodgers have a rising superstar in Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who took the Cy Young for the National League, the pitcher award, with a 2.46 ERA. Scooble back-to-back is crazy. It is crazy. MVP of the American League, Julio Rodriguez. He finished the season with a 271 average and a 337 on-base percentage. Cal Raleigh of the Mariners finished second, while Alex Bregman finished third in MVP. Ohtani takes the Most Valuable Player award home for the American League, but ahead of Francisco Lindor and Fernando Tatis Jr. Yankees shortstop Anthony Volpe celebrated the grand opening of his newest car dealership yesterday. The budding entrepreneur already owns a stake in 3 other local dealerships, but this is his first with his name attached to it. Anthony Volpe Motors, which specializes in various make and model of luxury vehicles, features a 30,000 square foot showroom and its very own state-of-the-art service department. At Volpe Motors, my name and reputation are on the line, said the smooth-talking Volpe. If you buy from us, not only will you get a quality vehicle, but you're guaranteed to be riding in style and comfort. If his new dealership is anywhere near successful as previous ventures, Volpe intends to open several new locations throughout the greater New York area in the future. However, if his enthusiasm is any indication, it's not a matter of if, but when. I give the same commitment to excellence in business as I do to playing on the field. Whether you're a fan or customer, you're always going to be left feeling satisfied. By Anthony Volpe. He talks about himself in third person. MLB breaking news. Expansion team announced. Hold on. Before we get to that, what am I looking at in... the Discord? Okay, so... I ended up having to not use that shade of black because it looked weird in the game. And I had to use more of a black. That's the only tweak that I would say. All right, gamers. We're just gonna switch this over real quick. Remember when the streamer said that he finished everything yesterday? So that he wouldn't have to do anything different today? Remember he said that? Good news is that I think I should have no problem with this. Okay, if I have a problem, then we're just gonna keep the... oh, here it is. There we go. Also, can you do a number version where the inside is green and the outline is black, just so I can see what that looks like? Or just basically invert the green and the black color there. Okay, and then I'll change the other stuff in a few minutes. All right, I gotta blow my nose real quick. One sec. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and change soundtracks here. What would be a good... not going to get the stream muted soundtrack to do some baseball team building to, because we're about ready to start building the team. I just want to do a little backstory on this timeline. It's good to know anyways, because we need to see where different players are and what they've been doing to get an idea of what we're going to do in our game, right? So we got some more stuff to kind of look at, because building the team is going to be the longest portion and also the most detail oriented, and trying to like spend the right amount of money, fill in every single position. But this is where you start rubbing your hands together because it gets good. We can just listen to Haven. I think Haven's pretty chill. Okay. I also don't hate being if it I don't mind being the vultures again. We can just be we're just the green vultures. That's fine too. We don't have to get too crazy. But guess what? Look, I got the ballpark set up and it actually works now. Whoa. Fabulous Las Vegas, baby. Check this out. Now, the only downside that I couldn't figure out how to do is I think that it has like athletics colors in the crowd. I don't know why they're wearing yellow and green, though I can guess. I don't know how to change the crowd color, and at this point, I don't care, because at least we have green in our color scheme, and I like having the Las Vegas portion of it. So we got that all working. To Omnibus Park. So another thing to consider, we got the off-season center here. Eligible players will file for free agency on Sunday, November 23rd. Here are some potential free agents. So it's November 18th. The expansion draft should happen on the 20th, because I think I didn't really time this up. I wanted the draft to happen on the 18th, but I forgot I would need to have set the simulation for 2 days earlier, because it takes 2 days to set up the draft, but that's okay. So by the time we're done drafting, then we'll have a bunch of people entering free agency. These guys are going to be insanely expensive, though. Kyle Tucker is going to demand an insane amount of money. I don't understand why Bregman is entering free agency. I thought in real life he got signed to like a like a 3 or 4 year deal. It was a 3-year, $120 million contract. Bregman has a 1-year opt-out. Oh, he opted out. Maybe. He might. I guess that's why he's potential. Because he can file for free agency. He's going to take if he finishes third in MVP voting. True, because he, in the simulation, he led the league in on-base percentage, slugging, and OPS. Nobody had higher than a 913 OPS in the... I assume this is American League. All right, the ad is starting. Turn your volume down. If you're not a sub, it's going to be 3 quick minutes of mid-rolls. I'm just getting a couple last-minute things set up. And then once you're back, we're going to start building the team. What happened to Judge? He just had an okay season. He didn't have a great season. Bregman's career stats at Fenway are nuts. They are, yeah. I noticed that when he was on the Astros. Every time they played at Fenway, he would go off for some reason. If you joined late, to the 2 chatters who were like, what happened to Judge? We started... You have to watch the VOD. We started it's not the same campaign. This is a new campaign in a new 2025 world. We just got done looking at everything that changed. We just got done looking at all the things that changed. Okay, ads are rolling. While the ads are rolling, I'm going to take this opportunity to get these files situated. When did Discord change their layout? For downloading images and opening them. Okay, I don't know if the shirt icons need to be WebP. I think you may have accidentally saved everything else as a WebP. But let me take a look at this. Let's see if it works anyway. This is the team logo. Yeah, it doesn't work as a WebP. So just the numbers need to be WebP. The other ones need to be like PNG or JPEG. So this is, yeah, this is what I was dealing with last night. Hold on. Format hell. I'm having an odd sense of deja vu. Nah, it's fine. They're still in the ad for 44 seconds. All 10 of them. The rest of you are subscribed, you weirdos. Okay, let's try this. Not that one, the other one. The green eye. You're changing our team name. I don't know what the small team logo is actually supposed to be. So I just make it the same as this one, I guess. I don't know. The logo looks weird, but I don't think it's your fault. It's just the you can't move or resize it. Can you have alt uniforms? You technically can, though. I don't know how you choose which one to wear at any given time. I don't know which one of these looks better on this. It's probably just the lines going down that's the problem. Maybe it's the jersey style of... That's fine. Okay, and then the away... I don't know if I can change the jersey logo for the away. Like, I don't know, can you have, because everything else about it looks fine. No, it's gotta be one or the other. All right, that's fine. No big deal. I think that one's better. Well, if you want the blacked out one to stay blacked out, then it needs to be the other one. All right, final answer, final offer. I think the letters I have downloaded as well. Let me see. And then post them into the font folder. Boom. You can have a different font for each one, so that's kind of interesting. Sick. Pretty solid. Let's see what the green one looks like on this too. I like it. I like both of them. Maybe just for the home jerseys. Use the first one because it kind of matches the shirt. All right. Looks good. Looks good. Glow in the dark? We should be. All right, I need to change the name. So manager options, play commissioner mode, game settings, leagues and teams. We are now the Las Vegas Invaders. Aliens. Do I need to do anything else to change a team name? How do I actually confirm that? Why is this not the Athletics? Here we go. Here, chat, we're gonna have a repeat of yesterday. Yeah, why was Oakland blank there? That's very weird. All right, I wonder if I like save and reload something. Currently, they are just the Athletics. There was nickname in the same menu as the jerseys. No, it says Las Vegas Invaders. Oh, there we go. It updated. We updated. We're good. It just had to update. Sick. All right, the Las Vegas Invaders are invading the league. Looking good. Which means that the news should have updated as well. Oh well, okay, it can't update old news. But yes, the Portland Pioneers are the other team and the Las Vegas Invaders. We're about to have the draft. Life in Las Vegas has been eventful of late. On the heels of a front office shakeup, the club has been pondering its future. Today, a local radio station reports a deal has been reached with Mr. X, Etal X, to become the new Las Vegas general manager. We've been leading in this direction for a while now, admitted a confidential source within the club, but we had to evaluate all of our options before going ahead. X brings a fresh outlook to the Vultures organization. Mr. X. What's up, Wait to Dawn? Yay, baseball! The good news about what we're gonna do is that you don't really have to know how to play baseball. I'll try to explain to the best of my ability. It'll be a lot more clear once we get into a game. But the first thing we do, we actually are ready to start creating the team. So we're gonna go to the front office and begin by hiring staff to help our organization succeed. Before we can get players, we need to have coaches, we need to have managers, we need to have people in charge of rehab and fitness and base coaches and all that stuff. So from the front office screen, we can go ahead and get a little check on our owner. So it looks like our budget for 2026 is $220 million, which makes us 23rd in the league. So we're not last, but we're definitely not first. So we're in like the bottom. There would be 32. Yeah, there'd be 32 teams. So we'd be like 23rd out of 32. Total money available. We'll have to work on seeing where we want to spend our money, because obviously that's the most important part. But right now we've got 81 million available for 2026. Market size average. Fan loyalty pathetic. Is that true, chat? You guys aren't loyal to the Las Vegas Invaders, who just changed their team name, and you probably haven't even seen the tweet about the change. No. In the canon timeline, there was no name change. In their timeline, we've always been the Las Vegas Invaders. If we play more than one season, will the budget auto update? The budget will update. I'll show you more on that in just a second when we look at the owner. So the owner dictates that because it's his money, effectively. Our team focus is rebuilding. That makes sense. We can also set our ticket price to try to bring in more income and rev. So we got to try and sell some tickets. I don't know how it handles this because there's no way we sold any season tickets this year because there was no game. So taking a look at the budget, we're going to have a few things that we need to choose, namely our scouting and our developmental budget. That's how we're going to choose how much money to spend on different aspects of our ball club. Namely, the scouting budget is to help find new talent and hopefully then pursue them to try to add them to the team. The development budget is there to put money in to the existing players and try to bring them either to their potential or help them exceed their current potential, ideally. So you being in charge of how much to spend here kind of makes a big difference, but the more money you spend on these two things, the less money you have to pay other players who are going to turn into free agents that we could bring in off of the free agent market. So there's a lot of plates to spin here. So let's take a look at the owner. Ian Grigg. This is Ian Grigg. 56 years old, born in 1969, calls Little Chute, Wisconsin home. Las Vegas team owner from Wisconsin, apparently. His patience is demanding. Uh-oh. Fiscal personality, normal. I guess that could be worse. Involvement, hands off. Good. That's what I need from you. Priority, profit. Currently, ecstatic. Very happy. Expectation, play 500 ball. That's going to be real tough in our first year, sir. Just to FYI. I like to think that Ian Grigg is just happy to wear a hat that has an I, because that's the same letter that his name starts with. Goals. He's issued some goals for us. Now, you can play out of the park with the ability to have your owner give you team goals, and then you can also allow the owner to fire you if you do not meet enough of those goals. We cannot be fired because I created the Las Vegas Invaders for my RP team, so I have made it where I cannot be fired. Our top goal is don't suck completely. Target year 2026. Goal number 1, don't suck completely. Team record. All right, find a top 20 prospect. Very high priority. Not sucking is actually a low priority. He wants a top 20 prospect by 2027. He wants to build a farm by 2028. That's a top 6 farm. Okay, if you're not familiar with baseball terms, they call a farm system, which is basically all of your teams that are below yours that you can draw from, where all of your extremely young, talented, potentially talented players play professionally. So that's your single A, double A, triple A, rookie ball, all that stuff. And if you're not sure how that works, it's basically without getting too lost in the weeds here. I'm not an expert, by the way, but you've got your, okay, so you've got the MLB, Major League Baseball, right? And these are all of your professional teams. And we've got like 32 of these, right? And that's your like Yankees and your Dodgers, the teams you've actually heard of, right? And then they each have what they call a farm system. And their farm system for every single major league team goes from the major league level down to AAA, which is another baseball team that is still technically professional baseball. They get paid to play, though not as much as they should get paid, to be honest. But at any time, the Dodgers can be like, I want a player from this team to come and play for us, and we're gonna send our stinkiest player down to play with you. They're basically just like a buffer that players can move in and out of. Now there's a limit to how many times they can move in and out before other things happen, such as being placed on waivers to be given to other teams. That's a whole nother can of worms. So it goes from AAA to AA. And then I'm running out of room. I want to say there's technically like an A+ and an A, I think, and rookie ball. I don't know if I got all those right. It gets a little nebulous when you get that far down for me. So there's a lot of teams. These poor guys down here are really struggling. They're making like maybe 25K a year. High A. Yeah, that's A+. A+ is high A. Dominican League as well. That's a whole different can of worms. That's not a... I don't even know how that works. 25 strikeouts. But anyway, at any point, the Dodgers could say pull someone up from their AA team if they thought they were a phenom. And then they could shuffle other people down. So basically, the Dodgers are in control of all of these teams, and they get to decide what level you're playing at, and you negotiate your contracts with them each year. So every single MLB team has this. The Yankees have this. The Padres have this. The Twins have this. The Astros have this. The Rangers have this. Everybody has this. So there are a ton of players, but this is what's called the farm system. And the premise is, even though I think it's a stupid name, that they are literally planting the seed of future players and trying to give them an opportunity to grow so that one day they can go up the ranks and play professionally. It's extremely cutthroat. The way that I have heard this said, chat, this is true. It's easier to become an astronaut who goes to the moon than it is to become a Major League Baseball player. That's true. In that the number of people who are trying to get to that position and their success rate from a percentage standpoint is higher for baseball than it is for the people who are trying to become an astronaut to succeed. So if you're in this system, good luck. A lot of these players end up just kind of being sort of permanent lifetime AA, AAA players because they just love baseball. And then some players are going to be phenoms who just skip. They go like, you're so good, we're just going to start you here. And then suddenly you're here, which is exactly what happened to the Astros this year, because they traded Kyle Tucker to the Cubs and got Cam Smith, who had only played AA, and then went straight to the Astros organization and is an everyday player now. So sometimes you just go straight up. But anyway, what we have to do is basically hire all the coaches for those teams. So now when I show you that when we look at our staff roles and personnel, we're going to be in charge of hiring a manager, a pitching coach, and a hitting coach for each of those teams. We have the Nashville High Notes, which is our AAA affiliate. The San Antonio Cowpokes, which is our Southern League AA affiliate. The El Paso Tumbleweeds, which is our High A affiliate. And then the New Orleans King Cakes, our regular A affiliate. And then the Raleigh Oaks, which is our rookie ball team. Great name, the King Cakes. Thank you. I actually did these names myself so that we could have some fun names. And then our rival team that's getting added to the other league is the Portland Pioneers. Okay. So general manager Etal X, it's about time. But first I was looking at the owner. So Ian Grigg, we're going to have to try and fulfill some of his goals. So what's fun about the owner is the owner can at any time just take money out if he feels like it. So like he's taking out 29 mil the next 2 years. And he's also lowering our budget by 2 million total next year. So that'll be interesting. We don't pay anybody right now. All right, are you ready to hire some personnel? Let's get going. I don't know where to start actually. But I will start by answering a question. Why does Nashville play in the Pacific League? Because that's where the simulation put them. But I don't think it's too far of a stretch considering that the we have Texas and Oklahoma teams playing in the PCL. And I don't think Tennessee is too much further than that, to be honest. But don't worry about splitting hairs. Hiring coaches, trainers, scouts, my least favorite part. Really? I love this part. Ash, I don't know what video yesterday you're talking about, bud. This is part 1 of Out of the Park Baseball 26 right now. This is the first stream of it this year. I have no idea what you're talking about. All right, let's start by taking a look and seeing who's available to manage our team, because I'm going to be trying to be just a general manager. I'm going to try to only be a GM, but also I would like to set the lineup, but I don't want to actually manage the moment-to-moment games. I want a manager to do that. But anyway, yeah, bud. It was, I yeeted that stream into the void. Yes. Because it doesn't exist. And this is going to be the real one. Your stadium must be pretty sweet, right? Oh, yeah, it is. I could see it was going over your head, Ash, so I tried to clarify it for you. All right, who's available? Who's the most expensive manager that we can get? Mark? How do you say Mark Pichata? Mark Pichata wants $3 million a year. Craziness. All right, so here's what we want out of a coach. So all these coaches have a multitude of different ratings, right? Some coaches you're going to want to teach how to hit, teach how to pitch, how to be a catcher, how to work in the infield, how to work in the outfield, how to run the bases better, how to run during the game, how to develop players, and how to influence their mechanics. So what these two are going to do is basically function as our most important traits, along with handle aging. This is like how gracefully your players age. So like, obviously, when you get old like me at 36 years old now, because my birthday was this week, you start to get worse at baseball and all the other sports. I don't know how many 40-year-olds are playing soccer. Now, they do exist in baseball, but usually you do start to fall off. So we're trying to kind of get some coaches that are going to help us mitigate the downside of our players getting older and reach the upside of our young players maturing and growing up, right? So for the manager, this is probably the most important position for development and mechanics, because and handle aging, because what these do is development is effectively, my understanding is how much your young players reach their potential. So if they're currently like let's just go back and I'll show you an example, because we can look at the top prospects. Actually, there's a prospect list prospect pipeline. So if we take a look at the top prospects, how do I just go to their actual page instead of this? There we go. So if I look at Tyler Brimner, he's currently only a 35 out of 80 player, so he's not very good right now. But he has a potential to become a god. So handling development is basically working with the players to go from what they are right now to what they could be, and trying to reach that potential. Conversely, mechanics are talent changes. So if you work on your mechanics enough and you're only a 50 potential player, you might become a 55 potential player. You might become a 60 potential. It's like your potential is literally going up with mechanics. So development is reaching your potential, mechanics is increasing your potential. And then aging is getting older and you still got it. So what I'm looking for is someone who's awesome at all three of these, right? And that's who I want to be my manager, but they also need other traits. They have their own personality. They have their own preferences for what types of people they want to work with. And having like cohesion amongst those different people is pretty important too. So what I like to do is kind of set a filter. I've already created a filter actually. And my filter is I want development to be at least good, mechanics to be at least good, aging to be at least good, and I don't want a temperamental personality. That doesn't really matter right now, so we'll uncheck that one. And then kind of just see who's here. So originally I was thinking about going with Joe Madden previously, but I've since changed my mind. Joe Madden is a famous manager. He's the one who led the, not John Madden. This is the guy that led the Cubs to the World Series, the fated World Series, 2016, I think it was. He led the Chicago Cubs to the prophesied, he broke the curse. And then he also got started way early with the Tampa Devil Rays. I want to say that he came in just a couple years. Yeah, he was the Rays manager for a long time. So I was thinking about picking him because he's got legendary development. He's got outstanding mechanics, but I decided not to pick him because there were a couple. First of all, he's expensive. I think whoever we go with, I'm willing to pay for expensive. I like Sabermetric as a manager style because he's going to play the stats. He's going to play the numbers. So finding a Sabermetric manager would be good as well, but is not absolutely essential. But he's playing the actual data. He's a data-driven manager, which I think is cool. But he really favors veterans for the roster. I think that's okay. I want someone who favors on-base percentage because I favor on-base percentage. And the other great thing about Joe Madden is that he's very lenient. So this page over here, these are the attributes that he is willing to either take control of or allow us to control. So some managers are really, well, they're up their own ass a little bit, and they want to have full control of different things. So like he wants a little control over how often you steal bases, how often you pinch hit and substitute players out. But the rest of it, he's green. He's like, you do whatever you want, bro. So that's good. Now, you can also use cheats in the game so that you can never be told what to do by your manager, or you can just not pick managers who want control, or you can manage the games yourself. But I'm going to try and play at RP. We're going to try and play at RP, if possible. So I think I have to ask myself, do I want a manager who's going to help players reach their potential or exceed their potential more? Let's take a look at who's available from like a mechanic standpoint. I think if I wanted to get deeper with this filter, I want at least excellent in both development and mechanics. Wow, that really narrows the playing field, doesn't it? So the max is legendary, then outstanding, then excellent, then good, then average, then okay, then fair, then poor. So as long as the numbers are blue, honestly, it's probably fine. But just out of curiosity of who's available here, Hector Rodriguez is outstanding, outstanding, excellent. Scott Tyler is outstanding, outstanding, excellent. We're probably not going to find a legendary, right? But yeah, Joe Madden is old. He's 71. He's going to retire after a year or two. I do agree with that. I agree. So let's take a look at these guys. Hector Rodriguez, he's easygoing. That actually does matter. He's easygoing, but works well with controlling, which is very weird. Those are like kind of opposites, so it's strange that he works well with it. Easygoing personality in Out of the Park, from my understanding, sort of means that teams handle their losses better and more gracefully. They don't get quite as upset with getting dominated, which we are going to get dominated. And then controlling is kind of like the inverse of that. They're trying to, they take those losses more personally, and it can have like an effect on the clubhouse. However, they will bounce back from that a little bit better in terms of like, let's get it together, guys. Manager style's conventional. He's patient when, so these only matter if you make them a hitting or pitching coach, which I'm probably not going to for this guy. I also like at least a split between average and on-base percentage, favor power over speed a little bit, but he really favors defense, pitching, and veterans. Scout value high is probably not relevant for, well, it might be, I don't know if it influences their roster, but he wants to hire his own pitching coach, which is kind of a non-starter for me. This game tracks how much of a sore loser they are. Well, the clubhouse has actual personality dynamics, which can, some people don't care about them and say, screw it, I'm going to pick whoever has the best on paper stats, and I don't care about the rest. And some people are more interested in getting like a properly functioning clubhouse. So different players and different coaches are going to have different personalities, and they can actually be like friendly with or unfriendly with. Like, you don't want a pitcher, your star pitcher, who hates the pitching coach. So it actually tracks their relationship with each other. And you can kind of see like where they're at. So you might want to fire your hitting coach if he and your star player hate each other or something like that. Okay. But everybody has their own preferences for who they want to work with. It's not, you'll kind of see that as we go. So who else? We had Scott Tyler, who was outstanding at development, outstanding at mechanics, and excellent at aging. Scott Tyler has a poor reputation. Poor reputation does not mean that they suck. It just means the league doesn't really know. They're not established. So what reputation does is give you an idea of how controlling they're going to be. The worse their reputation, the more likely they are to let you decide all of the game strategy. Whereas the better their reputation, see, Joe Madden's kind of an exception. He's a good reputation guy who also is willing to let you control almost all of the strategy. But frequently, the better their reputation, the more likely they want to control at least one thing. Like Don Wolf is like, I'm picking the coach for hitting, pitching, bench coach. I'm doing the player strategies. I'm doing everything. He wants to handle it all. So we're trying to find someone who's going to let us do everything. I honestly think Scott Tyler here looks pretty good. He's a normal personality, works well with controlling, does not like personable. That might be strange. And he's willing to let us handle pretty much everything here. Oh, hey, what's up, Raiders? How you doing? What's up, Shin? What's going on in here? I may have had a follower-only mode on, which I have turned off. I did not remember turning that on, to be honest. But how are you? We were playing some baseball. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you all playing today? We're playing, this is basically like, if you played Football Manager, it's like that, but for baseball. And if you don't know how to play baseball, that's okay. Most of the people that are already in this chat also don't know how to play baseball. I am just very passionate about it myself, and I've been very baseball-brained of late. Civing it up. Checking out the 1.2 update to Civ 7. Nice. I hope it's coming along well. It was promising when I checked it out at launch. There was a lot of good there. It just needed some work, but it sounds like if they're already on 1.2, that they're putting it in. They're putting in the work. So that's awesome. And if you're in my chat and you haven't already followed our friend Shin, check them out. Check them out right now. Hit that follow button either in the chat or at the top of your chat. Plays a lot of strategy and simulation games. Been playing some Civ lately, but is always playing... Honestly, I think we got rated last time we played Out of the Park last year, and you were playing F1 Manager, and I still have that on my want-to-play list. I need to learn how F1 works. And I was looking forward to trying out Football Manager to kind of learn how to really play football, because I don't know all the rules. And I was waiting for the new one, and then they canceled it. So, I don't know if I should just go back and play 24, or just keep waiting for the next one. But welcome, Raiders. We're currently designing our fantasy team right now, and we just started looking for... We're at the very beginning. We just started working on getting some personnel hired. So we have to hire various coaches and assistant managers and people to kind of help the team. And then we're going to actually draft the team from scratch out of different players that are already pre-existing in the league. So we created a fantasy team called the Las Vegas Invaders, who have this beautiful green screen green aesthetic, and we look like we're ready to go play laser tag. So we got the flying saucers. Graphics were made by community member Quite Adept. And now we're just talking about how to make some important decisions right at the front, picking who's going to be managing the team moment to moment. F1 Manager is wild. Yeah, it looked wild. It looked like a lot to try to take in, because I know nothing about racing, but I still want to check it out because it looked fun. I just really like management games. I just need to be brave and learn more, because it's like with Out of the Park, I've played for 200 hours and I still don't really know what I'm doing. And that's pretty much all those management sim games. They're an investment, but they're worth putting the time in to figure out. But yeah, we actually got our own custom stadium set up. We downloaded a mod. That was a whole thing we're not going to talk about yesterday. But we did get a custom fabulous Las Vegas stadium for this fantasy team. The modding community for this game is actually very active. Figuring out how to mod it, though, is kind of a whole different can of worms. But I think we've got it figured out now. And then, in order to play, to create a team, we're going to be taking players off of all the other existing teams. So these are real life teams, with the exception of the Las Vegas Invaders and the Portland Pioneers. So we had to balance the scales. There had to be, you can't just create one team. You have to create two, right? One for each league. So we're going to have a draft where all the other existing teams will get to choose who on their roster they want to protect. Who do they not want to go to another team? And then of the players that they don't select, we are going to draft from those against the Portland Pioneers to create our team from scratch. So it's going to be quite a lengthy ordeal, because creating a team from scratch via the draft is going to take a lot of just poring over numbers, stats, names, and it's gonna be a crappy team. It's gonna be a terrible team because I made the settings, well, they're more difficult than they needed to be. I decided to allow them to protect 25 players, which is what the game defaults to. Whereas I don't know what the game's doing with the graphics right now, so let's get off of this screen. There we go. Historically speaking, the last expansion draft happened, I think, in 97 with the Tampa Rays and the, my brain just short-circuited. Why can I only remember the Rays? Chad, who was the other team? The Diamondbacks, thank you. The Diamondbacks and the Rays. And they were allowed to protect 15 players, and then the second round, 18 players, and then the final round, 21 players, and we're allowing them to protect 25. So that's, I don't know how they would do it nowadays, but it's, I'm making it extra hard difficulty, so we're gonna suck big time, but it should be fun anyway to see how much we suck. Did you hear they were in negotiations to buy land to possibly buy an MLB stadium in Portland? I didn't. They're still trying to figure out how to build a stadium in Vegas to take the A's. I haven't really seen much on Portland, but I feel like most people agree Portland is one of the highest potential expansion zones. But where else? I wonder where else in the US they would add another team. Losing is fun. Losing is fun. But yeah, hopefully that kind of paints a picture of where we're up to right now. For those of you just jumping in, if you have any questions about this or the game, feel free to ask. So we have an owner here who's kind of set our budget and given us an amount of money to work with. We're going to start spending some money to hire some coaches now. Nashville or Charlotte, that makes sense. Let's go back to the front office and start bringing in some personnel. So for managers, I've kind of filtered down to my likings of different types of people I'm looking for. We're looking for someone who has excellent or better development to allow our players to reach their potential, excellent or better mechanics to help them discover new heights and new ceilings to increase their potential, and then handle aging well so that our players gracefully age and retain their talent even into their later years. So those are our three most important aspects of the manager. But we also want someone who kind of aligns with our play style. So there's a lot to consider, really. I was looking at Scott Tyler because Scott Tyler allows us to control pretty much all aspects of the strategy management side of things. I like that he favors power a bit more than speed and favors on base percentage a bit more than average. I like both of those things. I don't know if I favor defense that much, but good defense is good. And then pitching over hitting, I think, here's the thing. If your pitching is amazing, you can never lose. Just don't let the other team score. It's easy. I would prefer favoring prospects more than veterans. Or at least like 50-50, but you take what you can get. His manager style is conventional. I would prefer someone who's sabermetric minded and a little bit more data driven. So I'm not saying I'm going to pick him, but I am going to shortlist him. So we're going to put him on a short list and then come back to that. He's a mountain of a man, 6'5" and 265 pounds. He's huge. He's tall. That's crazy. He should be out there playing right now, I think. So now his name's in caps, so we can shortlist him. All right, Mike Johns, outstanding at development, only excellent at mechanics. Conventional, nothing else special here, so I don't see any reason to pick him over anybody else. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Brian Nichols, tactician. So he likes stealing bases. He likes bunting. He likes making a lot of substitutions. That's probably why he wants to be in control of stealing and pinch hitting somewhat. But I feel like we could do better than excellent. Excellent, good. We got outstanding, excellent, excellent. Don Wolf. Don Wolf wants to have all of his stuff. He wants to control all the coaches, which I simply cannot abide, so that's not going to fly. All right, let me customize this filter. Now, I really don't think... Let's just see what happens. If we go to good, and then personality, let's change management style is sabermetric. Not many. We got Skip. That's an actual manager. Skip Shoemaker's the Miami Marlins manager, which he did not do so good. Though I don't know if it's his fault or the team's. Probably the team's. But they made the playoffs in 2023. He is actually pretty open to most managing attributes that all the ones I care about. He's only good at development. That's really the only downside. Outstanding at rising above the potential. Excellent at handling aging. He is sabermetric management style. And he favors prospects pretty highly. Values the scout. I just don't know if we want to settle for good development. But I think shortlisting him is fine. And then Trey Hillman is good. So it's like, he's fine. But he wants to control the coaches. Ramon Martinez. Good, excellent. So, I mean, they're okay, right? I think it kind of is down to those two. I don't know if there were any other ones. Because, like, I am in favor of just getting the best development and mechanics for these guys that we can. And then aging is a little less important to me. I don't know if we can afford to go sabermetric. I don't hate small ball. Milt Richardson, excellent, legendary, excellent. Wants 1.5 mil, 58 years old. I assume he'll let me control everything, or does... Wait. There's no dots next to this. When they don't have dots, does that mean something? Favors on base percentage, speed. Defense and offense is pretty split. He favors hitting and veterans. I like his strategy values here. But I don't know if I want to steal... I guess that's small ball. He wants to do hit and runs, sack bunts. I don't know if I want to build a team that's good at bunting. All right, this guy also wants to do small ball, but he's got the little dots next to his name. Kyle Collins, excellent, outstanding, outstanding. I think Joe Madden does look pretty good, but I really think Scott Tyler might be our man. I don't know if I love conventional manager style, but the best thing about Scott Tyler, other than his price tag, because for having such a bad reputation, he's pricey. I think I just value that outstanding development, outstanding mechanics, and excellent aging is pretty goated. And I like the favoring on base percentage and power. He overvalues defense, in my opinion. His personality seems like it's going to be easy to build around. Actually, that's not true. He struggles with personable. He struggles with personable. All right, let's take a look at another spot. Let's back off of that. We got a couple people bookmarked for manager. Let's look at the scouting director. This is probably like the other most important position, is who's going to find people for us. And I have already made a filter for this to kind of get ahead of it. So I personally value neutral scouts. Everyone is opinionated on this. Some people like to pick scouts that highly favored tools. Basically what that means is versus it's like the opposite of ability. So people that like to pick scouts that highly favor tools highly favor people that have insane upside. This is how you find the people with the most upside. You might strike out more, no pun intended, and you might have a bunch more duds, but the people that do rise above are gonna soar above. Whereas highly favor ability is kind of like people that can produce now. It's not really focused on like their max potential, but it's more focused on like them and their ability as it stands. Like they have a really high floor. Yeah, high floor versus high ceiling. So I'm actually like kind of neutral there. Now we don't have to pick neutral. I wouldn't mind favoring tools a little bit. I want them to be at least good at scouting the majors, the amateur ranks, and the minor league system, but I do value scouting international players. So I've set that to like higher. If we set that to just good, a couple more people show up. So these are the only ones that have like a neutral scouting methodology. But what's interesting is general managers show up on this. So Eddie Diaz does not have the international, but does have legendary scouting of the amateur draft and the minor leagues, which is pretty crazy. Ernest Brown looks pretty amazing. Excellent major league scouting, excellent minor league, outstanding international, outstanding amateur. That might be our guy. And even with that, some scouts see different people differently. Yeah, exactly. And could have different ratings for the same guy. It's imperfect information. And that's kind of the fun part. What puzzle is this? Hi, Gilmadesh. The puzzle is we're hiring coaches for our team. Which is a bunch of big decisions that are going to affect everything else going forward. Because we have to sign them to like a 2 to 3 year contract, basically. So I'm going to go ahead and shortlist Ernest Brown as a potential scout. How do I create different Actually, we'll just come back. That's fine. I know you can create different short lists. I don't think we need to get lost in the weeds there. Jed Hoyer. Excellent at scouting minor leagues, international, and amateur ranks. But if we wanted to do some trading with other major league teams, he's not going to be as good scouting major league talent. So let's take a look and see if we change our filter to just a regular favorite tools instead. Let's see who shows up. Taeyeon Kang. Taeyeon Kang? Outstanding at scouting the minor leagues, excellent at international, legendary at the amateur draft, and excellent at majors. This guy's kind of goated. Favors tools a little bit. He's pretty good. Shortlist that. Jed Hoyer, Red Sox and Cubs legend. Other than, he doesn't really have much competition here. What about highly favored tools? They're okay. I don't want highly favored tools anyway. What about favorability? I mean, they're decent. Walt Jockety wants to be a general manager. 74 years old. He's also fine being a scouting director. All right, I honestly think it's between those two. How do I see my... Oh, sick. There is a staff shortlist. Didn't we shortlist another dude? There we go. Yeah. Cool. It has its own category for this. I think those are the two best scouts. And I don't really think it comes close. Chad, do you have any opinion on this? I feel like I should just go with my original take and take the neutral scout who's good, really outstanding at the two areas that I favor the most, but still excellent at major and minor league scouting. Like, obviously, this dude is incredible if you want favorite tools as the main preference. That's honestly what their preference is the biggest difference between them. Just hire both. How hard can it be? Where are their the rest of their profile stats? I don't think the scouting director needs to get along. Oh yeah, it shows them here. That's weird. It doesn't show them here. Does the scouting director need to get along with your manager? I don't think they ever do. They never interact. I don't think. How is Ernest 6'2" and 165? That's funny. They're the same weight, but Ernest is 6 inches taller. But they're the exact same weight. Yo, we telling chat, how much drafting did I miss? What's up, Bucky? We're just picking the staff right now. But yeah, he is. I'm actually curious. I'm gonna Google this. Out of the park, does personality of scouting director matter? I'm probably the only person who's ever asked this before. Okay, it just says personality ratings. In this section, we'll talk about the following. Yeah, this is about player personalities, though, which is different. Okay. I do think that these are the only two choices for me. Personally, I think I like Ernest Brown more, but chat's throwing me off with, I don't know if the personality matters meshing with the manager. That's unclear to me. Relationships, poor. Well, we don't have, no one's on the team yet, so I don't know how you would know that. The problem is, some of them need to have good relationships with a team as well. I saw that. He dislikes normal people. Which I don't know what that's going to mean. I think we just take the dude. I like the legendary amateur league scouting, but I like the outstanding international a little more. But he's got outstanding minor league scouting as well. Like, he has a higher floor, right? Max, second highest, third highest, third highest, versus second highest, third highest, third highest. So basically, he has a legendary instead of an outstanding. Looking at my own save, my scouting director does struggle with other members of the staff. That said, I'm not sure what impact that has on staff cohesion. Okay, so at least it does something. Because the manager is a normal personality, yes, that we've selected so far. That's why I'm shortlisting people and coming back to cross-check their personalities. So let's take a look at the pitching coach next, I would say. Pitching coaches just need to be good at pitching, but secondary stats, their development, mechanics, and aging do have a small impact. But this is their main one. Dwayne Ashley. Pitching coach focused power pitchers. I actually favor ground ballers, personally. So I might want a pitching coach focus that reflects that. I don't want someone who's poor across the board. The manager's thing would actually fit here because at least they'll be just at least good across the board on this stuff. Casey Brookins. Or neutral. I'm fine with neutral as well. Kurt Burgess. Also neutral. Normal, easygoing. Struggles with temperamental. This guy's got legendary mechanic. Drew Jefferson. Do you do other stuff well? Not really. Okay, so you would be a pitching coach. Neutral pitching coach. Normal personality. Works well with normal, struggles with personable. Greetings. Hello. What's up? This guy's also got legendary mechanics. Travis Teagarden. Let's see who's available if you do ground ballers. Okay, not many. Craig? Craig is the only one. Craig Ginger. But he has excellent development, mechanics, and aging. Outstanding at teaches pitching. Personality, controlling, works well with temperamentals. See that? Struggles with personable is going to be tough, bud. There's going to be some personable people on the team. I also don't like temperamental. I don't like them to be too reactive to when things go bad and then blow up the other way. So what about neutral? There's a lot more neutral pitching coaches. All right, let's select out of this cluster. I would say shortlist Travis. Shortlist Drew. I think excellent, excellent, excellent is worth shortlisting. And Josh Putrich. A little more on the budget side. Okay, let's take a look at hitting coaches. Same thing, but from hitting. 3 legendary hitting coaches. Jeff, Mark, and Keith. Mark has legendary development. Keith has legendary mechanics. They're both excellent at aging. Hitting coach focus, neutral. Easygoing, personable, struggles with normal. Personality, temperamental. See, I think I'm going to avoid temperamental altogether. And 2 of these guys are temperamental. Keith seems okay. Struggles with normal is the only problem, so shortlist him. Milt Richardson. Hitting coach, focus, neutral, works well with personable, struggles with the easygoing, is controlling. I'm okay with that. I'll shortlist you too. Rafael Murati. Normal, works well with personable, struggles with controlling. I'll still go ahead and shortlist you because you have... I don't know if legendary handles aging is... These are less important, but... Keith's lucky. What more could you want? Yeah, I think just shortlisting those two is fine. All right, let's take a look at... Wouldn't it be funny if the entire team hated each other? They're already going to hate each other because they're going to be the worst team in the league. We're in a tie for last place with the other new team. So I don't think that'll be a problem. All right, I think pick the manager first and then go from that, in my opinion. Pick the manager first. So we got Scott Tyler was the guy we were looking at. He's normal, works well with controlling, struggles with personable. How do you struggle with you just hate people just to hate people? You know what I mean? Oh, I hate personable people. Oh, okay. Oh, is that because you're from Philly? That guy's just too likable. Freaking hate that guy. This guy's too chipper. Yeah. Wow, look at him. Words just come easy to you, don't they, buddy? People stop to talk to you in the grocery line, I bet. I bet you have a conversation with every cashier about how their day is going. Philly catching strays. Milt Richardson also wants to be a manager, but he wants to do small ball. Who was the other guy that we shortlisted? Skip Shoemaker. He is sabermetric, but I just think his development, while good, could be better for our new young players. But maybe sabermetric management style's better, because he'll use infield and outfield shifts a lot more. All right, chat. What's your opinion between Skip Shoemaker and Scott Tyler? Do we take the guy whose normal personality, likes controlling other people who are controlling, doesn't like personable people? He's got outstanding development and mechanics and excellent aging, and he lets us control everything. And he favors power and on-base percentage. Or do we pick the guy who's got comparatively worse development by 2 tiers, from outstanding down to good? What's the advantage of Skip? What does he bring to the table that the other guy doesn't? Sabermetric management style, probably. Which means he's more data-driven. Other than that, I guess it would be his personality, normal. They both struggle with personable. So that's just going to be something we have to eliminate, no matter what, I think. They're both normal and controlling. I think I got to go with my man Scott here. Scott, I'm sending you a contract. No likable people on this team allowed. He wants a 5-year, $1.7 million annual salary. Oh, wait. I'm still in commissioner mode. There we go. They want some big money, dude. Everybody here wants some big money, to be honest. Are these coaches a mix of real? Yeah, there's a lot of them are real, but it will be putting in fictional players and coaches, yeah. But we didn't generate any to start, so most of these people should be real, if not all of them right now. If they're all unlikable, does that mean they like each other since they share the same mentality? Basically, it depends on who they get along with. Santana is cheap? That's because Santana is an inexperienced tactician. He's going to be wanting to steal bases a lot more. He wants more bunts for hits. He also doesn't have as good of mechanics, but he is cheaper, you're right. All right, Scott, I think you're up, bud. I think you're up. How long should we make this contract? 5 years seems like a long time to me for a new team. I would say 2 or 3. Let's say 3 years. We have some faith in you. But I don't need to pay you 1.7 mil. You have no reputation. What better offer are you going to get, right? How much do you think I could lower his offer and him still accept it? If he gets no better offer, I would say take it down by 200K. You think I could get away with 1 million? No shot he accepts it for 1 million. I'm thinking either 1.5 or... Let's take him down by 300K. And see what he says. 1.4 million for 3 years. Or we could even just try like a flat 1.4. All right, submit the offer. Scott Tyler has received your offer and will respond shortly. Okay. First offer sent. So now the key is not picking any personable people for the rest of the staff. Controlling is good. Personable bad. Okay. Let's go with the bench coach next. So for the bench coach, we just wanted good relationships and maybe some development. We'll pick the bench coach last, actually. I think the other coaches are more important. We freaking hate nice people. Let's go scouting director again. Also, chat, we got ads starting in like 10 seconds. I snoozed them 3 times already. Turn your volume down if you're an ad watcher. We're going to keep it right here, just kind of chat during that quick 3 minutes of mid-rolls to keep the pre-rolls disabled. Appreciate you all watching, though. Just trying to give you a heads up so that you don't get ear blasted. If that describes you. Alex, have you ever watched Shorzy? I have not. I'm not really a hockey fan, but I do enjoy just watching like sports things. Like sports movies, TV shows. Maybe I should watch a sports anime. I don't know. I like sports content. I also like sports games. I don't play them as often as I used to, but I like MLB The Show. If I owned Madden, I'd play it. If I owned an NBA game, I'd play it. If I learned how to play the F1 game, I'd enjoy that. I liked FIFA, which I guess is now FC, even though I don't like soccer in real life. You know, I like sports things more than actual sports. I think sports games are just fun, you know, like Mario Tennis. That's an all-timer. Mario Golf. Wii Sports. That counts. NBA Street Volume 2 for the GameCube. That's a classic. I wouldn't want to miss it. I think anybody that hates on sports games hasn't really given them a go. Because there's a reason why the masses love them. You know what I mean? They've been finessed and fine-tuned for like 25 years, 30 years, 40 years in some cases. They have been chiseled out. I loved Days, which is a high school soccer anime, so good. I've never actually seen any sports anime. Football Manager was a blast before I knew how to play soccer. Yeah, like sports management games are in a league of their own. There's a ton of people who've played Football Manager and then got into soccer or slash football. And same for this game. Oh, I almost sneezed and then it went away. Disappeared. Oh yeah, I'd love to play Rematch. Rematch is gonna pop off. No doubt. Rematch looked sick. Super Off-Road. Bring back Super Off-Road. Was Super Off-Road the one at the arcade with like the 3 wheels? And the wheel, you could do it like one-handed and just give the wheel like a huge spin and it would just keep spinning until it went all the way to the left or right. That was like my favorite arcade game as a kid. Maybe I'm misremembering. Because I always forget the name of that one. Let me look it up. I'm gonna Google it. Yes, it is. Well, okay, it's just regular off-road. For the millennials in chat, I'm about to awaken your nostalgia. Some of you who remember going to the arcade and playing that right there. Oh, yeah. This was my favorite racing game as a kid. Because the wheel was perfect. The wheel was perfect. Like, you know how most driving game wheels kind of reset to like a default position in the middle? Off-Road did not reset the steering wheel. So if you just let it rip, you could just spin the wheel hard left and hard right, and it would just keep spinning until it locked. So you could make these insane turns on this track because they're really like tight hairpin turns. And you could just slam the wheel for like those skirt, like up on 2 wheels, basically slides around the track. It was so much fun. The gameplay on this was awesome. I think it would be fun to play now, to be honest. It's not even like a product of its time. It would be fun now. The controls were so good. All right, anyway, we're back. From memory lane. We are looking for a scouting director now who is probably gonna be Ernest Brown, but where did we see his personality? I don't understand why his personality doesn't show up on his profile of all places. That seems like the #1 place to show that. He's personable, so like, is he fired? That's the one. The guy I want is he's too darn nice. He's just too nice. Maybe we are gonna go with Taeyeon Kang, but he doesn't like controlling. Let me go back to this page. Let me go back to this page and see who we got. Ryan Lane is okay as well, but he highly favors tools, which I don't want. I wanted a neutral, but I want someone who's better at scouting the amateur draft, because that's an important one, dude. And then Josh Burns is better at international and amateur, but not as good at major and the minor league. Maybe Taeyeon is the right play. It's just going to be, the personality clashing is going to get tough, I think, because he doesn't like controlling. And I think we're going to have some controlling. They don't all have to get along, but it definitely makes it easier if they do. The one coach, I can't believe my scouting director instantly clashes with the manager if I went down this road. What are the odds? What do? You could just settle for less, I guess. I don't know. What about Walt? Favorability is not what I want. Otherwise, he's got good scouting. All right. So be it. I guess I'll take Taeyeon. Offer contract. He doesn't get along with controlling, right? We'll go 3-year deals for these guys. $740K per season. Do you think we could knock that down? I feel like I'm lowballing these guys by too much. Would you take 540,000 a year for 3 years? Probably not, right? I feel like I'm lowballing. Okay. There we go. Now we've got 2 in. I say go from there to the pitching coach. Okay, and they can't be personable. Okay, let's just start with not personable. That's the only filter. That'll at least help us narrow it down so we don't have to pay as much attention to that. I think getting along with the manager is the most important aspect here. So Dwayne Ashley likes power pitchers, which is good, but not really what I want my focus to be. I have Kurt already selected. Personality normal, works well with easygoing, struggles with temperamental. And we have Drew Jefferson. Normal, struggles with personable. That kind of fits. Normal works well with normal. So between the two, we also have Drew. We have Kurt, Drew, and Josh. They all struggle with personable. 2 of them struggle with personable. All right, so either one of these is good, and they don't have a pitching style. They're both neutral. So the way that I would choose between these is to see if they had any other coaching stats that are relevant. They don't, so we're not going to pick them for a second thing. We might pick whoever we don't pick here for our AAA pitching coach. So for the MLB, I guess it comes down to who has better... I think Josh has a bit better balance between development and mechanics. He has excellent instead of good legendary. But he handles aging less well. I don't think it's as important. The managers are they definitely overrule these. So I think this is still really good. And they both struggle with personable. Do any of the other things here matter? I don't think they really do. Maybe we just take the more discounted person who's got legendary mechanics. Poor reputation. That doesn't mean that they're bad, though. That just means they want less money. maybe that's the play then. Maybe we just save money on this guy. All right, I think I'm going to pick Drew. All of the things being equal. The legendary mechanics, but mostly the outstanding pitching coach. All right, Drew, you're up. Let's get you a 3-year... You're not going to get many offers. I bet we can get you down to 350. Let's say 345 for 3 years. Okay. Boom. Pitching coach has an offer. How about hitting? So we bookmarked Keith Lucky because this guy's temperamental, this guy's temperamental, this guy's easygoing, works well with personable, struggles with normal. Damn. Because I'm pretty sure that our guys are normal now at this point, right? So Keith, I don't think you're the guy. But I really would love a legendary hitting coach. Outstanding is still really good, though. Doug is a power hitting coach. I probably want balanced. Ooh, patience. I do like on-base percentage and taking walks and driving the pitch count up. So I actually do... Maybe I do want to go with a patient hitting coach. I don't know what music this is. Pretend you didn't hear any of that. The soundtrack just flipped over. All right, let's listen to something else chill. Is it going to annoy you guys to listen to the Celeste B-sides? Is that too, like, YouTube video essay for you? We could also do the Risky Rain Survivor of the Void soundtrack. I think that's fine. Okay. Sean Buchanan. Pitching, or hitting coach patience. I like it. And he's got outstanding development, good mechanics, legendary aging. Those are, again, less important for the hitting coach, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and take you onto the short list here. Neutral hitting coach, neutral hitting coach. Milt is also neutral. So I guess the thing that Milt has over Sean is that not only are they both outstanding, but Milt has legendary mechanics. Whereas Sean has legendary aging. He only has good mechanics, but he has outstanding development. Which is higher. I think it's a side grade either way. You do save money on Milt. He's like $165,000 a year cheaper. So Milt is better budget pick. For potentially more balanced stats. I'm going to say, let's go, I don't know. Chat, what do you think? Patient approach or budget friendly? What's more important? I'll take $335,000 for 3 years. Yeah, $335K a year for 3 years. Pretty good. Most unlikable front office award. Not one personable person in our front office. I like patience better. Patience. Even though he's $165,000 a year more. Okay. I mean, they're both really good. Sean will help them reach their potential a little bit better, but won't really increase their potential. He's still good. Handle aging is legendary as well. All right, Sean. They have spoken. What's your personality again? You're normal, works well with normal, struggles with controlling. The thing is, we're gonna have some controlling, I think. Like, so far we got normal. Tyon is easygoing, I think. It doesn't say. Scott is normal, works well with controlling. It's hard to keep track of what they all struggle with. I'm gonna go ahead and send him an offer. We can always cancel the offer. Let's talk him down to 655 is what my heart is saying for 3 years. That's like 140K cheaper. Chad doesn't pay these guys. That money's coming out of your wallet. And then the first base and third base coach. Generally what I like to do with the first and third base coach is I like to do the third base coach first. And what the coaches need to do is basically teach the rest. Catching, infield, outfield, and running. These are the more important ones. And I'm also just leaving their development, mechanics, and aging at least good. But for these, we can actually do average. That'll give us a few more sort of options to look at. And then for the third base coach, I like to have someone who can teach in-game running, or rather, they're the people that are like telling the base runners when they should run and when they shouldn't run. So that does actually have some impact. So I like to go in here and then add a condition for, I guess it'd be a coach rating. In-game running is at least good. It doesn't need to be amazing. It just needs to be good. And then save this as a base coach filter. Can you see predicted budget remaining? It should update as we send them offers. Theoretically, it should. So I want someone who's like goated at infield, outfield. Each coach, I just want to be good at 2 things, and then both be good or better at in-game running, and then hopefully have some good development, mechanics, and aging, but it's not as important. Obviously, if you can find one that's like all green like Chris, then that's pretty good too. Because like Chris Key could teach us legendary infield, outstanding catching, and still be like good, excellent here with good in-game running. That's pretty solid. So Chris, you're getting a short list. This is where it gets a little weird to try to min-max. Because I want one coach to be good at 2 of these 4 and the other coach to fill in the other 2. So it's really easy to find the first one, but I'm trying to make it such that it's easy to find both. So I like to look at, like, Jose here is like legendary in teaching, but kind of just average in boosting their mechanics. The best in-game running we have is outstanding, which is fine. There isn't anything better than outstanding teaching running. So I think excellent is fine. Running is not the most important skill to teach. I think infield, outfield, and catching are the 3 most important ones. If their name is in caps, it means I added them to a short list, so it's a quick way for me to look at a glance if I bookmarked someone. Be like, oh, I bookmarked that guy because his name is all in caps. All right, let's get a little greedier with these then. Let's add development, at least good, mechanics, at least good, aging, average. And let's see what that leaves us with. So no legendary outfield teachers. We do have legendary infield teachers. Ed Martell is looking actually pretty good. Legendary infield, outstanding outfield. Works well with personable. Okay, see, that's where the rub is. And does not like normal. So that's the rub. Chris Key is normal, struggles with controlling. That fits in with our organization so far. Joseph is controlling. Jason is controlling, which is fine. I like controlling, but I think we picked someone that doesn't work well with controlling. I'm trying to have a good organized staff. And then Ed struggles with normal. Oh, they're doing the NFL draft right now? It looks a lot like this. This is what the people who are in charge of drafting different players are dealing with, actually. They were probably doing charts just like this. Okay. This is the hardest one, I think. So, thanks for bearing with me, just pouring over the numbers. But this is also the part that I like. I like looking at all this and thinking about the possibilities. Of what might come to pass. All right, I want to go back to our front office real quick. And of those we've got queued up, does anyone struggle? He actually works well with controlling, but Sean Buchanan, our hitting coach, struggles with controlling. I don't know if that necessarily should be the deal breaker. I think the manager works well with controlling is more important than the hitting coach not working well with controlling. So I don't think I'm going to let controlling be that deal breaker. I think I do want at least good handles development as at a minimum. All right, who does that leave us with? Joseph Gitmer. Controlling, works well with temperamental, struggles with other controlling. Bro, look in the mirror. Oh. Yeah, I don't know which two of these to cross over is the hard part. Maybe Chris Key is just that guy. And then we find someone who's good at outfield and running simultaneously. How is Mike Benjamin? Normal, works well with controlling, struggles with temperamental. I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good, dude. He's only got average mechanics, but he's got excellent development, excellent aging. You're shortlisted. Trig was normal, works well with controlling. I think he's decent as well. Jeff Hoffman, controlling, works well with normal. Like, that's also pretty good. And he's got outstanding outfield, excellent teach running, outstanding mechanics, outstanding aging, good development. Excellent at in-game running. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be one of these guys that we've got in caps right now. It's either got to be... Like, Mike Benjamin we could still take just for his infield and catching. Alternatively, we could take someone who's goated, or we could just take him for infield, outfield, and then do, like, catching and teach running separately. Excellent's the best teach running I have anyway with these. So you could do, like, Hector Rodriguez. He doesn't work well with controlling, though. Hey, Atox, do you have any advice on importing custom stadiums? I've tried the same step 3 times with no luck. Do you think it may help to try a 4th time? I can't tell if you're memeing on yesterday or if you're being serious. That's funny though. Maybe they're being serious and I'm just laughing at them. Possibly. Okay, coaches. I'm starting to see the Matrix code. I'm starting to look at the Matrix code. I think Jeff Hoffman is a really solid pick for teaching outfield and running. Do we have anybody that can teach catching and infield, but also who gets along with everyone else? It would have to be Mike Benjamin. The only reason I'm not picking Mike is because it's average mechanics, but it's really not that important. But if we pick Mike Benjamin, he's got the infield and outfield expertise. That's the problem. So we're in the exact same boat. We need someone who can teach catching and running. All right, I'm picking Mike Benjamin. Hector struggles with normals, so he's out. But there's no one else who teaches running excellently. And also teaches like really good catching. I guess we'll just have bad run teaching. I think the filter that's struggling with this is probably that. Okay, there we go. Preston Wilson. Or we could take Jose struggles with personable also, but he's easygoing. It's just fine. Maybe we just don't care about the other two stats. I'm going to go ahead and lock in Mike Benjamin. 3-year contract. He wants $395,000. I don't want to undercut him too much. Because he's already on the lower end. I'm going to give him $335. And just see what he says. $350 for 5 years? I don't know if I want him for 5 years, because he's 59. I guess he'll be like 64, which is fine. Because he is a really good coach. But what if we want to fire him because of players that don't get along with him or something? All right, I'll give him $345 for 3 years. All right, so that's covering infield and outfield. He can also cover catching and running. He's just great all around, to be honest. So if he's excellent at running, if we found someone who was amazing at catching an outfield or catching an infield, then we could handle the rest, if that makes sense. But like Gitmer struggles with controlling, which might create friction. Ivan De Jesus wants 1.9 mil? No shot. Okay, yeah, this is for first base coach. What did I just send him an offer for? I sent him an offer for third base coach, right? Okay, cool. I thought that I screwed up there. What about Mark Petkovsek? Petkovsek. How do you say that name? Struggles with personable, works well with temperamental. He's easygoing. Preston Wilson. Preston Wilson's... he's temperamental. Damn. Yeah, these catcher teachers are like really all over the place. What's wrong with the catchers, man? What's wrong with them? Preston Wilson looks like a bargain. Yeah, he does look like a bargain, but it's that personality, temperamentals is tough. Because I'm kind of picking all the people that aren't temperamental, who don't get along with temperamental. But otherwise, yeah, it is. All right, I'm gonna have to make a choice. Did we already send? Yeah, we already sent Scott Tyler his invitation. I think Mark is okay. He works well with temperamental, but he struggles with personables. So that's the main thing. He's not going to get along super well with anybody, but he's not going to struggle with anyone either. And what he's got is outstanding catching and outstanding infield with excellent in-game running, and then pretty great development mechanics and aging on the side at a bargain. So I'm going to say he's the guy. But I think Wante Kim is even cheaper. Though the difference is you lose one tier on infield. But he's like $200,000 a year cheaper. So, like, maybe? He wants a 3-year 270K deal, and Mark wants a 3-year 470K deal. Chad, what do you think? Is it worth paying 200K a year extra to go from excellent to outstanding? Unproven just it doesn't mean that he's bad, it just means that he's not demanding as much money because he doesn't have a reputation. The higher the reputation, the more money they demand. So this doesn't actually affect his skill. He struggles with the head coach. Personality controlling, works well with personable, struggles with normal. You're right. What a gamer. All right, Mark, you're in. I don't think anybody struggles with easygoing, or at least the coach doesn't. All right, a 3-year, can we go 425K to be the first base coach? Okay, now the team trainer. Team trainer basically is the person in charge of injuries and injury prevention on your team. So we're looking for somebody who can work with the players in order to prevent them from getting their arms messed up, their legs messed up, their back messed up. So there's two different things, right? There's preventative ratings, how good they are at preventing injuries, how good they are at rehabbing existing injuries, and then finally, how well they recover from fatigue, because players are going to suffer fatigue from just being out there in the field. I usually like preventing arm injuries. I think Rick Jameson is kind of a legend because he has legendary arm prevention, outstanding leg injury prevention, excellent back injury prevention, good other, outstanding fatigue recovery, and if somebody does get injured, he's at least like excellent on arms and back, good on legs and other. It's tough to find someone who's got that much all around, because like the other legendary dude is like fair, right? Nate Kelly. The outstanding guy's like okay, fair, outstanding, poor. Sue Falsone is pretty good all around. but not as good as Rick Jameson. Poor, fair. To me, those kind of disqualify them. He has a job, though, he might not accept. Yeah, does he have I don't think he has a job, though. He just wants to be the team trainer. These other people are not necessarily trying to become team trainer. That's just their normal role. I don't think we're sniping somebody off of another team. He just wants to be a team trainer. This is just showing what people who aren't normally team trainers could do if they would be a team trainer. So I think this is a pretty easy choice. Rick, he wants a 4-year, $715,000 a season deal. I think we're going to give him pretty much what he wants, though I might go ahead and just extend him to 5 years. He's got 23 years of experience. How old is he? 58? Okay. Maybe we go 5-year. 5-year. Give him almost what he wants because I want him to accept. Let's just go down to like 685. That's a lot. We're paying this dude a lot of money. But I feel like preventing injuries is worth. Okay, so everyone except the bench coach and assistant GM, which are probably the 2 least important jobs, are set now. So for the bench coach, we just want no bad relationships and just a little bit of the development, aging, and mechanics. So that should be pretty straightforward. So put the manager filter on. So just people who are like good up here, maybe. Let's see if we can find anyone who's like excellent or better at all 3 and is not personable. So this would have been where like Hector Rodriguez came in. Don Wolf is controlling, doesn't like normal. Kyle Collins struggles with personable, but is normal. Okay, Kyle, you might be the guy. You might be the guy. Seems like a pretty good bench coach. He wants more money. Even though these are less important, he's still got outstanding, excellent. They do still have some impact. And also, he's got a normal personality, struggles with personable. That fits in line with everything else that we're doing. All right, you're the bench coach, Kyle. Congrats. Well, assuming you accept our contract. Let's give you a 3-year deal worth... How much should I undercut this dude? What about Milt? Yeah, we've already sent him an offer for a different position, correct. Scott and Milt both. 575. For 3 years. See what he says. All right, now assistant GM, which is effectively a useless position. So for assistant GM, if you're the GM and you're controlling everything, then you really don't need to care. So what I like to do is just go and pick somebody down here who just has like a personality, even though I don't even know if the personality matters. And just pay whoever wants the least amount of money. I don't think the assistant GM does anything. I could be wrong. These guys are all personable. Normal struggles with personable. You might fit in with us. I don't hate your ratings anyways. I would rather you favor prospects more. But these are all pretty neutral. Maybe some extra scouting just in case. You mean like hire someone who's a really good scout just in case you lose your scout or something like that? I'm fine with this. Let's go Chris Diaz. Unproven. He's real cheap. We can offer him a easy 3-year. $195,000 salary. And we'll just offer him like 180. There we go. All right. Our core staff has been handled. Everything else from this point on is much easier because we just need a manager, pitching coach, and hitting coach for our subsidiary teams. And it's much easier to fit personality with just 3 people and just pick the best of whoever's left. So we go back to manager here. This is for our AAA team. So we don't need the personality as not personable at this point. And we just want to focus on the last 3 stats. So somebody who's, you know, they don't have to have these ones don't matter. It's these back 3 that matter for these guys. Oh yeah, Milt. We already offered a job to Milt. Wait, did we? Oh no, we didn't offer a job to Milt. I thought we did. Who did I pass Milt over for when the other chatter just asked me about that? Shaq Genie just asked about Milt. What page was I on when we were looking at him? Was it base coach? Okay, I think that they're better as the AAA manager anyways, just because their other stats are so good, and they're also pretty affordable. They're in that range. Excellent dev, legendary mechanics, excellent aging, I think is solid. Is controlling, works well with personable. This is the manager, though, so their manager style is small ball is the only thing that annoys me. I like some small ball, but I don't know if I like this much bunt for hit, this much hit and run, this much stealing. Okay, how good is he at... He's an outstanding hitting coach, though. So why don't we just give him the hitting coach? Well, we might have someone better, that's why. What is small ball and baseball? Small ball and baseball is the opposite of a power focused approach. So power focused is I want my team to hit a lot of home runs. I don't care if my team doesn't get many hits as long as the hits they do get are for home runs or doubles or better. So small ball is the inverse of that, where instead of constantly trying to get like a home run, constantly trying to get a, you know, power hit into the gap, which, okay, I should stop using terminology. You're trying to get small plays. So you just want a small hit that gets your runner on base. Once that runner's on base, you're trying to steal the second base. You're bunting to move the runner over, even if that means the guy that's I don't know if you know what bunting is. There's a lot of terminology, I guess, in baseball, but that's like when you just like poke the ball into the field without actually swinging the bat. But yeah, you're just going for small movements. You want everyone to do something small. It's a team-focused approach. Whereas power focus is more on the individuals getting big hits. Hopefully that helps. Okay, we did not send Keith Lucky a contract. Where is Keith Lucky on here? All right, chill. Chill, Chris. Yeah, I do like small ball, but I don't know if that's exactly what I want to do. But Milt is a pretty amazing potential manager, though. And if not him, then possibly Hector Rodriguez, who's easygoing, struggles with normal. I don't like easygoing, though. We already got Scott Tyler hooked up. You know what, Milt? Let's give you a shot, bud. We'll give you a shot. Roster strategy favors on base percentage, favors speed, defense and offense, hitting more than pitching, veteran. I wish you favored prospects more, but controlling struggles with easygoing. He wants small ball. All right, Milt. I'll give you a 3-year contract for $280,000. Let's make it $240,000 for 3 years. All right, so Milt goes to Nashville, hopefully, and we'll try to find someone who is not easygoing for you. That's the only important thing. All right, this is your pitching coach. Dwayne struggles with controlling. Isn't... Okay, what is Milt? This is where it gets really confusing. Milt is controlling. Okay. Well, yeah, it is what it is. Kurt is normal, works well with easygoing, struggles with temperamental. That's fine. They don't have to, like... They just have to not struggle. That's the main thing. Craig is controlling, struggles with personable. They're both good. But what's his pitching style? Ground ballers. That's actually what I wanted. I'm going to try and focus on ground ballers. All right, Craig, you have the right focus. And let's give you a 3-year 190. Almost what you want. All right, same thing, but hitting. Mark Johnson with the did we already send you a thing? Nope. He's got the patient hitting approach, which is good, I think, for small ballers. But he's temperamental. Craig works well with temperamental. All right, he's in. He's got legendary hitting, legendary dev, excellent mechanics, excellent aging. These are some very cliche American names. Well, a lot of American names are cliche. If you hear them a bunch. Turns out there's a lot of people with last name Johnson and Smith. Give you a 3-year, $185,000 for the AAA hitting coach position. All right, manager of our AA team. We're starting to run lower on on possible choices. Kyle Collins is also a small ball. Struggles with personable. Outstanding mechanics, excellent development, outstanding aging. Because we already got the legendary mechanics. There's a couple legendary development, but they're not as good with the mechanics. I'd rather have a little more balance. So who was I just looking at? I was looking at Kyle Collins because I think I wish I had outstanding I want outstanding. But that's not. Look at this. This is the short list of people who are excellent. It's not a long list. There's really only 2 people. And we've already got Scott Tyler. So if I want Hector Rodriguez, they have a conventional manager style. They're easygoing, works well with controlling, struggles with normal. They want to hire their own pitching coach. Even if you're... Wait a second. Uh-oh. Who did I pick for the manager of the AAA team? They don't even have anything over here on the game strategies. I don't know what that's going to mean. But we're about to find out. All right, sorry, I can't pick you, Hector. I wanted to, but I can't. I think I go with the original bro that I was just looking at. Kyle Collins. Seems solid, still got excellent development, outstanding mechanics, small ball, which is consistent with our AAA. Normal, works well with temperamental, doesn't want to... He wants to be able to use an opener. Okay, you do what you want, bro. All right, Kyle. I've already made you an offer somewhere else. Oh. I knew that. Kyle, where are you, Kyle? You're the bench coach. Damn, I already got him. I knew that. What about Terry Johnson? Manager style unorthodox. What the hell does that mean? They never steal, not very aggressive base running, like middle hit and run, lots of sack bunts, medium bunt for hit. Loves to substitute players out randomly. I don't know if I want an unorthodox, funky manager. I don't even know what unorthodox means in this context. He's a wild card. Chat freaking loves a good wild card. What about Mike Johns? Conventional. Favors defense and pitching and speed. Who are you guys talking about? Wante Kim? Yeah, here's the thing. For the manager, we're not even looking at any of these. We're just looking at these last 3. Development, mechanics, and aging. So we might be able to hire Wante Kim as like a coach. He's still like outstanding, good. But I'm trying to find like an excellent or higher on the last 3. But that's hard to do because I've already like hired a bunch of these people, so we're sort of getting to the bottom of the barrel. Like, I would hire Hector Rodriguez, but he wants to hire his own pitching coach. That's really the only thing holding me back. We've already hired Scott Taylor. Mike Johns is probably the guy. I think he's the guy. Just don't hire temperamental. Because he's at least outstanding, excellent, good. I think that's fine. All right, give you a 3-year... 205. See what you have to say. All right, we're about to start getting a lot less picky, though. I wish there was a way to filter if you've already submitted a note to them or not. What did that guy not like? Struggles with temperamental. All right, so as long as we don't pick temperamental, we're good. Dwayne Ashley. Normal, struggles with controlling. What was the guy? I got chat. I can't remember stuff the second I click off the screen. He's personable. All right, we can just add a filter. And personality. How do you do, like... Never mind. Manager personable, does not like temperamental. Okay, there we go. So this is for the pitching coach. The best we can get is excellent. What filter did I just do? Is it because of these, probably? Did I accidentally filter something? Where did all the, like, awesome pitching coaches go? Maybe the awesome pitching coaches just don't want to work down here in AA. Wait, now it's working. There we go. All right, sorry. So Dwayne Ashley is a great choice because they have legendary pitching and they get along with everyone else. They get along with personable. So we're going to say, Dwayne Ashley, you're up because you're the only legendary anyways. And we'll give you a 3-year 195. I'll pay you mostly what you want. Because I want you to accept. All right, hitting coach. All right, we have not offered a contract to Keith Lucky. Works well with personable. That's good because the manager's personable. Struggles with normal, but he himself is easygoing. I think that's fine. Give you a 3-year 195. It's not really saving very much. But again, these legendary dudes are maybe going to be pickier. Does that say the team is 162 games back? Yes. Also, ad starting. Turn your volume down if you're an ad watcher. We're just going to keep it here and talk. I need to actually take a break in a second, but I'm too into it right now. Yeah, so what we did was, because of the way baseball free agency works, if we draft the team the second the game allows you to, you do not get to have access to the free agent pool to spend money. So you're missing out on a bunch of players. So what we did was we simulated the first season without introducing the team, and then introduced the team after the World Series, because that gives us the opportunity to spend our budget on the pool of free agents who are going to enter the market in between seasons. Because otherwise the game starts the simulation on like March 15th or something like that. So we're starting it on November 18th, a little bit after the World Series. So it's considering us 162 games back of the 2025 season. Because it's still looking at us under the lens of this already completed season, which is funny. But anyway. Thanks again, Tyrion, for the 27 months earlier, who said, can I have a refund on my Vultures merch? No. Nope. You're Las Vegas Invaders now. What's up, Macho Man? Thank you again for the 30-month sub. I appreciate the Prime. War of the Worlds for gifting us up to Shy Wolf. Yo. I also saw Socks on the Lawn says, wait, is stream actually happening today? Yep, I mean, it's taken a long time, but we're at least picking coaches and stuff. But as soon as we're done offering coaches, it's draft time. And we're going to get to see who's on the chopping block. We'll definitely be getting to that today. Golden Fishy says, just double checking. We still aren't talking about last night, right? No. Ban Golden Fishy. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting us up to Quite Adept as well. And I saw Migmore say, let's baseball. Let's freaking baseball, dude. But yeah, these bottom ones here are going to get a lot easier. And then these guys are going to give us a response to our offer soon. So they may or may not accept. It depends on if other teams have offered them things. But chat, how are you guys doing today? I hope your day is going better than yesterday. I feel a lot better than yesterday because at least I'm like moving through the game menus and advancing the status of our team. The initial like hire all the coaches is definitely some, you know, mud and weeds to kind of wade through at first. I saw a couple people in chat be like, I hate this part when I'm playing my own game, but I like it personally because of the potential, you know. I see these dudes with like legendary stats and I'm like, oh man, think about what they could do. It'll be fun to see. And since we're not being the manager this time and we're just the general manager, I'm obviously going to watch some games because I want to see the games and let you guys gamble your channel points on them, of course. But we're going to be able to kind of simulate a little bit more as well. Not take 15 streams to get through a season like last year. Always bet on lose. Honestly, it's probably safer to do that. But the few times we win will be huge payouts. Gamba? Are we talking about Gamba right now? Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Shin as well. That's very nice of you. Much appreciated. Okay, welcome back from the ad, chatters. We're gonna hire... I really don't think aging is going to be that important at this level. We're at high A. So I'm not super concerned with handling aging. That being said, if I was... Yeah, we've kind of... Hold on. Temperamental's fine at this stage. Like, Santiago Garcia might be a decent pick. Or Edgar. He's a little bit pricey. Conventional manager style. He's controlling, works well with personal. Oh, he wants to choose everything. Edgar, you've got a lot of demands for the high A management position, brother. That's listen, I'm not trying to diminish your standing, but I'm just saying you need to be a little more flexible. Maybe now we pick Terry Johnson with Mr. Unorthodox management style. He's only at the high A level, but he's got excellent development, outstanding mechanics, and good aging, which I think is about as good as we're gonna get. Terry, chat, remember the name Terry Johnson. Terry Johnson. Terry Johnson. All right, I'm gonna go Terry Johnson. Get the unorthodox guy. He is controlling. He hates controlling. Okay? Let's go 3 years. He's got a poor reputation. We'll go 115. He's controlling. He hates controlling. Okay, normal. I think that Kurt is a solid pick because he's got outstanding pitching and then excellent, excellent, excellent all across the board. 3 years. He's going to get paid more than the manager, which is kind of embarrassing. Let's go 120K. The screen looks like my report card. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, I doubt it. This looks... Your report card's more like poor, poor, poor. Probably. All right, hitting coach for this level. Jeff freaking Jensen. We've already got Mark Johnson with an offer. Whoops, maybe I shouldn't have done that. All right, Jeff Jensen. You're temperamental. That doesn't matter. You struggle with personables, so you'll still fit in. You just won't get along more than usual. Hitting coach focus is power. I don't know if that matters. Because you're going to be sending them up into small ball later. That's fine. Honestly, at this level, I'm not sure how much it really is going to matter. There's not going to be many of our prospects in... They're going to be in AA, not in high A. Though you might find some random people jumping up here. Let's go 3 years, 125,000. All right, getting there. Manager of our single A team. From whoever's left. Our coach is more likely to sign longer contracts. We're going to find out because they're all going to send me a response. We already sent Kyle. Santiago Garcia, I think is fine as long as I can hire a pitching and a hitting coach. Then I don't really care about average aging at this level. Small ball manager as well. I like it. Okay, 3 years. Don't forget to save. Sure, good call. Always save if you play out of the park because the game will crash. 100%. Yeah, we'll save. So we do need to be reminded to save every so often, probably. Okay, the dude who we just offered that to... He is easy. He's normal. Hates controlling. Okay, well, then we can just keep that same thing. So this is for the pitching coach. Josh. Struggles with personable. Outstanding, excellent, excellent, excellent across the board. Travis Teagarden has a legendary mechanics. He's personable, struggles with temperamental. All right, I'll get you in here. I like your stats. 3 years. We're kind of paying you a lot for this level, I feel like. All right, and then hitting coach. I don't know who's left on this that we haven't already. Sent an invitation to. Have we sent one to Frank? Okay, Frank is normal, works well with personable, struggles with normal. Frank, hold the phone there, because I don't remember who I just hired. Okay, chat, help me out. Write this down. Santiago is normal. Uh-oh. Works well with these. Okay, so yeah. Santiago is normal. And hates controlling. So I can't do someone who struggles with normal here. Frank, you're out. What did I just say, chat? What did the manager hate? Is normal, likes easygoing, hates controlling. Okay. Then James Pontiff. He doesn't have great development, but it's just less important. He's a legendary teacher, though. So I'm going to value the legendary teacher. Give him a 3-year offer. All right, last one. Last one. Edgar wants to hire his whole team. What was wrong with Hector? He wants to hire his own pitching coach. That was what was wrong with Hector. Okay, so we're gonna have to settle. We're gonna have to settle here. That's fine. What about Don Wolf? He wants to hire his whole team too. I think we're gonna have to settle for good mechanics at this level. Okay, Steve Buckles is personable, likes normal, hates temperamental. He at least has legendary developments, so we'll take that. You know what? 75K. I'll give you the full offer. Pitching, who's left? What did I say he hates, chat, just now? This is ADHD, you're watching it in real time. He hates temperamental. Thank you. All right, I'm just gonna go. Casey, you're in. 3 years. I'll give you what you want. Actually, we'll short you by 5K. Because I'm just that cheap, apparently. All right, and last, hitting coach. Who's left here? In before, all offers are rejected. True. Personality normal, works well with personable. Okay, the dude is personable, so this is good. Though he's kind of a power hitter. I don't really care that much about that. All right, Frank, welcome to the team, hopefully. We did it. We sent them all offers. We freaking did it. Every single coaching position has an offer. Now, check the development complex. I don't have a team, brother. Okay, now we finished today. Is there anything else that I need to do? Oh, there might be something. Hold on. We have to decide at some point, how much money do we want to spend on player development? I don't know when these budgets have to be locked in by. I think we can change them at any point during the off season, but then it's at some point when the season begins, they become locked in. So the base league minimum is $14 million on player development budget, and the base on draft slots is 13.9. So basically, like, depending on how much we plan on paying as draft bonuses during the amateur draft, we have to set that money aside at the beginning of the season. Ditto for the international amateur free agent budget. And the signing cap is 4.9 million. I think that's per player, but I could be wrong. I'm not an expert, like I said. Just kind of figuring it out as we go. So if we look at our actual budget in the front office, we currently only have $81 million available, which is not a lot for a baseball team. Baseball teams by team salary. So I'm not really sure where the rest of our money is supposed to come from. Because looking at it now, That would, if we only had $82 million for team salary, we would be 4th to last in the league. The top teams are the New York Mets with $323 million this year, the Dodgers with $321 million, the Yankees with $293 million just in salaries. So we are on a heavy budget. Heavy budget. Now, I could free budget up by removing money from our player development and draft budget, right? We could free up $14 million here by just making this the minimum, but that would be terrible. And we could free up $16 million here. So we could free up $30 million. Does baseball have a luxury tax? It does. There is a soft cap of 20% when you exceed, is it 140% of the average budget or salary, team salary? I'm just pulling that out of the back of my head. I don't know if it's correct or not. I think scouting and development budgets lock in first day of spring training. Same with draft budget. Yeah, so we can adjust this based on what we do in free agency. But tentatively, what's the maximum you can spend on this? 42 million is the max player development budget. We're gonna want a pretty high development budget because I want talent. Our goal is to get talent that we can build. So our budget is not huge though. So I want at least double, kind of like where it was at. I want at least double the baseline for developing players. We're also going to get first pick in the draft. So we're going to be like first or second pick. So we're going to have a high pick, which means we want a lot of money in here in order to pay bonuses for good players to keep them for the future. Now, do I want $41 million in my draft budget? Probably not. I actually don't know what a good number for if you have first pick here is. But I would think you definitely want more than the baseline amount if you have first pick in the draft. So if 41 is the max and 14 million is the recommended, can you do zero? You could do 0. So 14 million is a recommended. But you can go up to 41 million. I probably would want at least double this. Close to where it was a second ago. Is that insane? That seems like a lot of money just for the draft. But we have first pick. And they're not going to want to join an expansion team, so we're going to need to incentivize them with money. And then my international free agent budget. Do you have to spend all of it? Once it's locked in, I don't think you can get it back. Like, once spring training starts in March of next year, I don't think we get it back. So you kind of do want to spend it all, I think. I don't know if there's a way to free it up at any point. Not sure. And then the international free agency budget. Draft budget in this screen is just bookkeeping, I think. I always set mine to 0 and never had problems. Really? I thought we had a problem last year when we played this. We had a problem with the international amateur free agent budget because it was set to 0. And we couldn't draft anybody. Or we had it set really low. In my opinion, 30 mil player development budget, 25 million draft, 5 million international, 20 million free agents. Is this free agency signing cap per person? Or we'll come back and adjust these, I think. We'll come back and adjust these numbers. That would be the smarter way to do it. After we see what we do in what we want to do in free agency. Okay, I think I'm ready to advance the day, which is scary. Oh, I can set my scouting. Oh, I gotta set my scouting budget too. The maximum is 27.9 mil. The minimum is 9.3 mil. Oh. We got to find the good players because we need to make a top 6 farm system, man. I'm going to put all the money into it. I want accurate information. In my opinion. We're going to have the lowest paid team in baseball, brother. And then I want international scouting, because the dude that we're paying, or gonna pay, to become the scouting director is excellent at international scouting, legendary for the amateur draft, outstanding for minor leagues. So I kind of want to like play to their strengths. And put a little bit. Okay, we need to. I'm going to take some out of Major League. We don't need 16% of the budget scouting the majors. Those guys are going to be somewhat self-evident. So I'm taking that down to like 8% of the budget. Go up to like 36% on the amateur scouting. I would like to find some good international players as well. And then maybe do minor league scouting down to like 16% and kind of just like focus on the amateur draft and the international scouting and just make sure that those are like cracked. Our budget, I maxed the budget, so even though we're only doing like a small percent of major and minor league, they're still getting like, I think, a reasonable amount. All right, maybe like 34% and do like a little bit more in the minor leagues. There we go. 9, 17, 34, 40. Should be 0% unallocated budget. I love how this has just been playing FTL in the background. Unbeknownst to me. Anybody have thoughts on this? Or changing this at all? I might do even like 2% less in the amateur. Kind of make this a little more balanced. But I want to find that talent that they don't know about yet. That's where my focus is. We'll test this out the way that we got it. We're pumping a bunch of money into the scouting anyway, so should get good results. All right, I think that we're good to go. I'm ready to unpause. I think, well, we'll do this before the first game. We've got a lot more to do. I think we're ready to unpause. Am I forgetting anything? We did all the front office stuff. We have no international scouting yet. No combine. All right, let's do it. Save game. See what happens. I'm ready to unpause. Finish today. You've received a personal message. That was a fine offer. I prefer it at the moment, says Chris Diaz as our potential assistant GM. Pitching coach Travis Teagarden says, other teams have shown interest and made offers. None matches yours. I'll consider it. Bench coach Kyle Collins says, right now your offer is the best. Good offer, the best one I received so far, says Drew Jefferson. I've had others, but yours is tops. Decent offers, none as good as yours. It's the best offer. I am pleased. Based on your offer, I can tell that you're serious. I like you, Mr. Ix. I like your offer. It checks out most, if not all, the boxes. This is the kind of offer that gets my attention. The AFL tournament round ends, and the Arizona Fall League playoffs begin. The Mesa Solar Sox. All right, I don't know if that's even all the coaches. Did all the coaches that we invited respond? We only got like 12 emails. We sent more than 12 invitations. Man, all these guys suck at negotiating. Okay, so teams had to submit their protection list today, and then tomorrow the draft begins. Or does it? It says draft date 11/25. Why is it the 25th? It should be the next day, right? We're first. We actually get first draft. All right, finished today. Attention, you've received a personal message. Assistant GM Chris Diaz accepts. I can't wait to get started. Hitting coach Jeff Jensen says your offer is the good one. T Garden accepts. Santiago says it's good. Milt Richardson says nobody matches you right now. Right now you have the best, says Coach Dwayne Ashley. I accept your offer, says James Poss. We got a couple of people accepting. I look forward to a long relationship, says manager Terry Johnson. Scott Tyler agrees. Where do I sign? I'm anxious to get started with your organization. All right, so let's see who's accepted so far. Our manager, Scott Tyler, accepted, getting a $1.4 million salary. They wanted maybe we didn't lowball them enough. They wanted 1.7 mil. And they wanted like 1.75, and I offered 1.4. And they were like, I'm anxious to start working. I should have gone 1.2. We could have saved more money. But the manager was the main one that we wanted. So Scott Tyler is our man now. Conventional manager style. Values on base percentage and power, which is going to be kind of weird. We'll see how it goes. Some of these people are too eager and need to be fired. Our hitting coach, who teaches patience at the plate, also accepted with his outstanding hitting teaching. Why did we pick this guy over the other people? I think it was a personality clash. There were like other better hitting coaches, I think. Outstanding is still really good, right? That's the second highest one. So I think Chad liked him because he had a patient approach at the plate. So our AA hitting coach has also accepted. Our high A manager has accepted, and our single A pitching and hitting coach have accepted. All right, I'm confused. Last time we did this, I wonder why the draft is scheduled for the 25th. That's actually kind of annoying. And I'll tell you why. Because in the offseason center, eligible players will file for free agency on November 23rd. So we're going to find out which of these gamers are going to become free agents. So we're going to have to do free agency before the draft, which I don't know if that's better or worse. It's kind of worse, right? I guess you don't have to hire them on day one. But the longer you wait, the fewer free agents there are. All right, finished today as well. Personal messages. Agrees to contract. Agrees. React. Uh-oh. Scouting director says, I'll listen if you make it worth my while salary-wise. Does that mean not happy? That's the only one we've gotten that's like... I didn't really want someone who favors tools anyway, but I don't know who else is there. There wasn't really anybody else. Yeah, he declined. He actually like, what did we even offer him? I think you tried to offer him 400K and offered him 40K by accident. Two things. How do you remember that? And number two, why didn't you say anything at the time? I'm allergic to chatters who possess secret information and choose to reveal it when it's too late. So we could have this moment right now. So why did we not want Ernest Brown? Was it a personality clash? I don't know why you can't see their personalities. Like, Ernest has a different page than everyone else. Celeste B-side soundtrack, Pure Lizard Milk. Because Ernest was personable, that was the issue. The reason the other guy's not on the list is because we were filtering out favorite tools to see if there were any neutral scouts that were also really good, and there's just kind of like... You'd have to settle if I wanted a neutral scout. All caps just means they're on my bookmark list. It's just a bookmark. So when I go to my search and history, they appear on my search list. So you can right-click, add anyone to shortlist or unshortlist them, so that you can find them later. But what I wanted was, like, Ernest fits my everything except the personality. So if we don't care about the personality, then we can just go ahead and pick it anyway. But he's going to clash with the other people in the organization, potentially. But his skills are there. Now, if we don't care about preference being normal... Oops. Then, yeah, a lot more people show up. Maybe just offer him a one-year deal? Maybe, but what if nobody else is good next year? And Taeyeon... I think Taeyeon is worth pursuing. He just has a preference for tools, which I don't think is bad. I just wanted neutral. Maybe we just get Taeyeon for... Instead of a 5-year, 750K contract, give him a 2-year... I don't know. He's a really good scout, that's the thing. Tools is more Gamba, which I don't mind. Gamba is fun. What is with Eddie Diaz? The problem with Eddie Diaz was that he is only good at international scouting, which is 2 levels below outstanding. And I'm putting most of my money in international and amateur scouting as an organization. So I want that money to go further. But he is cool. He's definitely still good. All right, I think we offer the original guy that we were going to offer him. Let's just give him like a 3, definitely not a 5-year deal, 3-year deal. How much did you? I was trying to offer him 400K. Was that what I was doing? And I typed in 40. Let's go. He wants 750. Let's go 575. 3 years. I don't know. That's really low ball, but let's see what he says. All right. So now, not only has our manager accepted, our bench coach, our pitching coach, our hitting coach has accepted. We're waiting on the first base, third base, scouting director, and team trainer, as well as a few other key positions here. So I think we can save and advance again. Hello, Chat and Talks. Have we drafted a player yet? Nope, we're currently hiring staff, but we have on pause. We are progressing days. Team trainer Rick Jameson says, I'm pleased with your offer. It's the best to date. Good. He was kind of a god tier. Santiago Garcia accepts. Milt Richardson accepts. Casey Brookins accepts. Your offer is not enough to keep me interested. Okay, so Taeyeon is not interested. Frank Thomas agrees. Mike Benjamin, third base coach, agrees. All right, well. Still waiting on first base and team trainer. Wait, okay, so he liked it. He just hasn't accepted it yet. It'd be nice if they bounced back with something else. What did I offer him? 575? How about 3-year, 625K? I'm starting to just... I kind of just want to stop lowballing him. Let's say 3 years, 635K. Has there been any league news the last few days? There has. St. Louis Cardinals and Ryan Helsley put the finishing touches on a $29 million contract extension that will keep the 31-year-old in town for 2 years longer. St. Louis won the World Series in this timeline and decided to extend Ryan Helsley, who just got a ring with them and was a 2025 All-Star. Pitched, oh my god, he had a 1.36 ERA, sub 1 whip, 10 strikeouts per 9. Yeah, I would re-sign him too. 62 games started, 60 innings pitched, only gave up 1 homer the whole season? Yeah, I would pay for that too. Arbitration period will begin today, which is a whole thing to talk about later. They're having arbitration hearings. Basically, they're deciding how much people deserve to get paid who are still under contract during their quote-unquote arbitration years. Joe Mack wins MVP of the other sub-league, not MLB. Hitting 301 in AAA, though. Okay, where was I? We got to offer an actual offer. Oh, I did. You ready to finish today? I like your offer. It checks most, if not all, the boxes. All right, we got him maybe at 635K then. That's still a discount. Offer accepted on pitching coach Kurt Burgess. First base coach agrees to contract. Breaking free agents file. As midnight approached last night, would-be free agents across Major League Baseball lined up to formally file their papers, officially putting themselves on the open market. General managers across the league enter the fray today with different approaches. Mortgage the franchise to snap up the stars or simply maintain the status quo. Headlining the list of names for free agents are these players: Marcell Ozuna, Edwin Diaz, Salvador Perez, Alex Bregman pulled his option. Wow. Cody Bellinger, Josh Naylor, Jock Peterson, Kyle Schwarber, Zach Eflin, and Kyle Tucker are on the market. Let's take a look. These guys are going to be so expensive. Bregman can't leave the Astros. Brother, he's a Red Sox this year. He had a 3-year deal with the Red Sox. And in my timeline, he was 3rd place in the MVP voting this year. And pulled his option to get more money based on that, probably. He led the league in on-base percentage, slugging, and OPS in the American League, apparently. 25 homers, hitting .279 with extremely good glove as well. He's going to command a lot of money. So are all these guys. Now, we don't have to look at it from this menu. First, I want to check my front office and see who's still... Why is the first base coach still pending? Mark? And the team trainer, Rick Jameson? He just says, you're in the driver's seat. So he's basically like just playing coy with us. So most of these guys have accepted. We got a few pending offers left, including the manager for our low teams. Mike Johns and Steve Buckles. How's the back seating suggestions and stuff here? For every other game, it's never ever do it. For this game, that's not a problem because there's not really like any way to spoil stuff. Or I feel like this is a team effort. That being said, out of the park and by extension, Football Manager, the nice thing about it is there's no right way to play. Everybody just has their own personal preferences. Because you can look up, like, what's the best scouting director? And people will be like, you have to pick favors tools, strongly favors tools. And then next comment with like 50 upvotes is, well, I do neutral, and neutral always works for me. And so there's not really like, luckily, not just a purely tried and true solution for everything, which is nice. So it's fun to experiment with. Chat is the coaching staff. We're Italix' scouts. Kinda, though. All right, I really need my scouting director to accept the offer, please. I don't know how not having a scouting director is going to work. I guess we just use the OSA reports to draft from the expansion draft, because there's no way he's going to have time to produce any scouting reports for us anyway. All right, let's take a look at the free agent pool. This is the free agent pool. So these are the best players. It's just default for now. Here are ostensibly the best players available in free agency right now. Signability impossible. They all want like half of our budget. Chad, I'm new to managing baseball teams. Is giving half your budget to one player a good idea or a bad idea? Let's just take a look for fun, just to see who's there. Edwin Diaz just came off the Mets in the simulation 2025 season. Had a 3.27 ERA, very respectable. If you're new to baseball, this is a pitcher, and ERA is earned run average. So this is just sort of an at a glance. The higher this number is, it means the more that this pitcher allowed the other team to score. So like higher number is bad, low number is good. But this is your just like at a glance. So if someone had like a 9 ERA, you're like, oh my God, what happened to that guy? Or he maybe only pitched 2 innings and gave up some runs. But it's just obviously you need to take in a bunch of stats when looking at the quality of a given player. But I can't tell you what every single one of these mean especially if you don't know how to play baseball. The other one I like to look at, their whip and BABIP. So like I said, there's a bunch of stats here. Whip is just how many times they walk or hit, or allow a hit rather, per inning. So on average, right, these guys allow either 1 walk or 1 hit per inning that they pitch. That's just what it means. And then BABIP is just like how good opposing batting average is against that pitcher. So lower number is better here, lower number is better here, lower number, at least it's consistent. Lower number is better across the board for these pitchers. And then you can get into fancier numbers like ERA plus and wins above replacement. But, you know, we'll just keep it simple for now. there's a lot of stats to look at. So you can actually go to baseball. Baseball has some insane stats. We can go here. I could even look at their expanded pitching stats, and then we get into like, are they a double play pitcher? How often? Let's see what like expanded stats 2 is. There are some, I don't even know what half of these are. I know that these are like holds, save opportunities, saves. I don't know what BS is, or SD or MD. I have no idea. Complete games. This is probably shutouts. Runs against? Maybe? I don't know what IR stands for. BS is blown saves. Oh yeah, of course. Duh. See, I knew that. I just forgot because you got save opportunities, saves, blown saves, how often they make the save, and so on. So there's a lot of stats that you can look at. Some of them are more important than others, though. Not a bad teammate. Higher scouting accuracy is required to know the specifics of this player's personality. Brother, I need a scout. I need a scout. Not knowing the player personalities is gonna be a problem. Either way, this he had a pretty great year. Pretty great year. In my opinion. Especially 27 mil sounds about right. Alex Bregman's demand went up to 36 mil from where's his history? 25 mil. So he's asking for 10 mil more. As much as I would love to have him because I do like Alex Bregman, I'm not going to be able to pay him 36 mil. Sorry, bro. We got to get some budget players. I don't think the only thing that you could do is pay a superstar a bunch of money and then use that superstar to trade to another team. And you might say, well, if you can trade to another team, why wouldn't the other team have just taken them? The other team might not have cash available in their budget. But later down the line, they might be able to free up some by you trading a specific player to take off the books for them and maybe some prospects along the way. Does that make sense? So like, I guess it's feasible for you to hire a free agent and then use them to trade pieces, because like when a player's in free agency, you have to have available budget now. So the other teams might be able to free up that budget by getting rid of players that they're already paying and giving them to you. So you could take one dude and turn it into like multiple. But yeah, starting pitching is probably the best that you could do for that. So like Edwin Diaz is interesting just from that perspective. But who else do we got? We got Dylan Cease. He wants as much as Edwin Diaz does, but the scouts think he's worse. He had a really good season also. Should have been, was he a Padre? Yeah. Padre for 2 years. Had a pretty respectable season. ERA pretty low. Lots of innings pitched. 181 innings. Whip is a little bit up. He's given up a few more homers, a few more walks, fewer strikeouts. So like you could maybe say that is indicative of a decline, or it might have just been an anomaly and maybe he has another stellar season similar to... He had fewer runs scored against him, but the rest of his stats were kind of like worse. And then we got Kyle Tucker, who wants $44.5 million. Here's my question. Why does Kyle Tucker demand so much more than Alex Bregman? Because just looking at their stats and what they're able to put out, the OSA is rating them Like, just from a, obviously potential is one thing. He hit 32 homers this season, right? .276 average, 391 OBP, 2.5 wins above replacement, 927 OPS. Great OPS, right? No doubt. But Bregman has 5.5 WAR, double the WAR, same average, 378 OBP. So, you know, Tucker has a better OBP, and he has like 7 more homers. Tucker's 3 years younger. Yeah, that's true. Tucker is younger. But his OPS plus is 146. Tucker's is 167. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I don't doubt that Tucker is a better pull than Bregman. I just don't know if he's $10 million for probably... He probably wants like a huge deal too. But yeah, I guess the age does make a difference. Yeah, I think IRL Tucker's going to get a crazy deal this season, but I feel like IRL Tucker is doing better than virtual Tucker right now. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I only saw the Seattle stats. I forgot in the simulation, Chicago traded him at the trade deadline to Seattle. Yeah, I was only looking at this. Whoops. How did the Cubs do in the simulation? They made a bid for the World Series, but traded Tucker at the trade deadline. So their general manager probably should be fired. They traded Tucker for 2 prospects and a reliever. How much money do you have to spend on free agent now? You could spend 0 if you want. You don't have to spend any. These are real players? Yes, these are all these are all real players. However, fictional players will be added over the course of seasons. Yeah. Yeah, these are all actual real people. Devin Williams, a closer. Probably don't want to pay a bunch of money for a closer as a new organization. We want starting pitching, not relievers up front. Third base gets worse WAR because WAR sucks. Yeah, I mean, WAR is not the end-all be-all that a lot of people make it out, but it is definitely a stat. Raisel Iglesias is also a reliever. Nothing stands out about him. Oh, that's so sad. I think he did great. 66 innings pitched, 2.3 ERA. Walks are high, but so are strikeouts. Batting average against fairly low. Got some pretty elite stuff here. Or control. Cedric Mullins, 13 million. Running center field at 31 years old. Hard worker. Hitting 245. It's okay. His OPS is down, but he's still good. Marcell Ozuna, impossible to sign. That means that they have a specific place they want to go? Is that what that means? They've been on Atlanta. Had a worse season this year. Is also 35 years old. So that's a risky signing. How did Jock Peterson do? I saw a chatter hate Jock Peterson. Who said that? Who in chat said do not hire Jock Peterson? Is he struggling on Texas this year? Where's he's getting paid $15.7 million by Texas. Are you set at DH? We're just looking at all the free agents who just entered the pool, so we're just kind of looking just out of curiosity. We're not going to hire every person we're looking at. We're just clicking on people, seeing, getting familiar with the simulation. But I mean, 35 dingers in the simulation, 35 homers, 512 slugging. I think he did pretty good, man. Yeah, real Jock Peterson has a batting average of .068 and an on-base percentage of 154. Ouch. Salvador Perez wants $28 million. Whew. Honestly, he's doing pretty good. He's an ancient catcher. Team captain personality. Kyle Schwarber is probably also that team captain personality. He's just known as a good teammate. Omega power, 35 homers. Terrible average, but he's at least hitting home runs. Brandon Woodruff. Brandon Woodruff looks like a potentially interesting signing because he's not extremely expensive. He's demanding 7.3 mil. Starting pitcher. A charismatic leader. He's got good stamina. Generally, for starting pitcher, yeah, his downside is he's prone to injuries. That's the gamba. Yep, that is the gamba. He's just always hurt IRL and in-game. Yeah, he might get injured. Let me see his history. He was with the Brewers for $5 million. Drafted by the Rangers in 2011. Did not sign. In the 5th... Wow, he didn't sign with Texas in the 5th round. Went to college after Mississippi State University and then went to the 11th round by the Brewers and was like, well, I guess I'm taking it. And then in 5 years, went to the All-Star game. As a professional baller. And then decided not to opt out of the remaining portion of his contract. Brewers voided the team option year. Became a free agent. Look at his injury history. Well, the game doesn't have injury history from before the simulation began, so it doesn't have like his Wikipedia page. This is just this year. So just this year, he missed 8 weeks with a sprained ankle. Which, to be honest, isn't terrible. This is a risky play, for sure. But I think he's got to be shortlisted. Create a new shortlist. Free agent pool. He definitely makes a shortlist. Pete Alonso is up for free agency. I'm not... Pete Alonso, you're doing great this year, but I just don't have $24 million for you, brother, to hit homers. Jose Alvarado. Or Alvarado. Also a reliever. Chapman, also a reliever. Zach Eflin is a starting pitcher who wants 25 mil. Woo. For a 4.16 ERA. His home runs are down, but he's got a lot of walks, and they're just hitting him a lot more. None of his pitches are especially elite, but he's got great control. Pete Fairbanks, a closer. Jack Flaherty. Impossible to sign. $17 million. Zach Gallen wants 22. Okay, Jack has a 3.8 ERA this season, 1.34 WHIP. Zach Gallen is like decent, but not for us. Really cheap reliever, 1.8 mil, with a fastball slider. But got blown up in 32 games. Austin Hayes, $11 million. To play left field. I just can't afford that kind of money, man. You got to be like really good for a $10 million contract. That's all I'm saying. Michael King from San Diego wants $16 million. He's just kind of average, but he is a starter. We're going to have a bunch of average starters is the issue. He's obviously better than average, but for that money, some of these guys want a bunch of money. Trevor Meagle, $1.5 million, reliever. Josh Naylor wants $25 million. Lots of closers, man. JT Realmuto wants $15 million. We are going to need a good catcher. Wouldn't be a bad thing to have like a veteran catcher, to be honest. All right, we can look at this through better filters, to be honest. Okay, let's do pitchers first. I actually already made a filter. Not a filter, but I already went through and customized my own. The only problem with this view is it doesn't show what their contract demand is. That's the downside. Where is contract demand? Or is that miscellaneous? By the way, ads about to start in 15 seconds. I haven't stood up in 4 hours, so I actually do need to stand up this time and take a quick BRB. Before we look, I think I might take a risk on that starter. I don't know how to see their contract demand. Do you guys see it over here? Oh, demand. Salary demand. There it is. There we go. All right, turn your volume down if you get ads. I am going to step away for this one because I need to stand up and get a drink, take a bathroom break, all that stuff. So see, now I can sort by some better metrics here. I'm trying to find some pitchers who have at least 40 stamina. Okay, ad just started. Ad just started. Thank you for watching, everyone, and hanging out. I appreciate the help, and also you guys kind of participating in helping figure out who to draft. Thanks, Mitch F. Davis. We ballin' for 21 months. And Illard, hello, and thank you for the 56 months of sub. I'll be back in just a few minutes. And we're back. Whew. What up? You know what this screen reminds me of? Makes me reminisce about Las Vegas Vultures legend Wade Miley, who retired with the team. We paid him like $11 million. That was our most expensive. I think we got him in free agency. So based on that, I don't hate spending, preferably on a younger starting pitcher. Obviously, we probably should have traded Wade Miley, but we were too emotionally attached. We got to be less emotionally attached to the players this time, okay? We're supposed to be a general manager. We're supposed to try to build a winning team, not this year, but for the next year. We ballin'? What's up, Arrivers? Where'd you guys come from? Kelly McChest just showed up. Salmon Roll. What's up, Nutaruk? We build a family. No, we don't build a family. What team does E-Town support? Yeah, the Astros. What team do you support, Salmon Roll? Gotta apologize to the Blue Jays fans in chat for just having swept them the last 3 games. I like the Blue Jays. I think they're cool. No hate. Let's go Giants. Giants are cool too. Okay, Giants fans who hate Astros fans are just bandwagoners. When someone goes like, oh, I gotta unsub, he likes the Astros, I expect you to be a Yankees, Dodgers, or Rangers fan, or a Mariners fan. If you're another fan base and you say that, then you're just a bandwagon hater. You don't even have a reason. Because the Giants are cool. I like the Giants. You got Verlander on your team right now, you dingus. He's probably gonna, he could go into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, for goodness sake. It's either gonna be a Tiger, an Astro, or a blank cap. I don't know which. I'm a lifelong Astro hater. That's impossible unless... I don't even know, man. I don't think Cardinals fans even know that the Astros exist. You'd have to be like a Cardinals fan for that, I think. Unless you're just like 15 years old, I guess. Great, now I'm gonna go watch Moneyball again. Moneyball's a great movie, dude. It is. It still holds up. Even if you don't like baseball. In fact, if you don't like baseball, if you watch Moneyball, you might actually like baseball afterward. It's possible. All right, we're looking at pitchers right now who are in free agency. Because for some reason, the way that I scheduled this free agency hit before the draft. So we're looking at free agents first who might... The thing is, we have to remember about free agency is these guys might be in free agency for weeks or a month, right? They're not necessarily all going to sign tomorrow. Some of them might sign a deal. But the point is, we don't have to spend money yet. We could do the draft, then come back and see who's still available. That being said, I think I want to take the risk on Brandon Woodruff. Are we going to get punished for him being injury prone? Probably. But I don't know if I can stick my nose up at the prospect of a starter who's this good and only wants 7.3 mil. Now, he might be offered more, and then we have to compete with whoever offers him more money, right? That could happen. It could drive the price up. But at a baseline level, we paid Wade Miley like $11 million. That's sort of my baseline. And it'd be nice to have... He's 32, so he's not exactly young, but he's not going to retire. I say this as a 36-year-old now. But he's not going to retire next year unless he gets like super seriously injured, right? Now, besides Brandon Woodruff, based on this cross-section of free agents, Chris Bassett does catch my eye as well. From, speaking of Toronto, he's 8.5 mil, which we might be able to get better starting pitching from the draft. But most of the people we're going to draft are going to be like a 45 overall. We're going to have like a trash tier team because of the settings that I picked. But he's got insane stamina. Like 60, I think, is quite high. And reasonably good stats across the board. He's got a 7-pitch arsenal. Chris, just pick a pitch or two, man, and make it good. Do you need to know how to throw 7 different pitches? I don't think I've ever seen that on this game before. Yeah, he can chew some innings. He doesn't have like a fantastic ERA, but I say he's aggressively average in the simulation. He's doing pretty good in real life this year. Yeah, he's been more than good, I think. But I'd say he's at least worth shortlisting. I mean, he's just an average Joe. He also fields his position pretty well. Hold runners is okay. He's a fly ball pitcher, 93 to 95 mile an hour. What is Brandon Woodruff? Power pitcher? I'd like some more ground ballers, but we can't afford to be too picky with that yet. Walker Buehler is 10 mil. That's probably at the peak of what we want to pay, give or take. And he's just okay. I definitely don't think that he stands out over Chris Bassett. He wants 1.5 million more than Chris Bassett. His stats were a little better this year. Maybe that's the main takeaway. But could have just been a good year for him because his pitches are just fine. Alex Cobb is injured for 2 months with a torn labrum. 45 stamina is kind of the minimum. He did great on Detroit and then didn't do so good at Baltimore. Run-of-the-mill ball player. He's an extreme ground ball pitcher. The reason is because that sinker, that knuckle curve probably tries to induce the ground ball. He should keep home runs down, but he just doesn't have great stuff. Yeah, he was an all-star in 2023. Look at his innings pitched. He's always injured. Yeah, he's fragile too. We're just going to have a team full of fragile pitchers. In fact, just this year alone, he was injured 6 times. But never for... The longest one was 5 to 6 weeks, which in baseball is a long time. And now he's got a torn labrum for 3 months. So he's a really risky pick, but he's also like cheap. Not as cheap as Ronzi Contreras, who's 26 years old and actually might be a little bit better than their stats let on, maybe. He only pitched 14 innings in the MLB, but he did well with Baltimore. How is this dude entering free agency already at 26? Because I guess he just had some mid-years with Pittsburgh and the Angels. But it might be nice to just pick up a starting pitcher. His stamina's not great, right? It's like he probably can't go more than 5 innings sometimes. He got a few 6-inning games, but that's like the max. Would you get his arbitration years? I mean, he's already... How do you even see that sort of like spread? I don't even, there's got to be a screen that summarizes that entire list. I would think it would be the contract page, but the contract page doesn't really have much. Because his total major league service time is 2 years and 61 days, so his arbitration years are coming up, but he's not eligible for it. He expects to play in the majors. He's out of option years. So, chat, basically arbitration is when, like right now, this guy's only getting paid $760,000 or something, right? Which is a huge steal. So, they probably need to rework it, in my opinion, to make it happen even faster than it does in real life right now. Like, real life should adjust it, in my opinion. But basically, after a certain number of years, in this case, after he's played... Is it after he's played 2 years or after he's played 3 years? Then each year after that, for the next 3 years, he gets impartial ruling on how much money he's actually worth. And then he and the team have to come to an agreement on that number, basically. So it's sort of a arbitration is... You ever hear of a contract where an arbitrator is in charge of making a decision? That's basically what's happening. Someone comes in and says, this dude's worth this much, that's how much you need to pay him. He must have been hard cut, which is super weird. Yeah, his page looks strange, so I don't really know what to expect from hiring him. Because he wants $1.7 million right now. And if I try to offer him a contract, let's see what that looks like. I'd be interested in playing for your team. I want a minor league contract, which becomes a guaranteed 1-year major league contract if promoted. Can arbitration cause a price drop? It'll almost always go up at least the first year. Generally, it just goes up because you're paying those players who are eligible for arbitration way less than they're worth, usually. Yeah, it keeps going to FTL. I like FTL, but it just keeps going to it. Let's listen to something chill. Something chill. So, like, I could offer him, for example... a major league contract. I just want to see what this looks like. If I offered him like a 5-year contract, I don't know what apply. What does the apply long-term demand button do? Wouldn't it say if he wanted more money? Like, or if where would arbitration be listed here? But you can offer them bonuses for getting like an award or becoming an all-star. Give them a bonus if they become an MVP. You can just skip arbitration if you give them a contract for those years. Okay. So basically, like, if I gave him a minor league contract, it would be locked into a 1-year deal. So what's the downside of this guy? His health is okay. The downside is that he's kind of just like league average, right? He might just be league average, but he does have potential to be better. He fields his position really well. And stat line wise, he only pitched 14 innings in the MLB in 2025, so it's difficult to make a judgment. He pitched a bunch in AAA, where he did honestly pretty well for $1.7 million, but obviously AAA is AAA. When he's been in the MLB, he's been doing okay for this price, right? Like 4.3 is kind of just league average. Like 4.5, I think, is just league average. Negative, slightly negative WAR for 1.7 mil. I feel like he's a contender with potential upside. When he did pitch in the MLB for 14 innings, he did pretty good. Yeah, his fastball could get better. His slider could get better. They all could get better. So if you're not sure how to look at this, in this case, the first line is what the scouts think his current skill is, and the second line is what they think he might be able to achieve. But it's always a gamba. Lots of gamba in baseball management, which I think is fun. Depth in AAA is good, but you may need him to start. Yeah, he's definitely a short list. We're probably going to send him an offer. Daniel Espino. Daniel Espino wants $10 million. Decent enough stamina for a starter. 3 incredible pitches with a good changeup, but he's just struggling in AAA. 24 years old, 50 overall, 50 potential. And he wants 10 mil, and he's fragile. Probably not going to hire you. No major league experience, wants a straight up $10 million contract. Maybe you'll be goated. It's hard to say. No major league service. I think maybe you just shortlist him and see if someone else is going to take him, but maybe you just send him a lowball offer. You know what I mean? And maybe he accepts the lowball offer or something like that. $13 million is getting a little too much. But he did get a ring with the Cards. Just pulled out a ring with him. Zach Littell, $19 million. That's definitely out of our price range. From Tampa. He had a great season, though. He would be worth it if we had the money. Seth Lugo had a pretty bad season, actually, so him demanding $21 million is questionable. Lots of injured players. Tyler, how do you say this name? Molly? Where are the Rangers fans in chat that can answer this question? He's got a prickly disposition. He pitched extremely well this season, though. Is 10 mil your hard cap for a player? It's sort of a flexible, I'd say it's a soft cap in my brain. Habitual love. It's sort of just a soft cap in my brain. But put it like this. If we do if we get a $15 million player, we need to have like a $5 million player, a you know what I mean? Like the money starts to shrink. We can free up more money if we want to, but we need to be locking in deals that are for players like that 24-year-old who we can get like maybe a 5-year deal with, who's going to become a piece that we either trade or grow. Didn't we do him last time and hated him? I don't remember. I don't remember that name, Def2. Gamba. I love Gamba. Johnny Guitar Hand. I freaking love Gamba. But for what you're getting here, he seems reasonable at that higher end, but I don't know if we can maybe avoid picking him. Uh-oh, Tommy John surgery. Recovery time 5 months for Jordan Montgomery. That's rough, buddy. Chris Paddock. From the Twins. Wants $10 million. He seems like a little bit below average for $10 million. 4.9 ERA, 4.9 ERA, 6.75, and that's in single A. Framber Valdez wants $24 million. I think that the scouts here are... I'm biased because I'm an Astros fan, but I think he's definitely better than a 50. He's at least a 55 or 60. In my opinion. League best home runs per 9 in the simulation. League best games started. 3.8. Whip is fine. His batting average against is going up, I guess. But I think that the simulation, his money is not underrated, but the scouts are definitely underrating him. Crazy stamina. He eats a ton of innings. And I think his historic stat line is really good. This is just a reliever with 40 stam who doesn't even have a demand? He's only a 35 overall with a 45 potential. You just, I guess, send this guy a minor league contract and then just see if he joins your farm system, I guess, right? You could offer him real money too. But he's 22 years old. He's probably going to get a bunch of people sending him an invite. Yeah, the thing about trusting our scout, Def2, is we don't have a scout. These are all OSA ratings. Which makes this a lot harder. We have no head scout presently. All right, I'm just going to send this dude just a minor league contract and see if he accepts. Probably won't. We're starting to get into, like, the weeds here, which is fine. We're going to have a bunch of 45 overall players. These guys are a lot cheaper to gamble on. Look how many there are to choose from. What we could do is just go to the draft first and just see who's still available to fill in gaps from the free agents. I'm thinking about sending an offer to Brandon Woodruff, though, even though he's fragile. Maybe he is injured and out for the whole season. I don't know, but I can't look these in the face. The potential is high. The salary for that potential return, yep. And I was looking at Tyler Mahle as well. Is it Mahle? Like, Tyler Mahle looks pretty solid for less than 10 mil. It's like 9 mil. His stats last year were really good and inconsistent with his previous years. Would you not like him in real life? Is he just doing bad in real life? Tyler Mahle. Let me see his baseball reference. So he's got, in 2025, he's got 26 innings pitched for the Rangers so far this season, and he's got a .68 ERA. I think he's doing all right. I think real life version of him is doing all right for himself. Was he one of our pitchers last season? I genuinely don't remember. At 9 mil, he's pretty solid for a season 1 starter. That's what I was thinking. He's getting the short list. And then Paddock. Listen, I know some people value summary, like overall potential more than stats, but when a bunch of them are 50, I don't have anything else to go on besides stats, right? And what I can see here, I guess, and personality, maybe a few other things. So this, to me, we might have to deal with this, but we don't have to deal with this for $10 million. Like, I don't know if I want to pay $10 million for a 5 ERA. Yeah, I can get a 5 ERA for like 1 mil. Is this the guy that we sent a minor league contract to? Seth Blair. Where did... Oh, this dude came over from another league. Oh, that's cool. The Lancaster Barnstormers. Sick. Yeah, the overseas leagues. The Long Island Ducks. The Hagerstown Flying Boxcars. The York Revolution. The Staten Island Ferry Hawks. Okay, not overseas, just over what league is this? They're called the Lancaster Stormers now. Based out of Pennsylvania in the Partner League, a member of the North Division of the Atlantic League. So they're from the Atlantic League. That's pretty cool. They just had a migraine, so not really any injuries. Where is he? Come back. So he doesn't even have like a demand right now. His ERA was, well, not ideal. I'll send him a minor league offer. I'm sure everyone else will as well. I think we're not concerned about the 45 dudes because we could probably pull some of them simply from the draft. We should probably just be looking at 50 and above on the free agency marker right now. So what you're saying, chat, is it's time to look at batters. Let's look at what was the custom view? Stamina's at least 40. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, wait. Where are the other guys? Oh, this is still... There we go. Okay, yeah, I was still filtered. Let's add salary demand here. Oh my god, they want... I'm gonna pay Kyle Tucker $44 million. You can't stop me. I'm gonna sign him to a 10-year deal. $500 million contract for Kyle Tucker. Give it to him. He's gonna be our dynasty player. Can we do deferrals? Technically, I guess. I'm definitely interested in contract discussions. This is my initial proposal. 8-year, $44 million, totaling a $356 million deal, baby. He's gonna get a big contract, especially if he keeps doing what he's doing right now. He's playing like it's a contract year. Let's see. Let me see his baseball reference. So far this year, he's hitting .314 in 102 at-bats with a .423 on-base percentage. And 7 homers, 25 RBI. He's got an OPS of 1.060. So if he keeps doing that for the rest of the season, he's going to get an insane contract. Or he's going to cool off. That's a big percentage. Yes, that is a big... I like how you're like, oh. Yeah, he's playing this year like his life depends on it in a contract year. I don't think he would have played that well if he stayed as an Astro, to be honest. I think changing over to the Cubs invigorated him. He was also injured a good deal last year. But yeah, he's going to be a great player. Now, for us, I'm joking, obviously, in the simulation, but it is interesting. I want to see, like... What is, okay, use for all, use for rest. Oh, okay, I see. So he wants, like, hypothetically, could you do, like... like 11 million this year. Is there a way to make this equal what you want? Let's do 16 million the next year. $26 the year after, then 37, then 47, then 57, then 67. Just pay him more every year after that. Oh my god, 36 years old. Just backload it. That's for 6 years from now, to deal with. Just be like the Dodgers and defer it until the sun explodes. How much does that, is there anywhere that lists a total of what this comes down to? Or do I have to add this up? Am I stupid? Hang on. No, that's changing the numbers on the left. Okay, so it does have guaranteed value and potential value. What does potential value mean? Does that mean like accounting for inflation or something? I'll pay you $1 this season and 200 million next season. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Bonus, oh, bonuses and incentives. Okay, yeah. So what's funny about this is it's technically doable, but you would be on the hook for $78 million in a single year. Oh, no trade clause. He's not going to take that. Promised role starting lineup, player opt-out. Surely the farm will be fully developed by then. There's no way you'd be able to trade him because the other teams would be on the hook. You would have to pay so much cash to get him off the books. May as well give him the opt-out after, like, year 5. On the other hand, we're not likely to be playing for that long. First of all, how dare you suggest such a thing? You don't think I'm determined? So what you're saying is lower it to 314 million and then just send it. Just kidding. All right, let's go. Let's take it for real. Let's do for real. Who else is here? Cedric Mullins, 13.6 million. He's a star center fielder with insane speed. He'll get you the speed, he'll get you the steals. He makes solid contact, has solid power, and a good eye. His stats don't really reflect that, though. But he is a hard worker. And he wants 13.6 mil. All right, that's the only guy that's less than like 20-something mil out of these top guys. Austin Hayes is at 11. Let's look for value propositions. This guy only wants 1.8. He's 25 years old with potential upside. He's smashing the ball in AAA. 306 and 245 at bats. You probably just pay this dude since he can play second, third, or short. Has decent range, pretty good arm, turns double plays. No power, but we're kind of a small ball team, aren't we? He'll hit some doubles, but he'll almost never hit home runs, and he'll strike out more often. But he has, like, potential upside. And he wants, like, 1.8 mils. So you probably just lowball him. Mullins isn't selling jerseys. You said, you take that back. You take that back right now. Are there any other, like, super deals? Dylan Moore. Utility pick. Terrible numbers. Oof. Seattle. How do you feel about Dylan Moore, Mariners fans? Tell me how you really feel. Honestly, he had a 731 OPS in 2023. But since then, it's been just a straight decline at 33 years old. He's super hot right now. He's kind of like a flex spot. He can play first, second, third, left field, decent range, decent speed. Should be taking a lot of walks. Got a really good eye. So, for the reference, for those of you who don't play baseball, for these stats right here, these are the most important ones for the hitters. Contact is their ability to just put the bat on the ball. BABIP is batting average on balls in play. That means when they do hit the ball, how often does it actually go for a hit versus how often does it go for an out? And avoid Ks is how often do they strike out. So the higher this, the less they strike out. The lower, the more they strike out. Obviously, you don't want strikeouts. Gap power tends to be how many, like, doubles or triples do they end up with. So, like, big hits. Power is like home runs when the ball goes out of the park. And then I is how good are they at seeing the ball and laying off of pitches that are not good to take a swing at and hopefully take a free walk to first base. Yeah, he leaves more to be desired in the sim. He won a Gold Glove last year. It's true, he did win a... Well, at SP? Starting pitcher? Wait, what? How did he win a gold glove at starting pitcher? He's a great pickup for an expansion club. That's what I'm thinking at $1.8 million. He's not going to hit very well, but he fills a bunch of different places and is cheap. I knew Seattle's bullpen was deep. Yeah, we're just looking at value right now. And his value is pretty much off the charts for how cheap this is. So he's at least going on the, like, free agent shortlist. McCutcheon is here, 9.5 mil. You're fun, McCutcheon, but you're 39 years old. I know you're a clubhouse captain, but you had a good 2025 in the simulation, so maybe your best years are not behind you. They let him go. They let him go, I guess. Let me see what his history was. Pirates and the Astros, apparently. Signed a 1 year with the Astros worth 3.04 mil in June. He was released by the Pirates. They released him after he was going to miss 4 weeks. Moore might be better away from the Seattle park? Maybe, yeah. Ryan O'Hearn, Luis Rengifo. These guys are all 10 mil. Jesse Winker. Terrible numbers with the Mets in 2025 simulation. But he may have just had a bad year. He just wants to make his mom proud. He's not a great fielder. It's the biggest issue, and he's old. Sergio Alcantara, $1.4 million. Hasn't even played MLB? What happened? He plays a mean second, third with pretty good range. He's a switch hitter, 29 years old. Became a free agent after winning a 2025 PCL Glove Wizard Award. The Giants signed him to a minor league contract. What's the other expansion team? The Portland Pioneers. We haven't done the draft yet. It's going to take a long time. We're seeing who's in free agency first, since they're available now. I think that this is a solid pickup. Minor league deal with the major league option, so that way we don't even have to pay him up front unless we activate him. Minor league contract becomes a guaranteed 1 year major league contract, or you could just offer him a major league contract, but that would be tough. I don't want to offer him 1.4 mil though. Though if we offer him too much low ball... Chat, what do you think is a good offer price for this guy? He's got pretty good defense. Average hitting stats. 900K? Yeah, I was thinking somewhere in that neighborhood. Like 800K, 900K. What's his pay history? He's never even played in the majors. He got 740K with the Giants last year. So we're still offering, and then the Giants cut him. They traded him to the D-backs for cash. And then they signed him again at the end of the season. That's weird. Yeah, I'd say 800K. Because this is his AAA stats, which are pretty good. All right, 850, sure. We'll meet in the middle. All right, minor league. If it's upgraded to a major league option, 850. No bonuses, nothing fancy. Done. He came down to 1.3. I hope to make a decision soon. Right now, your offer is not quite good enough. Brother, I'm not going to pay you 1.4 mil. How about 950K? I'll give him an extra 900. I don't want to do too much because his mood is going to sour. Let's go like 925. We do have to penny pinch. Okay, he came down to 1.3. That we're so far apart from what we want. I think another team will sign him for over 1. Maybe, but why'd they let him go then? They tried to get rid of him. Maybe just to go with another team. All right, let's bring it up to just 1 mil flat. Decent offer, you'll hear from me soon. Please submit the offer to officially confirm it. Because we don't even, if we don't want him, we don't even have to play him. But if we don't play him 30 days into the season, he could opt out for free agency, which I think is fine. We'll know 30 days into the season if we need him. So I think that's solid. All right, first offer sent. I guess I need to put him on the short list to know that I've already done that. Christian Betancourt. We do need a catcher. We are going to need a catcher, but who knows who's going to be available in the draft. We kind of have to do the draft for the serious players. To be honest, by catcher standards, he had a pretty good season in the simulation. Played well with Chicago and then went to Miami and did awful. Yeah, his catcher arm is, no one's going to steal on you. For catchers, blocking, framing, and the arm are the most important defensive stats. Arm is how hard they can throw. Framing is when the umpire is calling whether it's a ball or a strike, basically how well he can make it look. They call it catcher framing. So like, you know, a pitch might come in that's actually outside of the strike zone, but the catcher framing it just so tricks the ump into thinking it's a strike, or vice versa. It could be bad at framing. It makes it look worse for the pitcher. And then blocking is like when a ball hits the dirt, the catcher throws his body in front of it to keep it in front of him so it doesn't go past him, so that the other people on base don't advance a base. What division are the Invaders in? We're in the American League West. The AL West. And the Pioneers are in the NL West. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. Baby Doll can join both iterations of the Las Vegas team. He's back. He's here in every single timeline. He does play good defense and he has okay the rest of the stats, but he had some moments with us. But they keep trying him out in the MLB and it just keeps not working. He's also really fragile. These guys want 10. Lord Escurial Jr. wants $10 million. That seems a bit excessive. Okay. Anyway, chat, should we make a pass at any of the big dogs just to have... We could offset some of the budget to future years. Someone says Cedric Mullins is not going to sell jerseys. How dare you? Look at this center field range. Look at this elite speed. Look at this 664 OPS, okay? Tell me you need more than that. Tell me you need more than what Austin Hayes brings to the table. All right, but yeah, none of these. Out of the superstars, quote unquote. We're bringing in Pete Alonso. I don't know. Probably don't take any of these. But to be honest, JT Realmuto is a pretty good catcher pick. I just don't know if I want to pay a catcher $15 million. But he is good. Taking a shot at the under $2 million folks, and then, yeah. We sent this dude a minor league contract. I think I'm just going to upgrade it to the same deal we gave the other ones. Oops, I don't want to create a note. That was the wrong button. Okay, because this guy is very interesting. No power, but his potential, he's only 25 years old and has potential to be great. I think we should try and lock him in. I think our team's going to be playing small ball anyway. In AAA, he's hitting 306 with an 800 OPS. He's got pretty good second base, can fill in shortstop and third. Not the best range, but still generally good defensive stats, and he puts the ball in play a lot. With reasonable speed and steals. So he seems like he fits our team's MO. So I'm going to offer him a contract. He wants 1.8 mil for the option. So let's start him at... Let's start him at 1 mil and just see where that goes. Probably nowhere. That's not what I had in mind, to be honest. However, how do you like these terms? He's stuck to his guns. All right, how about 1.2 to show you that I'm serious. Nope, he's not budging. I'll add another 150K. He's gonna get upset. Just pay the man. Just pay the man. No! I'm trying to get a deal! $1.5. is the option. I think we're getting close, but you're gonna have to better your offer or else I will sign elsewhere. Is he really just not gonna budge at all? No negotiation? Yo, that's so funny. He literally won't move. But I keep coming back to him with a higher number. I have to be willing, a good negotiator has to be willing to walk away. All right, sure. Worst case scenario, listen, I'm just gonna give me 50K, man. He won't even give me 50K. It's 1.8 or bust. That's crazy. Literally has not, but his negotiating tactic is do not budge. And it's working. All right, but anyway, worst case scenario, we get to keep him in the minor league system, and if we don't want to pay the 1.8 mil, we just release him. He'll just get released. That's a decent offer. You'll hear from me soon. Okay, submit the offer. Because, like I said, we don't even have to pay him, but he has upside. He's 25 years old. The problem is, even if he says, here's the problem, right? If we don't offer him a major league deal, he's going to walk after 1 year. Do you see the issue? We'd have to offer him an extension if he starts performing well, like during the season. But based on this, I can't be super convinced that he's going to be an all-star, like worth... When you have 6-year rights, if you sign him... Let me see his, like... Where are his, Where's his, like, what has he done? What's his history? Has Italics played the game or still team building? Brother, this is the game. Do you guys play Football Manager, and the only reason you play Football Manager is so that you can, like, watch the bad FIFA graphics? That's why you play? This is the game. He signed as an international free agent with the Texas Rangers. He had 2 5-for-5 games last year. If you offer a contract, can you cancel the contract? Yeah, no, I can withdraw it. I'm tempted to just withdraw it and give him a regular contract. The player will be upset. Oh, no. Oh, no. They'll become upset. He did get injured 3 times, but it was for very short durations last year. If you wait a bit and he gets other offers, I think you can change the offer then. Okay. We'll come back to that. Did we offer Dylan Moore anything? No, we were just talking about getting Dylan Moore in here. I think Dylan Moore is better than his stats, and the utility is valuable. First base, second base, third base, can technically play short, left field, reasonable defense, can steal very well when he gets on base, takes walks, has some power. Hit 12 homers last season. It's not a ton, but it's there. Got a gold glove last year. And he's at $1.8 million. Do I even want it? He's 33 years old. Also, ad's gonna start in like 13 seconds-ish. I already snoozed it once. We'll keep it here through the quick ad break. Just letting you know, heads up, so you can turn your volume down if you get ads. How do I go back to his page? There we go. His infield range, error, and arm are decent. He knows how to fit in. Good eye. Some power. He just have negative .4 WAR for some reason. How do you see his, like, defensive stats? There we go. So, in the outfield, he's got 55, 55, 55. So he's all right. Good utility. I'm definitely going to offer him at least a minor league contract, Andy Umster. I'm just deciding whether or not to give him a major league contract. All right, ad just started. So we'll just chat for just a minute before we make any more decisions. Does your ability to scout affect the visibility of the stats? Yes. Right now, we don't have a head scout. We're just relying on the OSA, which is basically the scout organization. And they provide generic ratings for all players. So we're just having to go off those because we don't have our own scout yet. So yes, you're fed imperfect information and you have to make the best decision based on the staff that you've hired and the job you've given them to do. When you do have a scout, you can actually give them different people that you want them to scout, and they can give you reports back. But depending on what scout you have will change what ratings you see. Are you in a fantasy league? Nope, I'm not. I'd probably enjoy one, though. Vito, do you watch American football? Not really. I could watch American football, like I know the rules, and if someone was watching it, I would be happy to watch it. I just don't seek it out. But yeah, I could watch American football, non-American football. Hockey would be the one that I struggle the most with rules, even though you know, I don't really understand the rules of hockey. But I know some of the terms. And then I could watch basketball. I can't explain what offsides is in any sport. I can. Offsides in American football is pretty easy. It's just somebody basically moving before the ball is snapped. That's pretty easy. And then soccer offsides is a little harder, but it's basically like if you're the one further, if you're further than the defenders on the other team and the ball's not there, you're offsides. If the ball is there or past you, then you're not offsides when you're going toward the other goal. The NFL's so slow to me. It is kind of slow. There's a lot more stopping, especially if you're used to watching soccer. All right, welcome back, ad watchers. We were just talking about some sports, other sports. But yeah, I guess start him with a one-year deal. What do you guys think? Should we just try and lock him in? I feel like this kind of utility we're not just going to find so easy, I don't think. At a 50 overall? I guess we could just mark him and come back to him after the draft. But we're not going to find very many level 50 players during the draft at $1.8 million. I think I want to get an offer in, though, even if it's the minor league one. Let's go minor league and lowball just to see what he says. That's not what I had in mind. Oh, wait. How do you like these terms? 1.8 mil. Here we go again. I believe we're getting close. Okay, so what? There must be a floor of 1.8 mil for some of these characters. Okay. That's a decent offer. You'll hear from me soon. Minor league with major league option, no bonuses. Same deal we offered everyone else. He heard from his friend. Jesse Winker is better than his stats too, but he's not got the defense that we're looking for. All right, we already offered a few people a contract. I think that I want to go back to pitchers. Wait. Stamina at least 40 with their demand. Okay. Sorted by potential. So we already... I think I'm going to go ahead and send Brandon Woodruff a contract. I know he's fragile. And he's probably going to get injured. And I don't believe that this ERA reflects his actual abilities. 32 years old. He just had a bad year last year. 2.28 ERA in 2023. Missed 2020. Oh no, he missed 2024. He's got leadership personality. An insane fastball, 96 to 98 miles an hour. Good slider, good curveball, decent changeup, good stuff, good control. Shouldn't be walking too many people. 3.5 walks per 9, a little high, but his strikeouts are 11.4. So his strikeouts are up, but they're hitting him more. He was 5th place in Cy Young in 2021, really. He had a rough year. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Does anyone else wish the year stats were reversed? I kind of wish the newest stuff was at the top and the oldest was at the bottom. Every single time. Because I get confused. All right, because I want to check against these to see what's up. What is BRA per 9? Hits per 9. They are up for him. Home runs against him are up. Tough call. What's up, Cold Diggity? I don't know if any of these are going to be necessary. He had 11 quality starts. He had 20 in 2021. Opponent batting stats. He's just given up a ton of doubles. And a bunch more home runs and a bunch of walks. He had a bad year. But I think he's better than what we're going to get elsewhere. All right, how do you see versus lefties? His stats versus lefties, 3.5 ERA versus righties, 6.6. He throws right and has reverse splits. So typically in baseball, a right-handed batter struggles more against a right-handed pitcher. And vice versa. But sometimes you have what's called reverse splits. Which is odd, I guess, depending on how many innings they pitched. 55 innings? 59 versus lefties? Yeah, righties are hitting him more. He's given up 2.5 times as many home runs. Fewer walks. A few more strikeouts. Yeah, he could have had just a couple, like, insanely bad games. Because, like, his last 5 games are pretty good. In baseball, giving up 3 runs in 6 innings is considered a quality start. You're not expected to be perfect. I'm going to go ahead and just offer him a contract. He's 32 years old. What kind of deal, chat, do you think? He wants $7.3 million per season. And he wants a player option in the 2028 season. Are there any gamers in chat who can explain to me what a vesting option is? I could just Google it, probably faster. It's an optional year at the end of the contract that becomes guaranteed if the player reaches a certain performance threshold. Typically based on playing time incentives like plate appearances, innings pitched, games started, or games finished. It confirms the next year of a contract. For example, I may set a vesting option of 28 games started for a starting pitcher. When he makes his 28th start, his contract is guaranteed for next year. Okay, I got it. So, no player opt-out, no trade clause. He's promised a role in the starting rotation. He wants a $450,000 bonus if he pitches 160 innings. Well, yeah, I mean, if you did that, that'd be great because you only pitched 114 last year. Okay, 160 innings is like starting 26 games and going all 6 innings. I like vesting options. Yeah, I mean, especially for like a fragile pitcher. The thing is, he wants an option to leave, right? After, or like he wants it for the 2028 season. He wants to be able to go somewhere else if he wants. So like if I switch this to vesting, I don't think he's gonna be happy with that. I'm gonna be making some uninformed decisions. I think 7 million the first year, 7.5 the second year. I might change this. I don't know how many games started I would even change it to. But he wants the option, so he's not going to take that. Thoughts? We don't have a lot of budget, but I think this is good. We can free up some more budget. We only got 58 million for free agents, but that's also going to include the draft that we have to take. I think we can adjust this a little bit. See, he just wants 22 million. We're actually offering him 23 million potential if you include this. Can you do a vesting option with a player opt-out? Yeah, I don't think so. I would have to do a different option here. After this. Okay, here's my question. When this says option check next to the season, this is checked after this season, right? No, it's got to be before this season for it to take effect. So like after the 2026 season, this option can kick in. So I could do a vesting option for a certain number of games started. What's a good, what's like a normal number of games for a non-injured starting pitcher? He started 22 games in 2025. Just for example. 30-ish. So maybe like 25 games started. Just to, like, we're not trying to pull a fast one on him. We just want to make sure he's actually pitching and we get games. So if he's injured for the entire season, like next year, then we can like opt out basically. Logan Webb led the league last year with 33. Let's just see what he says. All right, I'm going to turn the pay down a little bit. Doesn't it auto void if he doesn't hit the metric? Yes. But isn't that what we want? Because we want to pay a pitcher to pitch. If he doesn't, if he's like seriously injured or tears his UCL or something and then misses the rest of the season, then it auto voids the contract. Which sounds kind of cruel, but I feel like that's what you would want, right? You can, yeah, you could still re-sign him manually. That's true. We could offer him an extension. All right, he wants a contract totaling 22 million. How about this? 3 years, 7 million the first year. Actually, 6.9, then 7.1 if he hits the 25 games started. And then third year, he could take the option to leave, but he gets 7.2 million with us. What's the difference in a player option and a player opt-out? Why do you have to ask questions that make me look stupid? Because I knew this answer when I played this last year. Player opt-outs can be after any year. Options can only be in the last year or second to last, if last as well, and can both be player or team. An opt-out after a 2024 season means he becomes a free agent after that season or plays out the rest of the contract. A player option for 2026 means that after the 2025 season, he could execute the option and stay or void it. So basically, an opt-out can be at any point in the contract, especially for longer contracts. That's not true though. We'll just tell that to freaking Reddit then, okay? Go, you take that up with Reddit. The Out of the Park subreddit, Mike, get on it. So, like, if I offered this dude a 15-year contract, see, I can't do an option for anything but the last 2 years, Mike. But my player opt-out can be at any point along those additional, any point throughout the years. But I only have an option for the last 2. I'm just saying, dude. All right, we're not going to give you a 15-year deal. That would be crazy. You're 32 years old. We're going to pay you until you're 49. Pay him until he's 49, dude. All right, we good? Yes, if you do 160 innings, I'll give you a $450,000 bonus. Kind of a lot. $300K. All right, ask for response. Thank you for considering me for a long-term deal, but I would rather have a shorter contract. Bro, you just asked, didn't he ask for a 3-year deal? He just wants a 1-year deal. Am I crazy? I thought it was his idea to do a 3-year deal. He saw that you don't believe in him. All right, look, I'll give you a $250,000 bonus. And then, what did I offer before? Totaling 21 mil. I prefer the shorter deal. Let's go 2 years then. Two years, 7.2 million per year. That's pretty safe. That's a decent offer. Okay, so now it's time to take the offer down. I'm just kidding. What if you do? Did they get pissed? Hold on, I'm gonna say it first before I do this. Are they gonna get mad if you just like, okay, that's a great offer. Would you take less? I think this is a pretty good deal. A 2-year, $7.2 million contract. Brandon Woodruff doesn't keep him too long. If he is good or bounces back, then we have him for an extra year. There. 2 years, $14 million contract. All right. That's our first actual big spend. We'll see what happens. Because, I mean, if he doesn't get injured, look at this. Look at the stats, bro. That's easily worth 7 mil if he stays healthy. Good stamina. Yeah, no, I'm down with it. Okay. Break his finger in the first throw. You do not bring this curse on us. Chris Bassett. Alex Cobb. Also fragile. Should we have a team? I said this before. Should we have a team full of fragile pitchers? Okay. Do we throw an offer at Chris Bassett too? Just to eat some innings? We have to spend the money. We don't get anything for saving the money. Right? We gotta spend. His ERA is a little... He's getting old. He's been steadily getting worse since 2020. That's kind of the thing I'm looking at. Like every single year, ERA is worse. Now, he still pitches a lot of innings, but his strikeouts are going down. His home runs per 9 about the same. Walks per 9, it's getting a little... Strikeouts are going down. Maybe... Let's take a look. Maybe he's just waiting on the right coach. His splits versus... He's better against lefties. Again, another righty that throws better against lefties. Music? Where did the music go? Most of his stats are pretty consistent. It's just righties got more hits off of him. I'm just saying, like, decent starters in the rotation for less than 10 mil. It's pretty budget friendly. Because we still got, without even taking any money out of scouting or development, we still got $50 million. And we're going to get a bunch of cheap players in the draft because they're not going to let a bunch of these guys go unless they suck. Maybe a 1-year deal for Chris Bassett. And just try and lowball here. There's no way he's going to take like a 6.4 million, right? I just want to let you all know that I hit 4 crowns at the casino in Blueprints. Wowee. That's a decent offer. You'll hear from me soon. No, I should have lowballed more. Chad, I gotta stop. I gotta start lower, bro. He wanted like 8.5 mil, didn't he? And I lowered it to 6.4. And he's like, hell yeah, dude, let's go. I probably paid too much for the other guy, too. Ugh. What should I do? Should I just stick with it? 6.4 million. Always start at 1.8 million. He's got great stamina, so he can at least eat innings. Good fielding. Lots of pitches. Oops. Okay, there we go. 6.4 million for 1 year. Starting rotation. I should have gone lower. You submitted an offer of 1 year, 6.4 million. I'm still thinking at the moment. Okay. So we still got $44 million. Okay. Are we ready? Excuse me. I was looking at Daniel Espino as well. 24 years old. Got some potential. He wants like a major deal though, right? He wants like a full contract. I don't think he wants a minor league. Definitely doesn't want a minor league deal. He wants to go straight in. All right, are we ready for the big time? Or do we want to throw a bone to Tyler Mahle as well? We need a lefty pitcher. All right, I think it's time for the big reveal. Where are the rest of the players? There they go. Do you guys want to pay Edwin Diaz $27 million? All right, gamers. I'm ready to advance a day, I think. Personal message. Hitting coach Mark Johnson says that's offer that gets my attention. Scouting director accepts. We finally found an amount of money that Taeyeon Kang is finding acceptable. $635,000. Legendary scout for the amateur draft. Outstanding at the minor leagues. Oh, I am allergic to my scouting director accepting my contract for 3 years. Excellent major league, excellent international scout. Favors tools. I wanted a neutral scouting director, but this is still good. This was better than the neutral directors that were available. We could always fire this guy in a year or two. First base coach Mark Petkovsik accepts. Manager Steve Buckles, and protection list must be submitted. The Major League Baseball is having growing pains and will soon expand to several new cities this season to stock the expansion clubs with players. Each current franchise needs to provide a list to league headquarters of the protected players on its roster. Tomorrow is the deadline. Clubs can protect 25 players in their organization, which is going to make this really hard for us, but more difficult is better. We're going to have such a shitty team, it's going to be amazing. Following submission to the MLB League office of the list of players eligible to be drafted, the Major League Baseball organization will conduct an expansion draft to stock those teams with players. Top free agents right now are Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman, Jock Peterson, Kyle Schwarber, Dylan Cease, Salvador Perez, Edwin Diaz, Josh Naylor, Marcelo Zuna, Lane Thomas, Zach Eflin, Framber Valdez, Pete Alonso, Cody Bellinger. Wait, Cody Bellinger's available too? What does he want? $22 million? I mean, he had a pretty awesome season. All right, another day. Mike Johns agrees to contract. Hitting coach Mark Johnson agrees to contract. Fans of the Las Vegas Invaders and Portland Pioneers will finally have a chance to find out who some of their heroes will be when the clubs draft today. In the Major League Baseball expansion draft, a list of players available to the new clubs has been made available, as the current franchises have previously submitted their protection lists. Let's go. Also, it looks like we got our full staff minus one rookie ball manager. Look at all these normal personalities. Wow, what a bunch of normies. Our manager is Scott Tyler. Conventional manager with outstanding development mechanics and excellent aging. Lets us kind of handle all the game strategies that we want. There goes my draft plan of simply taking Ohtani and Judge. Just take Ohtani, Judge, Kyle Tucker, Juan Soto, put them all on the same team, you probably win. All right, bro, chill, man. Looking over and all I see is mitten sauce. Chill, man. Chat, what are you guys gaming on tonight? What are you playing on the other monitor right now? Oblivion, The Show, Blueprints, RimWorld, TF2, Terraria, Football Manager gamers, more Oblivion. More blueprints, more blueprints, more Oblivion. Retail WoW, Final Fantasy XIV, Hell Let Loose, Claire, Obscure, Expedition 33, Endless Sky, Oblivion, Oblivion, Oblivion. Expedition 33, Victoria 3, Ramwam, Tarkov, F1 Manager. Lots of RPG gamers. The Claire, Obscure, whatever game seems popular. This, Aerobiz, haven't heard of that one. Shin, Rogue Trader, Ramworld. Hold up, you guys have other monitors? What's up with that? Watching the NFL draft. I did want to play Indiana Jones. Voice of the Void is pretty goated. Okay, it's time. Without further ado, the expansion draft. We're ready to start browsing the players that have been put on the chopping block. We get first pick. I think it's time to click the start draft button. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at all these relievers. Look at all these relievers. Holy. Reliever. Center fielder, reliever, closer, reliever. Holy moly. A sea of red numbers. Well, that's because it's a bunch of pitchers measuring their hitting stats. So let's start with pitchers and see how bad it is. I have some custom filters that we can use. Okay, to be honest, this first dude is pretty good, actually. This is a reliever from the Dodgers, Bobby Miller. He's 26 years old with a 45 overall, but a 60 potential, and he's already got 50 stamina. What is a reliever? A reliever is so basically like starting pitchers. If everything goes well, there's 9 innings in baseball, unless there's overtime, right? But a typical game is 9 innings. So a starter is expected to go hopefully 6 innings and have a bunch of stamina to make it through 6 innings. And then a reliever comes in to relieve the starter. Starter's tired. His arm is so busted, he's not going to be able to pitch again for 5 days. He usually has they pitch every 5 days, basically. Well, I guess he'll have 4 days off. So he needs 4 days off to let his arm rest. And to finish out the game, you bring in relievers out of what's called the bullpen. And they're there to finish the game. And then there's names for different types of relievers. So this dude was actually cracked. Well, okay. He only pitched 17 innings. But in those 17 innings, he did exceedingly well. The rest of the time, he pitched in AAA and did okay. Is this the OSA rating still? Well, the problem is, yes, because our head scout has not had time to scout them, so he has bad accuracy. So we have to rely on the OSA to actually draft, sadly. Short and saucy. Teams usually have a rotation of 5 starters, and then they have probably around 7 other relievers, depending on the team. 6, 7 other relievers, 8. Who they kind of alternate between. It depends on the team, though. Some will have more than others, or less. Either way, he seems like a really solid first pick. We've also got this dude is only 25 stamina. Probably not my top choice. We could also do game day pitcher instead. That would be better. Give us a little more idea. Plus we get salary. So there's a couple of like high potential pitchers who are not necessarily like good now. We got Clayton Kershaw in here, who we could take for just a low price of $21 million. I love that the Dodgers are just letting Clayton Kershaw be like, see ya, nerd. I know that you pitched 70 innings with us last season at a 1.28 ERA. Would you like to go join this expansion team now? We could have an elite pitching staff led by Clayton Kershaw, dude. I don't know. He did so well in the 2025 season for them, though. That's what's so crazy to me. 0.98 whip. They just, yeah, I was going to say, the Dodgers just have so much talent that they had to let him go. But also, we have to inherit that $21 million from him. So I think for the filter, I do want that stamina filter of at least 40. Because we need to look for starters. Let's see what the Dodgers starting rotation looks like right now. It's Sasaki, Yamamoto, Glasnow, Snell, and Ohtani. Absolutely stacked rotation. Just disgusting. Okay. But yeah, I think on this list, Bobby Miller is a kind of guy that you could like invest in. I don't think he's top pick. Let's see what the scouting director can still make recommendations. He actually wants me to take a catcher. Why is you really want Omar Alfonso, 35 overall, to be our first pick? Why? 3 home runs in AAA? Wowee. No war? Just that's the first pick? Brother, what are you thinking, man? Who do you recommend for starting pitcher? Matt Waldron. 770K. 6.36 ERA in AAA last year. You think that should be our first overall pick? I'm not sure about the scouting director suddenly. Oh, God. All right, so we're not going to be relying on you very much, are we? Let's look at who's available for batting. Oh, my... Dude, nobody. Yeah, oh, because the filter. Okay. The filter. So, a few people. Justin Foscue. I don't know how to say your last name. Texas Ranger. They brought him in 2024 for 42 ABs. Barely hit the ball. Hit it twice. Good job. Doing pretty good in AAA. Maybe just needs some time to blossom. First base, second base. The problem is I don't want my first round pick to be the first baseman. Because here's what sucks about the expansion draft. I get first pick, but then the Pioneers get the second and third pick, and then I get the fourth and fifth pick. So whatever I pick, whatever I don't pick, they get 2 picks before I choose again. And they're going to pick a pitcher. They're going to go for a pitcher first. Just like I am. There's no way. There's none of these players I don't think are good enough to pick first. David Hamilton is a good, really good second baseman for what we're going to be able to get, but he's not first pick. He's currently very unhappy. Expects to be a bench player. In the game, is there not like a list of when a player's arbitration years are gonna happen or when they've happened? Okay, but yeah, he's probably like the best player besides Justin here. But I would probably take the second baseman. I would pick David Hamilton just to have like an elite second baseman defensively over the first baseman for sure. He's also really fast. Super fast, lots of steals, good small ball potential. Yeah, Sunian, I know I could just like memorize all this stuff, but I'm just asking if there's anything in the game that I feel like this kind of game should show you that. Instead of having to solve it in your head each time. So he's got 1 year, 20 day of major league service time. So once we will basically have 2 years at this value and then arbitrations. That's also a pretty good deal for us. But yeah, still not first pick. Show me pictures again. So the question is, do we want someone who's really good overall, or do we want someone with really good potential? See, now I want the stamina filter. So looking at this list, probably someone who's just really good overall, who's also not going to break the bank. See, like right here, it says 1 ARB. So that does at least tell me ahead of time. Because he's got 3 years of Major League service. Which means we'll have him for 3 arbitration years, right? If we were to sign him, because he's not really 2.7 mil. He is 2.7 mil, but then we're going to have to negotiate that $2.7 million. Estimate is 4.7 million, but he's still probably he's definitely worth that. His control struggles, so he's probably walking more pitchers. Walking more batters. Yeah, 8.1 walks per 9 in 22 innings is pretty bad. I just saw something on that page about prospect promotion incentive that mentioned ARB. Which page? Dustin May, 28 years old. Another dude, the Dodgers are stacked, man. These guys just don't have anywhere to go. Signed through 2029. So this dude's 10 million a year. Locked in. May's stats in the simulation were serviceable. His strikeouts were up, but so are his homers. So he's just giving up some important homers. He's coming in as a reliever? Yeah, he's coming in as a reliever. I like that May is a ground ball pitcher. I like the 50 stamina. I like the velocity. He's got a nasty fastball, can hit 100 miles an hour. but he also got the slider and sinker working for him. But then from like a purely stats perspective, he is another righty that is struggling against righties. This is like the third one. Or did we already look at him? No, I don't think we did. I don't know what this music is, chat. Oh, it's Manifold Garden. It's probably fine. Let's listen to something else. I know baseball is not spacey as such. What about either Core Keeper or Tunic is also nice. You know what? Let's get funky with it. If you go to team salaries page, it shows the contract and arbiers. Yeah, but how do I go to another team's salary page? Hold on. But that's still like extra work. Let me see. So how do you get to the Dodgers page from this screen? The easiest way I know of is go standings and then just find them. And then salaries. Look at those salaries, man. Look at the balloon. All right, where is May on this list? Right here. 10 mil, 10 mil, 10 mil. And then the V, is that vested or something? Vesting option, $10 million. Requiring 25 games started. So it's built in. He'll be... $29, $30, $31, $32 when this contract is over. That's not that bad. But yeah, May looks pretty good. I don't think we need Clayton Kershaw at 21 mil when we can pick up May. I'm sure Kershaw is better, but he's also older. To me, it's between May and Miller, leaning toward Miller, Bobby Miller, just because of that 60 potential, kind of build him up. A Kershaw Invaders jersey would go hard. Yeah, like, Miller's got the potential. There is a way to compare recently visited players. Oh, they changed the compare screen, so there's like pluses. Yeah, we're gonna. This is for starting pitcher. They each have enough stamina. So this is just the OSA scout ratings. Obviously, this is their current, not their potential, right? Well, here's potential. So like Miller has much more potential control and stuff, which combined, the classic question is, what is stuff in baseball? It's the intangible, unhittable quality of someone's pitch. So if you said that they have a lot of stuff, it just means that their pitches are really good. Effectively. So more stuff equals harder to hit. But it is funny, like, as a non-baseball person, to try to think about that. But yeah, their pitch potential is, like, insane. They both have good baseball names. They do. In a perfect world, we can get both. But the odds of us getting both are tough. So it kind of depends on, I guess the upside of Bobby Miller is that he's only got 1.5 years of Major League service time. So we're going to have a decent amount of time, and then he'll hit arbitration. He's got 2 option years left, and he's extremely affordable, whereas Dustin May is $10 million. But the upside of Dustin is that he's locked in for like 3 to 4 years and is already like a pretty good pitcher. We don't have to, it's basically like potential versus actual. Because there's also Sam Bachman as another potential. He's not doing so good in AAA right now, but maybe he just needs the right coaches. Could have an elite sinker, given enough time. We are going to need some, like, basically we were going to need 1 or 2 of these guys. Luis Gil is also up for arbitration, but I still think 4.8 mil is not that much compared to how much we're paying the other people. His control is the issue. And then Kyle Hurt. The benefit of Kyle Hurt is his salary is extremely low. He's another Dodger? The Dodgers are just gonna... okay, here's the other problem. We're only allowed to take 3 players from each team. So, if the Dodgers have all the dudes, there's a limit on how many people we can pick from them. But the Dodgers are stacked. Actually ridiculous. Former Cy Young Robbie Ray on the board. Kyle Hurt was a monster for me when I played last year. Yeah, I mean, he looks like insane deal. One year Major League service time, so you got like 2 years from him. All right, chat. What are we thinking? First pick goes to who? Who do the Invaders choose for their first pick? I like Dustin for an expansion team. I like Bobby. Bobby. Mayday. Miller. Chat likes Bobby. If we're gonna be bad, why not go with potential anyway? You have a point, but that's because potential can not manifest sometimes. If we take Bobby, they probably take Dustin. If we take Dustin, they probably take Bobby. If you're gonna be bad, then sell some tickets. Kershaw! You drafting a reliever first? They're only relievers because the Dodgers are stacked. They're starters who have been made into relievers by their team. They don't have anywhere to begin on the Dodgers. They're 50 stamina starter potential. All right, I kind of agree with Bobby as first pick. He's still got 1.5 years before arbitration. We get him for cheap. If we want to keep him, he's locked in for another... Chat, how long would you get to keep full control of Bobby Miller for? What number do I subtract Yeah, Miller's only 26 as well. The Dodgers could have a 7-pitcher rotation and their 7th guy would be better than most people's aces. Yeah. See, what is salary arbitration status? Not yet, but possibly eligible after this season. Well, I don't know how to interpret that. By this season, does it mean the 2026 season or the 2025 season? It should probably say the year instead of this. I think it's after 6 years of major league service time. Not 6 years as a professional. Okay, I was just making sure. So yeah, you should still have full control over him for like 4.5 years, which is pretty crazy. Right? All right, I'm a fan. Let's do it. Chat likes Bobby Miller. He does have the highest potential. I know you like the Gamba. For my first pick, I don't know, I'm scared. I'm scared. He's got to be the best, right? He's just got to be the best. He's insanely good at fielding. Could probably get a gold glove at his position. His pitches, his fastball and slider and curveball could be insane. 98 to 100 mile an hour power pitcher. The problem is, I didn't want power pitchers. Our pitching coach is neutral, though, so it should be fine. There's a Super 2 rule, which lets players hit arbitration early. I don't even know what that is, so you could enlighten me. All right, this is the guy. How do I draft him? There we go. Drag him down. Bobby Miller. I'm allergic to drafting Bobby Miller. All right. I did it. I clicked it. It happened. We got him. He's invading our team right now. To qualify for Super 2, players must rank in the top 22% in terms of service time among those who have amassed between 2 and 3 years in the majors. Sunian, I'm not going to remember that, brother. I believe that that's accurate. But how do you keep track of that? It's raining on Tuesdays. They're eligible for arbitration when it's raining on Tuesdays. Max Meyer is on fire, apparently. All right. Draft log. I did it. Continue. How do I let them go? Okay, auto draft until pick by Vegas. Yes. What did they take? Who did they take? They took River Ryan and Shane Baz. Okay, so we still have some picks. They picked River Ryan as a starting pitcher who was also a Dodger. You're not going to believe this. That's a different guy. He pitched 20 innings of 1.33 ERA ball, and then... Wow, this guy's kind of a gamer. In 2025, he got blown up in AAA, so I don't know what they see in him. Except his elite fielding. I just remembered, I have work ethic and baseball IQ on here, but I guess they have nothing special. All right, who else did they pick? I know Shane Baz. Yeah, Shane Baz was Tampa. He's got a crazy fastball. Slider curveball could be worked on, maybe? $3.3 million. They got some really like good fielders. All right, it's still on. The race for starting pitchers. Best fielding pitchers in the league, basically. So, oh, we got choices now. All right, the ads are gonna start in like 20 seconds or so. Oh, I'm excited. Not for the ads. Just to actually start putting this team together. But I didn't take a bathroom break anyway. Now I gotta decide if I want to spend 10 mil on Dustin May. So we'll decide that when you come back. Is this the streamer who drafts one player per hour? Is he stretching it out just for ads? No, I'm not actually. This is just how I play things. I'll be back in just 3 quick minutes, okay? Thank you so much for watching, and I appreciate you guys helping me out with this. One player per stream? Oh man, I could slow it down if I needed to. But we get to do 2 picks now. We get 2 in a row. So we get to take 2, whatever our top 2 players are, probably also pitchers. I'm just stalling until the ads start because they haven't started yet. Okay, I actually do have to take a bathroom break. Be right. Yo, I'm back a little bit before the ads are done. How you doing, gamers? Oh man. Oh, I didn't tell you guys. You're not gonna believe this. I don't know if some of you will judge me, or some of you will judge me harshly, and some of you may be jealous. But I am now the proud future owner, the not so proud future owner of a Nintendo Switch 2. I managed to snag one. I don't know if they're all out of stock by this point or not, but yeah, I got a Switch 2. I don't know what the surplus of Switches looks like right now, but I would just happen to be on last night. Well, actually, no, I didn't. After the stream that didn't happen yesterday, I was on the computer fixing all this stuff in Out of the Park, and then happened to look over at Twitter and saw a post about the pre-orders, and I was like, oh, I forgot about that. And so I impulse bought it. I got the Mario Kart bundle. Yep. Got the Mario Kart bundle. The main reason I'm getting the Switch 2 is for Donkey Kong, though. I do want to play Donkey Kong. Can you stream on it? I can. I can stream on it. And I might actually, I should actually stream on it. I got it so that I can stream on it if I want. Which I do want. So maybe we'll do a Donkey Kong stream if when and if Donkey Kong comes out. I don't know why I said if. All right, anyway. Mario Kart looks fun too. Mario Kart does look cool. I like the open world stuff. I don't really care for Mario Kart too much in a vacuum, but I do think it at least looks fun to just drive around, and may as well. It's the pack-in game. The problem is I got to get an $80 controller now because I don't want to use the stupid Switch sticks. The main reason to get a Switch 2, though, is because it's over the lifetime of the console. Like, this is going to be the Switch for the next 5 years, probably. So, for me, consoles are more of an investment long-term. You don't really buy a console for just one game. Not really. But anywho, we got 2 draft picks to take now. I think Kershaw's too much money. I think we gotta be more budget-friendly than that. I think we take 1 good overall now and maybe 1 more potential. If you didn't want power pitchers, what kind did you want? I wanted ground ballers because I just like them in real life. But if a power pitcher is good enough, like the last guy that we got, then I'm, you know, that's fine too. It's just power pitchers tend to give up more homers when they miss their spots, whereas ground ballers inducing more contact is what they want anyway, as long as they don't throw right down the middle. Ground ballers have to hit their spots too. I guess that applies to both. But the fact that Dustin May is a ground ball pitcher who can also throw 100 is insane. It's probably just because he's got the sinker. He needs a better changeup. I'm not sure really what makes him a ground ball pitcher except the sinker. Is Gil healthy in this universe? He had 3 months of latissimus dorsi strain. I don't know what that is. So he missed 3 months at the beginning of this year. But like Kyle Hurt looks good too, but his stats were not great in AAA, and I do value stats a little bit. I think it's got to be May. He's locked in for 4 years. Well, 3 years at least, plus 1. He's a ground ball pitcher with great velocity. He pitched well for the Dodgers. Not phenomenally, but definitely well. He's got 5 good pitches. Keeps the hits against down. His contract is very, very good for us because it's just 4 years as a good pitcher. Could be traded if necessary, but he's still pretty decent. He's good at fielding, reads in his spare time. Not that it really matters, but his last 5 games were not so good because they brought him out in relief and he gave up a bunch of runs, but he's probably more comfortable as a starter. Stat-wise, let's see. A ground ball pitcher should be inducing double plays, but it feels like he's not inducing as much as he wants. I don't know what league high is for that. And then I want to see his opponent batting splits. I guess opponent... Wait. Which one of these do I want? Okay, this is how he pitched. This is how they batted. It's just a different perspective. Gotcha. So, from what I can tell... Yeah, he was the righty that's better against lefties, at least in his previous season. Left-handed opponents were hitting 211 off of him. Right-handers were hitting 259 off of him. But the righties were slugging against him more and kind of taking him deep. Lefties took a few more walks. Yeah, I think it's gotta be Dustin May. So I'm gonna go with him. He had a sore shoulder for 3 weeks, but otherwise is not super injury prone. I don't think there's anything I'm missing here. His personality seems fine. Yeah, I think he's the last Dodger that can be drafted. Like, I'm assuming the 3-pick minimum is not... It's 3 overall protected, right? Like, me and the Pioneers, not 3 per team that can be picked. Unless I'm mistaken. I don't even know how to sort by team. Because there were some other Dodgers. But I don't remember who. Nobody... Mostly it's pitchers for them, I think. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna lock it in. I know I'm being a little wishy-washy, but it's because you only get to pick once. Dustin May, you're the next pick, brother. Born 1997. $10 million. Gone. Okay, and for our next pick, because we don't have to wait now, maybe we go for someone with high potential. I don't know if I want to go 40 overall, 55 potential is a little scary. They might already... their stats aren't great. Yeah, notice how Kershaw disappeared? Because the Dodgers have already had their max picks taken away. Scary. Luis Gil looks good. Extreme fly ball pitcher. 2.7 mil. Expects to be in the starting rotation. He's got 3 years major league service. Due for arbitration. $4.7 million arbitration estimate, which isn't bad. Or you can take the one with the higher potential floor, who could become an insane sinker pitcher. His sinker potential is crazy. Wants to be a ground baller. Okay fielding from his position, but his stats aren't really there yet. Would need some coaching and development. But he's 26. He's still pretty young. He's got 1-year major league service, so he's not going up for arbitration for another 1.5 years. So yeah, it's basically either take the Gamba potential or take someone who's a 50-50 right now with a pretty low payday. He's 27 as well. Scouts just think he's reached his potential, which doesn't mean he's done. He could go higher. It's possible. Only 1.6 mil for that arbitration? Yeah, as it stands. We do want to take prospects, I guess. Like, that's sort of what we should be doing, is taking prospects. And then if Luis Gil is still available after the next 2 picks, we probably take him and then start filling out the other positions. Because the thing we're missing out on right now is position players by taking only pitchers. But pitchers are pretty damn important, so... like Sam Bachman, we're not really taking for his stats, so it sort of doesn't mean anything to look at his stats right now. We're just hoping that he develops with the organization, I guess. Is there a god level batter in comparison to everyone else? Not really, but there are some good players over there. Specifically, there's like a 55 potential P.D. Halpin, left field, center field, right field, with pretty great speed. But he's in AAA right now, just hitting 218 in AAA. So, could develop. Puts the ball in play a lot. Coming over from, what, the Cleveland Guardians? No days of major league service, so you have him for 6 years, basically. So, like, he's a great choice. Justin Foscue can play now at first, second, and a little bit at third. Did pretty well in AAA, like really well. David Hamilton got a pretty elite second base defensively. Can also play short. If you want to look at strictly shortstop, the best shortstop who is at least a 45... Javi Baez, $24 million. Yeah, I'll pass. Sorry. I don't think I want to spend 24 mil. There honestly is not really an elite shortstop. Like, David Hamilton is the best. So 80 is the max, Dr. Gnome. 80 is like, I don't know if you know who Shohei Ohtani is. Somebody like that. 80 is like, you're a future Hall of Famer already. So 65 is quite good. If you had a 65 overall, you're insane. Yeah, MLB scouts do 20 to 80 ratings. But I love overpriced declining players. So I feel like we just take the pitchers, and then in the next round, we grab these position players if we can, if they're still there. But we do need the pitchers. So it's either Bachman or Luis Gil. I'm going to go ahead and take Bachman and take the prospect. And just lock it in. Stats aren't good, but he could become an elite ground ball sinker pitcher. And the best part is he still has 5.5 years with our team once we draft him. What's his stamina? 55? Okay, so he can stay out there for a while. Doesn't demand a lot of attention and often goes unnoticed. Sam Bachman. We can rebuild him. All right, take it. Locked him in. We have 3 pitchers now. Time to see who they pick. The Portland Pioneers select Slade Ciccone, a starter with excellent control, who does have MLB experience, but is kind of just below average right now. Maybe he's 26. He does have potential to get a little better. And then they took Brett Wisely, who was hitting .237 at the major league level for 59 at-bats, which, to be honest, we'll be lucky if we can pull off. Our team is going to be pretty terrible on the hitting side. But yeah, they finally took a second baseman and another pitcher. So I think at this point, we got 3 starting pitchers, right? And we've already sent... where do you see the contracts that you've already issued that are pending? Where do I see that? No, I don't think salaries has pending, because we don't... There was a place to see it, and they told me where it was, and then I forgot. Yeah, I think it's under the free agency pending offers. Here we go. So we've got a pending offer to Brandon Woodruff, who's obviously, we can't take it for granted that he's going to accept, but he's still a starter, right? So if he accepts, then we have a 4th starter. And then we also sent one to Chris Bassett. So we'd have 5 starters. So anybody else that we pick, though to be fair, if we did take more starting pitching, then a couple of the prospects would just be sent to our AAA team to develop, which would be totally fine, right? So having more pitchers is good because the odds of one of these dudes getting injured is very high. And then we got a few people for potential minor league contracts just to kind of fill out. Plus we sent one to Seth Blair, who's just kind of there. Okay, going back. Yeah, we're going to need some relievers at some point. Back to the draft. So at this stage, it gets a little harder to decide because there's a lot of people who are just 45. At that point, you have to start just kind of guessing. We got Luis Gil, and we got a couple people with the potential to be up there. Honestly, Luis Gil does still look pretty good. He's only got 3 pitches, I guess, is the downside. But he has good pitches when he's not walking everyone. I think let's take... one of these infielders now. So, Petey Halpin was the one with the highest potential. But the highest overall is David Hamilton and Justin Foscue. So what makes Petey Halpin potentially worth taking is that he's got 3 outfield slots that he's already, like, ready for. And his range, I think, is pretty great. We can actually do... if we were looking at just outfielders... there are people with more outfield range. If you wanted a defensive pick, then Michael Ciani here is probably your best center fielder from a defensive standpoint. In 2025, he was hitting .230, .313 on base percentage, 1.3 WAR. He works hard to hone his skills, so he's actually, does he have like a higher work ethic? No. But he's really fast and extremely good at defense. But yeah, there are a couple dudes. Jake Mangum. I thought it said Magnum. Jake Magnum. Well, he only had 35 at bats, but he has some major league experience and did well with it with Tampa. He's a recognized natural leader and never gives less than 100%, highly regarded throughout the league. We don't know enough about these guys' personalities. I like picking for personality too. He puts the ball in play a lot. Usually goes for a hit. I feel like this 45 overall is undervaluing him, but I guess he doesn't take very many walks, supposedly. And his power is down. But okay, we need to do something real quick, chat. Because now we're getting into the weeds. I need to go to player. I need to create like a better shortlist for these guys, so I don't lose them. Where'd he go? Jake. Add to new shortlist. Expansion draft. Outfield. I think he deserves to go in there because he looks crazy. Dude, Albert Almora Jr. He was on the 2024 Vultures. How did he do in the simulation? He hit 311 in AAA. 360 on base percentage. He's a team captain with elite outfield range, good speed, puts the ball in play. We're gonna bring him back and fix him. He didn't do so good for us. He really didn't do so good. We're gonna be kind of a small ball team. But yes, the overall highest potential is this reliever. I don't know if I want to pick a closer this early, but he's 25 years old with a 60 potential. He hasn't been doing so good. They tested him out. Ding, 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 ding. Whereas Ian Hamilton, $2 million, also a Yankee. Yeah, the stamina doesn't matter because if we wanted to pick a closer, which I will want, but I don't think I want them right now. So let's just do batters first. Ding, 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 ding. So, P.D. Halpin, Foscue, David Hamilton. Well, actually, I don't know if these guys are necessarily infield or outfield. I could move them. Because, yeah, he's an outfielder. Hamilton's an infielder. Hello, Farming Purrs. Thank you for the 17-month sub. Squishing chat. Chat always needs a good squish. Yeah, there's only 2 batters who are currently a 50 or better. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that for this round, we maybe grab Pt.1 because he's 23 years old as a potential player. We have 2 drafts, right? Yeah, we have 2 drafts. Pt.1 to play the outfield. He's got good speed. He's got good range. He's got an okay arm. This might be like your right fielder or left. I mean, this is probably more like your left fielder. That's his main position potential anyway. He didn't do so well in AAA last year, but the potential is good. No MLB playing time. I think are we just going for the Gamba because he's got the highest potential? Like, this dude's got really good power if you wanted someone to hit homers. But they tried him out for 2 years in the MLB, and he just wasn't there. Hitting 190 and 195 with Colorado. Hunter Goodman. And his defense isn't really there either. So if he's not hitting well and he's not defending, then he could improve. But that doesn't speak to me. Ronald Hernandez, catcher in training. This is probably a guy for later. So this is like create new short list, expansion draft, late pick Gambas. Because some of these dudes are just like 21, 22 years old. And you don't know if they're going to suck or not. Not hitting well in Colorado? Oof. Yeah, kind of. Kinda. What I would like to do is get a shortstop. And I think... Who was it? It was David Hamilton that was the best shortstop. He's only a 55 rated there, but to be honest, the options are very limited. Unless we care more about defense. Like, the top rated at that position, who's got better than like a 35 overall. 60 is like the best rating, and they have like a 45 potential. So honestly, David Hamilton is good because he's a 55, and then the next best we can get is 60, which, you know, is going to be better, but his range is really good. His range is really good. Chat, was David Hamilton, he was not on our team last year, right? He wasn't on the Vultures last year. There was a different David at second base. What was his name? Doesn't commit many errors. His arm is okay. Turn double play good. Speed. He's going to get a lot of steals. How many stolen bases did he have last year? 21 stolen bases last year. 33 the year before that. 57 in AAA in 2023. Holy. That's good for our small ball work ethics. Yeah, he's got good stealing, he's got good defensive abilities, and his stats are very reasonable too, even with the MLB. I think he's got the glove, he's got the speed. The price is also right. He's only got a year of service time, which means we have him signed for 5 more years. All right, it's got to be Hamilton. 57 stolen bases is Pog. I feel like I'm jumping to conclusions here, but I just don't see who's gonna beat that. If I want a shortstop, I think he's him. Like I'm looking at the 50s. Anybody from like 55 up, from like right here. If we just scroll up, one dude is rated higher than a 40. And they're rated higher. They're really flexible. Second base, shortstop, third base. Another utility player with a good eye and some gap power, but they're not doing so good at the MLB level. Did you get Rick Jameson? I did get Rick Jameson. I don't really do meta on purpose, though. Trust me. He was just the best. He was just the best. All right, where was I looking? For 45. Yeah, it's like David Hamilton or bust here. Javi Baez is $24 million for like worst performance. All right, David Hamilton going to the Las Vegas Invaders. Boom. Locked in. Now for our second pick, do we go for another pitcher or do we go for another fielder? Because we could take one of these high potential Gamba fielders like Petey Halpin. From the guards. My only worry is that he didn't do so well in AAA last year. He's only a 40 overall, so I don't want him to struggle too much at the bigs. He still had a 343 on base percentage, though, so he's taking an incredible amount of walks. But negative .6 WAR isn't the best. Maybe we'll come back to him, yeah, and grab another pitcher. I'm tempted to just take this high potential closer because we've got two free agency offers on the table for starting pitching. Obviously, it wouldn't hurt to have another starting pitcher. Luis Gil would be that guy. But I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to like lock in a closer. Take him from the Yankees. He's 25. He's got a year of Major League service time. You have control of him for 5 years. Push comes to shove, you can sell your relievers at the deadline for prospects. Yeah. Like, his stats aren't great, but he's obviously still settling in. And I like extreme ground ballers. I like that personally. What does a snowflake mean? Yeah, it means they're on a cold streak. So for this kind of guy, I don't even look at their stats. I just look at what the scout says and think, wow, his control sucks. Wow, that guy's control sucks. Slider, sinker, changeup. Enjoys boating in the off-season. You could also take Ian Hamilton from the Yankees as well. He's a little bit more proven, and he's already at 55. But the downside is he's up for arbitration. The upside is it's not that bad, 3.2 million. Extremely solid fastball, elite slider, good sinker. Velocity 96 to 98. The stats back it up. ERA plus 156. Batting average against is not great. Strikeouts were pretty great last year, though. Walks are there. Whip is getting a little worse. Did we get the infielder? We did get one infielder, yep. Got, was it David Hamilton? Or was the other guy? Yeah, we got David Hamilton. He's on the team. But I think it's either Ian Hamilton or Abner Uribe. Is that how you say his last name? If we want a closer. If we don't want a closer and we just want another starter, then we pay Luis Gil, probably. Three different Yankees, I know. It's like, but here's the thing, when you draft from the Yankees, you can only do 3 Yankee picks. And I don't know if there's a list anywhere of how many picks have been made from each team. In my heart, I think in my heart, I need to remember to change the music, and I hope this part of the VOD isn't muted. my bad. Let's do Tunic. Tunic is good. Sometimes they're a little better than their overall. Like Joey Cantillo is 25 years old. 45 stamina's on the low side. Got an elite changeup. And he also pitched really well last year. 3.73 ERA. 1.2 whip. 150 innings is a pretty good sample size. Like, pretty solid as well. Joey has intellectual limits. Oh no, I forgot to keep looking at whether they're stupid or not. Okay, none of these guys are stupid, I don't think. Wouldn't it show up here? Our scout doesn't know. Wait, he might be stupid and our scout doesn't know. Uh-oh, we might be picking dummies. Because our scout hasn't scouted yet. That is a little scary. Baseball IQ, baby. We played some Risky Rain soundtrack earlier, actually. Extreme flyball tendency and 45 HRA for Luis Gil has some bad vibes. Yeah, we're gonna be taking some bad vibes pictures. And that's just kind of the way it is. The thing is you can get really like lost in the weeds here at these 45 overalls. And there's not a lot to compare except money. You know what I'm saying? So like when you have all these 45 overalls, it kind of depends on what you want. If you want to just sort by stuff. But anyway, what I'm thinking is I actually want... What's wrong with it? Why is Angel Padromo only a 45? Outspoken player. I was looking at a guy who had like reasonably high stuff, reasonably high control, because it's usually a recipe for success as a reliever or a closer. But you know what? I think my heart says either Abner Uribe or Ian Hamilton. And just go ahead and lock in like a closer. I can't turn down the Gamba, man. It's gotta be Abner, right? That potential 60. He's already a 50, so he's not even bad. It's just he hasn't been pitching well, so he is bad. Extreme ground ball, just a closer. Just a closer. It's easy, man. He's just gonna blow the game for us. We gotta develop this talent. I'm going for it. Lock in a closer. Because bro is only got 1 year Major League service time. So you got him for 5 more years. All right. Let's see who they pick. We need to save the game as well. So that was a Yankee. So I don't know how many more picks the Yankees will allow. Like, I don't know. This was from Cleveland. They picked Jonathan Rodriguez, outfielder with a 50 potential. And they picked Khalil Watson. Pretty flexible players, second, third, some left field, good range, got some power on the bat. Khalil Watson is only 22, but just has a 45 potential now, I guess. He kind of struggled in rookie ball. Well, not rookie ball. He kind of struggled in high A and double A. Okay, so now who? We were looking at a number of these players, like Justin Foscue can play first, second, third. I don't really need a first baseman straight away, but he's got pretty solid hitting numbers across the board here. The lack of strikeouts comboed with the power, the ability to take walks. He hit 28 homers in AAA last season. That's tempting. Get a little power in the lineup with a reasonable glove. I don't really want to pick a first baseman, though. Maybe I don't know if how much longer he's going to be around. Who's the best third baseman that we got here? That's at least like a 45. Oswaldo Cabrera, 3.3 mil. Honestly, he had a great season last season. The Yankees are still on the board, but if you take that Yankee, you might not be able to take this Yankee. Because I don't know how many have been drafted so far. Because these stats are pretty good, man. Look at the flexibility from first, second, third. Good range on the infield. Strong arm. Clean-cut lifestyle. Good enough speed and stealing ability, but not much aggressiveness. Pretty solid overall numbers across the board here with utility. I like it. I'm going to at least put him on the list. But yeah, he's about 2 WAR last year in game. Okay, what I was doing was looking at like third base, scrolling down for people who are also like at least a 45 overall. Like, we looked at Santiago Espinal, didn't we? Just doesn't have, like, a great eye or power. But he has pretty good defense at second base, can also play third. and short, possibly a left to right field, so maybe the utility potential is also there. Hitting 238 is whatever. I don't know. I don't know if that's worth 4 mil to me. Is there a section that shows how many players from each team have been chosen? Not that I know of, but if you find it, let me know. Yeah, like, at third base, there's not many choices. I think that is probably the best. Just going, if you want good defense, I do value defense because our offense is going to suck. So if we can just have decent pitching and keep them from scoring, then we're gaming, you know? Like Blaze Alexander, let's see. We didn't really take a look at him. He did get some MLB playtime where he actually did fairly well, but he only had 9 at-bats and then 166 attempts here. Extremely flexible between second, third, and short. Has a potential to get a little better than he is. 26 years old. Already got some MLB experience. In AAA, 11 homers, 361 on base percentage, pretty good eye. He's only got 1 year of major league service. I think he's definitely like a list. He definitely goes on the list. Jermaine Palacios. Didn't do so good last year. Doesn't look so good. No potential beyond that. Sorry, Jermaine. But great defense, pretty much. That's all we got. Aaron Skunk? Aaron Shunk? Dude, people... I'm not making fun, dude. They had enough of that. They're only 28. They had enough of that in their own life, I'm sure. Wow, went oh, that was in single A, never mind. Defense is elite, sharp as attack, he's pretty smart, puts the ball in play a lot, goes for hits. He goes on the list easy. Gage Workman. Gage Workman. Probably gonna pass. This doesn't have it. All right, let's take a look at center fielders. The best center fielders defensively that we got. Michael Ciani from the Cards. We looked at him earlier, didn't we? Incredible range, incredible defender, works hard to hone his skills, great speed, lots of steals, no power, fantastic eye, takes a lot of walks. Workman is on the Cubs right now and he stinks. Oh no. So his slugging is going to be real bad, but the center field, I do like having like a really good center field defender, so we'll at least put him on the outfield list. Desan Brown hitting 303 in AAA, also pretty elite center field, has potential to get a little better. 24 years old. It's hard to tell. He could put forth more effort. Oh no, he's lazy. That's not good. There's Albert Almora Jr. Carlos Jorge. Hit 150. Okay, I don't think you're ready, Carlos. I like your outfield defense, but I don't like your arm. Tim Tawa. Doing great in AAA. I want people with some upside, though. The choices... Oh, Pedro Leon. That's Houston, yeah. Potentially awesome 70 arm. Struggled in the MLB, but only got 20 at bats. In AAA, he's doing pretty good. 2.4 WAR. Good defense. Reasonable. 36 homers in AAA last year. Oh. That's worth thinking about. Plus you got the left field or right field glove. Plus you got the stealing and the speed. And he's got a cannon for an arm. Definitely going on the outfield list, the short list. Brandon Lockridge is on freaking fire, hitting 314 in AAA, 393 on base percentage in 576 at bats with El Paso. Oh my goodness. His historical AAA stats are so good. He just can't get a spot on San Diego. San Diego's team is too stacked. I know he's only a 40 according to the scout organization, but I don't know, man. You don't keep putting up these numbers unless you're better than the stats say. I like that everyone's got... We're going to have the fastest team in baseball. Maybe. No power, but a 400 on base percentage is right up my alley, dude. 393. 2.5 WAR. Can play left, center, or right. All right, put Lockridge on there. Chat, how has it already been an hour, dude? Mickey Moniak. Mickey Moniak, what the hell are you doing on here? Played for Colorado, hitting 239. Never gives less than 100%. 27 years old. Up for arbitration. No estimate. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to flip screens that much. I mean, he seems like a solid player. I don't know how many outfielders we're going to be drafting right now, but put him on the list. Detroit Tigers. Another outfielder who looks pretty fast, very intelligent, got a high baseball IQ, has major league experience, where he did okay. I guess he's worth putting on the list just because he's got the stats to back it up. All right, wait, these are supposed to be for center fielders. I got a little lost in the weeds. Chat, in your opinion, so far, because we've got a potential reliever, but mostly a prospect, but a potential reliever. I mean, not sorry. A starter, 2 starters, 3 starters, and then a closer and a second baseman. I feel like I should get a pitcher and a fielder. What do you think after we've already locked in our shortstop? What do you think is the next most important fielder? If I had to say, I would say the third base, or if you could get a great center fielder, then that. Like a third baseman or second baseman. Yeah, we do need a really good catcher. Damn, yeah, who's going to be the catcher? Okay, potential doesn't mean much if you have no ability to be a catcher. Center field, catcher, third base. Yeah, I was gonna do center fielder first. Let's do center fielder, then catcher. Because there's at least, like, some choices here. Like, Jonah Heim. This is too expensive, probably. What happened to Jonah Heim, Texas? I thought he was gonna be the guy. He seems okay. Pedro Pages. Not sure if that's how you say. Oof. Hit 145 in 62 at-bats. Max Stassi, former Houston Astro and also current San Francisco Giant in the game. Catchers are struggling, man. The catchers here are struggling. All right, ad starting to... Oh, sorry. Shit, I forgot about the volume warning. Whoopsie. I just looked over and the ad was starting at that exact second. My bad. I'll type to you in chat. I remember last year for catcher, we had... didn't we have Victor Caratini? And he kept failing us over and over again. And he kept disappointing us. Who was our other catcher? Wasn't it, it was another, like, long-time veteran. It was a veteran catcher. Let's see how Victor Caratini's doing. He's a free agent. Oh, we could get him back. He has a chance for redemption. Here's the thing, man. Look at how he's doing in the simulation and in real life and tell me that he's a 40 overall and that this is not underrating him. I guess it's his defense. Like, his blocking is only okay and his framing is okay. But, I mean, he hit 270 in real life and in the simulation. With over 7.7 OPS. And the game just thinks that he's shit. Apparently. Yeah, he's the backup. He's the Astros' backup catcher currently. But their main catcher is struggling supremely right now. And they just refuse to play Caratini even though he's, like, really good. Neither, like, the Astros catchers right now, I think, are allowing, like, the most steals in the league. Which team is allowing the most steals in the league? What? No, not NBA. Which MLB team? MLB team with the most opponent stolen bases per game. Number one is actually Miami right now. Then Atlanta, then Tampa, then Texas, then Houston. Caratini owes me 500k channel points. That's funny. Oof, Yainer Diaz is in fact the worst catcher at throwing people out via baseball savant. Yeah, that's what okay, so I was right. They steal on him so much, and they won't play Caratini because Diaz was goated last year. But this year he's been struggling. Look at his previous year stats compared to his current year stats for hitting. He's in a funk. He was hitting like 300 last season. And everyone is running on him. Did we look at Alexander Canario? Oh yeah, our superstar. How's Canario? He's playing on the Syracuse Mets in AAA. Canario had 25 at-bats with Chicago, was hitting 280, and they were like, nope, go back. We don't need you anymore. I don't understand how teams do that, man. It's just because these players are young. I feel like if I'm the manager or the GM, and you come in twice for only like it's a small sample size, but you rose to the occasion both times. He hit 39 dingers in the simulation in AAA last year. What the hell? That is so. Look at his numbers. He went from 1-8, 1-18, 1-5. Or sorry, 5 doesn't count. From 18 to 39. No, 44. Because AA. Canario's not in this draft, I don't think. Where is he? How would I even find him? I guess just find him in the 40s. If he was here. It's in alphabetical order, so we already would have seen him. Maybe. Filter via name? I don't even know how to do that. Nope. Not unless I've got another filter on. Nah, he ain't there. I did see Kevin Biggio. I did see Kevin Biggio. Poor Kevin. I want him to be good. 40 overall. AAA in the simulation, he hit 256. He actually did really well in AAA, but that's what happened last time. We picked him because of his AAA numbers. He just can't quite get it working. And for someone who plays first base, you got to get it working, bro. All right, anyway, I got distracted. What were we doing? We were picking a center fielder, correct? Potentially? What did we just do? Yeah, we're picking like a center fielder and maybe another pitcher. We were looking at catchers. And there really just like kind of aren't any that are awesome. We could just get a defensive only catcher and just say, I don't care about your hitting ability. Honestly, Will Banfield is really not bad. Really high defensive marks, an incredible gun for an arm, good blocking, good framing. Catchers just need to be good at catching, but he had some MLB time and got some hits. He's doing great in AAA. Like, he honestly could be the guy. His speed's not bad for a catcher. He wants to make his mom proud. I mean, he's definitely like one of the top picks. No doubt. David Garcia has a worse arm. For that reason, I'm not going to pick him. I want a stronger arm. I don't want everyone to just steal on us. Plus, he has less experience. Cooper Johnson, 206. Rafael Marchand. Great defense. Doesn't strike out, but also just doesn't do too much else. Like, if we compare his defense... How do you do this? Compare to Banfield. Marchand has like better, but put the ball in play and it will take more walks. And then defensively, Banfield has a better arm, slightly worse framing. Okay, maybe I undervalued Rafael Marchand, but his stats are worse for whatever that's worth. Because he definitely has the edge on everything except power. Way better contact Way better put the ball in play, but he's going to hit into more double plays. But he is going to take more walks. So, stuff to consider. He's doing fine. I think it's the fact that Banfield has more potential. He could get better. He could be better than they think he is, also. But I'm still going to put him at least on the short list for catcher. The other upside to Banfield versus Marchand is that Marchand has arbitration coming up, so we have to pay him more. And Banfield only has 26 days of major league service time. So basically you control him for like 6 years. Think they'll be available later? Probably. That's why I was thinking about just taking a look at my outfield shortlist and seeing who was there, because we've got Petey Halpin still on the table. He's got a 55 potential, so he'd be more of an investment. If we want, let's do a different view. The best center fielder right now by pure defensive stats alone is Michael Ciani, who just got a World Series ring. He's got a gun, he's got great range, he's got an okay bat, then he's got speed. Pedro Leon would be more of a left or right fielder. He's got a gun. Get down. No, not like that, chat. Not like that. Albert Almora Jr. just really wants to disappoint us again this year. He's 31. We need to be looking younger. Jake Mangum. Okay, I'm going to say it like this. If we're just looking, I want good defense in center. So it's between Michael Ciani and Jake Mangum, I think. Where do I find him? Wait, no, he's on the right. I mean, Jake Mangum is 3 years older, but look at those batting stats. The Ciani has a good eye and is going to take more walks. But Mangum also has potential. Why? Okay, if his overall rating is 45 and his potential is 45, to me, this is not... You can't have this much extra potential. 15, 15, 15. Like, this is plus 10. This is plus 5. And still only have a 45 potential overall. Or am I crazy? He's a switch hitter as well? And then they both have great speed and good stealing ability. Ciani is a better base runner. But then defensively, we care about outfield range. Ciani has better range, fewer errors, and the same arm. And is also 3 years younger, I guess. So would you rather have the glove and the range, or would you rather have the not striking out? I think I would rather have Jake Mangum. He's got the gap power. He's going to hit some doubles. He's just not going to take any walks. And he does seem like he has a little potential to go better. He's also recognized as a natural leader. His big problem is he's just going to maybe make more errors out there, I guess. But he did get a little bit of MLB playtime, did well. He's been smoking AAA, hitting 321 in AAA, bro. With a 516 slug, which means he's hitting a crazy amount of doubles because he only has 10 homers. 3 WAR. They're both 45-45, but one has like, yeah, one seems like they have higher potential ratings, even though supposedly they haven't met their potential. I mean, to me, it's got to be Jake Mangum as our center fielder who can also play left and right. Natural born leader, great speed, good steals, and he puts the ball in play coming from Tampa. All right, Jake, you're in, brother. You are in. Now, how do I find you again? Jake, where did you go, Jake? This is Trey Cabbage, because Trey Cabbage was blowing up AAA. Then they put him in the MLB and he was struggling. How's he doing now? He was like Astros' top prospect for a while. One of them. Not the top, but you get the idea. All right. Where did bro go? There he is. Jake Mangum. The other benefit of Jake is that he's only got 18 days Major League service. Yeah, you have him for 6 years. Draft him. And he's a switch hitter. Throws lefty. All right, locked in. Now another pitcher. Do we want another starter? Yeah, we probably want another starter. So where are we at here? Do we have anybody on the short list? We didn't really shortlist any pitchers, I don't think. We just kind of been picking them. Yeah, we've just been picking them. The injury symbol? Yeah. I'm surprised they're even allowed to use a red cross in this game. Isn't that like banned? Shh, nobody tell them. Nobody tell them, okay? Maybe we go high movement. Highest movement we got is 55. I do like high movement, high control ground ballers. I think are fun, but these guys are kind of... Oh, there's Marcus Stroman, 18 million, brother. I don't know if I want to pay Marcus Stroman $18 million. That's a lot of money. $54 million contract. He's only got 1 year left. We're going to have a really young team. Travis Adams. A little bit more potential. Doing okay in AAA. Doesn't really have what I'm looking for right now. Koyo Aoyagi. International League AAA. The Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. I got my third starter in the rotation because his generated name is Chad Wolf. There's Josh Wolf. They might be brothers. possible. Aaron Ashby. Didn't we trade for Aaron Ashby last time? He was supposed to be goated. I think his stats were a lot higher last year. Average Joe, it says. He had some injury issues. Yeah, we had a big trade that featured Aaron Ashby to bring him in last year. It didn't go so good for us. Honestly, Tristan Beck looks pretty good. But I don't have a short list for pitchers. He doesn't need to go right now. He just looks reasonable. He's got like high movement, really high control, decent stuff, and he's cheap. He is going to be up for ARB, but 1.9 mil for a starter is fine. Bo Brisky? Not enough stamina for me. Humberto. Yeah, I don't like those stats, Humberto. We're gonna have to work on that. Okay, I think we have a couple choices here. We either take Luis Gil, who we're gonna have to pay 4.7 mil. He does have some potential issues. Being a 3-pitch pitcher, not one to get too excited about anything, whatever. He's got good stuff, good movement, okay control, reasonable stamina. Not sure about the extreme fly ball pitcher. His contract will go to 4.7 mil in arbitration, which is fine. Do you have a pitcher's park? I don't actually know. Like, I don't know the threshold when a park is. I think we have a pitcher's park. What distance? Like, I know I can check my park because we loaded it in with a mod, but I didn't really load it in with any care for what type of park it was. I don't know how deep the fence needs to be for it to not be a pitcher. I think it's a pitcher's park. Let me double check. So yeah, it's 354 feet to the left, 354 to the right. It's pretty deep. 404 center field is pretty average. The walls are pretty low. Park factors are above 1. I think that's just because the outfield is deep. There's going to be a lot of doubles and triples, but I don't think that there should be many. There's not really going to be any home runs, more than the average. I don't think that this is like a heavy. This isn't like playing in Colorado. Or like being a pull hitter in Houston or something like that. I think it's pretty neutral. It just has a deep, it just has a big gap. He's a potential ace, to be honest. Do you think Luis Gil's a potential ace? I don't know. His stats last year were not great. 4 wins, 8 losses. 19 games started. 1.5 whip. He could be. But he didn't do so good last year. He got blown up in AAA over 6 games. Who's the alt to Gil? It would be somebody with a little bit more potential. It'd be like presumably one of these guys. Like Luis Medina is kind of just like the bare minimum stamina, but yeah, I don't really care for his stats. He's a 4-pitch pitcher. Max Myers got better control, same amount of stuff. 45 stam, he's whatever. Mason Montgomery's like bottom end of stamina. Looking for someone that can eat a few more innings. You could take like a 22-year-old prospect and just try and develop them. He could be an ace, but only because you're an expansion team. Yeah, like this is a guy to take later or earlier. But yeah, maybe we do take Luis Gil and pay him the $4 million. We're gonna end up with too many pitchers, but that's good because we're definitely gonna have injuries. We've been looking at him for a while. Let's just go. The only thing that I'm worried about is I don't know how many Yankees have been drafted. All right, you can be off the short list. Show me the infield. Who are the catchers? That's a Philly. All right, it's fine. Yeah, I'll take him. High velocity, good career ERA. Yeah, he looks solid. All right, auto draft. Boom. Look at the log. Who did the Portland Pioneers draft? Rain Don Con for second base. AA baller. I don't know why they drafted him. He's a 35 with a 45 potential. They could just take some people who are already at 45. And Hunter Goodman. They took one of the catchers off the table. They took a third second base. I don't know, dude. I don't know what the AI is doing. They took Hunter Goodman off the table from the potential pool of catchers, but I think that's fine. That was one of the guys I looked at and decided not to do. Speaking of, we should get a catcher ourselves. We should grab a catcher. We're looking at Rafael Marchand, and then who was the other guy? Sorry, just clicking buttons to make sure we're not filtering things. It's Rafael Marchand and somebody else. If we wanted to gamba, we could take this potential one of these potential 50s that has 50 framing, 55 arm. Might be, we're gonna have to have 2 catchers also. So why don't I just go ahead and put that dude on the late pick gamba list. This guy's not really a catcher, but that eye is incredible. MJ Melendez. Not doing so good in the actual MLB. Not so good. They're teaching him catcher? I don't know what's going on. He was learning it at one point. It was Banfield? It was Banfield. Will Banfield. Compared to... Who was the other dude that I just said? Rafael Marchand. There we go. So they're both 26, so the same age. Marchand has better contact because he puts the ball in play a lot more. They have the same gap power. Will Banfield will hit a few more homers. Marchand will take more walks. He's also a switch hitter. Seems to excel against righties, whereas Banfield will be better against lefties. And then from a pure catcher perspective, Banfield has got the arm, Marchand has the framing. So it's just, I don't know. This is a tough call. We probably want both of them. Like, we need two catchers. Whichever one we don't pick, we'll probably try and grab the other one, but not immediately. You could argue that Banfield has just maybe more potential. He has room to improve his gap power and his batting average and his eye. And if we could develop those things, then he will be the better overall player. If stats were the deciding factor, Marchand has MLB playing time, 0.5 WAR, 223 batting average, nothing to write home about. Whereas Banfield, where did Banfield go? There he is. Banfield had MLB only 23 at bats, but in AAA he's hitting 290 with 22 homers. I feel like I'd rather take my odds with Banfield because he at least has elite defense. No one will steal on him. I like framing a lot, though. Make your pitchers look better. All right, Will Banfield it is. So we got a catcher. Now what? We got a center fielder. We got a catcher. We need a third baseman. What do you guys think is the next most important? Let's see. Who do we got on the list? We got Blaze Alexander, Aaron Shunk. We don't have to get someone who's that good at third base, like a Justin Foscue. Might end up being like a first baseman. And then, didn't we already get David Hamilton? You were looking at Cabrera at third? Was I? Which Cabrera? Oswaldo? He's gone now. 3 Yankees. I mean, Oswaldo's still here. Because he's got the utility spot. And he was hitting 270 with New York last season. Got good range. I mean, that's a great pick. Foscue's from the Rangers. We didn't draft Ciani yet. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty good, dude. If we sort by third baseman here, Blaze was the other one. Let's compare them. All right, so Oswaldo definitely has the batting advantage. He'll strike out less frequently. He'll hit the ball for more power, and he'll take more walks. But Blaze Alexander's got potential in spades. That BABIP going up to 65 is real tempting. Plus his eye has room for developing as well. I'd like to grab him at some point. Another switch hitter. Osvaldo is definitely better against lefties than righties, though, which is okay. Defensively, Blaze has a crazy arm, which an arm at third base is important, but Cabrera will make fewer errors by a little bit. Honestly, it's a tough call. I think that the difference maker is the fact... Honestly, they're both kind of crazy. Because Blaze... We don't have a second baseman yet, do we? I'll add Cabrera. The difference is Cabrera's $3.3 million. I guess that's the difference, but he does have utility, defense, and the stats to back it up. Though he could have just had a good year last year, maybe. He's up for arbitration. He's going to cost us $6 million. So if we're looking to work on a budget, I think it's got to be one of the other dudes. Because Santiago is also 4 mil. Are we actually playing Moneyball? We're kind of actually playing Moneyball. I believe in Blaze Alexander because his name is cool. I think that that's a pretty good reason. And he can play third or second. Good speed, good stealing ability, not super aggressive, got potential to develop a little bit more. Maybe he'll turn into something. All right, Blaze. I believe in you. Auto draft until Las Vegas pick. Well, who did they take? Did they only get one pick? Max Meyer, starting pitcher. $1.5 million. Seems decent. All right, what's the draft order? Did we finish the first round? Or what round are we in? We're in round 10. Wait, they should get another pick, right? Or is there another page? Oh, there was another page. MJ Melendez. They took a catcher. That wasn't the dude we were looking at, I don't think. So have they already picked 2 catchers? Yeah, they've already taken 2 catchers, so we don't need to pick another catcher unless they go 3. They could go 3 catchers, I guess. Some teams do that, right? All right, where are we at? I need a list. I'm gonna open a Word doc. New tab. Current team slots. Starting pitcher, relievers, closer, first base, second base, third base, fourth base, just kidding, shortstop, right field, center field, left field, catcher. All right, so far we have drafted 1, 2, 3, 4. We drafted 4 starting pitchers, 1 closer, 1 catcher. David Hamilton is going to be our shortstop. We got Jake Mangum for center field. And then Will Banfield for catcher, which I already noted. And then Blaze Alexander to play third. Okay, so we are currently missing first base, second base, right field, left field. Another starting pitcher would be good in case, like, at least like someone with potential. Because we might still get the other dudes from free agency. So just having somebody who's got like a high potential that we can put in the minor league system is good. Edward Bizzardo. It's a good name. Oh, he's only a 30 stamina. Yeah, we do need a backup catcher too, but since they just picked the catcher, it's not at the top of my list. All right, Bubba Chandler, Luis Medina, Mason Montgomery are the highest potential, unless you want to take a 22-year-old Gamba. But I think that's for later. Mason Montgomery had some decent innings in MLB, but not in AAA. Hold on, chat. Sorry, I keep flickering the thing. Just trying to keep track of everything. Okay. This is tough, dude. This is getting tougher. I just think Luis Medina, he's only 26, so he might figure it out. He does have potential upside, developing a crazy fastball. Oh, look, the Aviators. Hey, grab an Aviator. But in terms of like moment to moment, he's not there yet. Bubba's a high prospect for the Pirates. Yeah, I can see why. He actually got some playing time in the simulation at the MLB level and honestly did really well. Why does he look like he's pissed? He trains hard. Crazy at fielding, good stamina. Solid fastball with high upside, slider. I like it. Like, just compare him to the last dude. And his stuff potential's off the charts. Like 65. Oh my goodness. I do think that just because of that potential, he might just be worth taking. Because we could get Medina, who's probably a little bit better right now. Do we have any left-handed pitchers, though? I don't know if we have any lefty pitchers. That may be something worth considering. I don't know. Let me see. Bobby Miller throws right. Dustin May throws right. Sam Backman throws right. Abner Uribe throws right. Luis Gill throws right. Did the devs make this pay to win? Not if, only if you play perfect team or whatever the booster pack thing is, like any other sports game. If you just play like I'm playing, then there's no such thing as pay to win. If you just make your own team and do the simulation. But yeah, it's a really cool sim, Kin Dog, especially if you like baseball, but even if you don't. It's second only to Football Manager according to everybody else. Now, Mason Montgomery is a lefty. The problem is he has weak stamina. So he's not going to last super long. So if you want innings to be eaten, Bubba Chandler is the guy. However, Mason Montgomery has even more insane stuff potential, but he's pretty much capped on movement and home run according to the scout organization, whereas Bubba still has room to grow. Honestly, if we can get both of them, that'd be great. Yeah, I haven't picked anybody. I don't know if it's worth picking 2 more starting pitchers, though. I want to go 1 starting pitcher, yeah. Just to make sure we have a good rotation. And if we don't have a good rotation... I mean, if we already have enough pitchers, like if the free agents agree, then we'll just send these guys to AAA and let them keep developing. Because they're 23. 23 and 25. You know what I'm saying? So, like, they got time. I like the Mason Montgomery potential, but I'm going to pick him second because I value the stamina as a starter a little bit more right now. I don't know if that's correct. He's also got only 3 pitches, fastball, slider, changeup. Bubba has an extra pitch. He's got the curveball. So having a 4th pitch is important as well for a starter, plus the stamina. All right, Bubba, you're up, brother. I don't think we can go wrong with that. Mason could still be a starter. You would just have to let him pitch 5 innings instead of 6, if all goes well. The other upside of Bubba is he only has 78 days of Major League service time, so you control him for 6 years. All right, and then I think I want to get another... Let's just take a look. Because we've got some potential gamers here. We haven't picked any of these outfielders. They're not the most important, but Petey Halpin has just been sitting here as a 55 potential the whole time, waiting in the wings. And the more we pass on him, the faster he goes. He's got pretty great range, low errors. The arm probably makes him like a right fielder, left fielder. High contact potential. His stats are not the best, but again, this is more of like a development play. Because I think I wanted Pedro Leon, because one does not simply get 36 dingers in AAA and then we just pass that up with elite outfield left and right. Mickey Moniak was good too. Michael Ciani was good too because he had like goated center field. But we already got a center fielder, so we kind of picked. Albert Almora was like good in AAA, but don't know if that'll translate. Brandon Lockridge, also really amazing in AAA. Can play left, center, or right. He's very unhappy right now. And then Winseal Perez. Another just pretty solid field. It's hard to like choose between these now. I say it's either Petey Halpin or Pedro Leon right now. All this for another 70 and 92 season? Yeah, but we weren't last. The A's were last in our divisions. So that's important. The important thing is not being last. We're not trying to be first. We just don't want to be last. I'm going to say that Pedro Leon's power was we probably want both of them, actually. I think I want Petey Halpin and Pedro Leon. Because the potential here is insane. Right? Bat lefty. Don't hate having another lefty bat in the lineup. Pedro Leon has the better arm and the better range. Petey Halpin's 23, no major league service. Pedro Leon is 27, only 37 days of major league service. So they're both pretty solid. I'm going Petey Halpin first. We got a Gamba. Wait. There they are. Where's Petey Halpin? Whoa, he's on a team that's already... Oh, no. Well... Yeah, he's on a team, brother. Chat, do I have to put players on a protection list against the other team who's drafting? No shot, right? That would be funny. Anyway, I know what's going on. What's going on is Petey Halpin is a Guardian, and I bet the Guardians have already had 3 players drafted from them. If I had to guess. Yeah, there's nobody there. Okay, well, I guess that simplifies our decision. Rip. The Pioneers blocked you? I think they did, yeah. That 3-team pick is crazy. I understand why it is the way it is, though. Cabrera is still a really good second baseman, and we don't have a second base yet. But I'm gonna come back to him. Am I wrong for wanting Pedro Leon with these stats? Do you think that 36 homers was a fluke? Probably. But we don't have any power in the lineup. But what I like about him is he's still got a gun for an arm. Pretty great outfield range, so his defense should be pretty elite. Our whole team's gonna be fast as hell. And he's got decent power and gap power. And should be taking some walks. 343 on base percentage in AAA. He's got a gun! He's got a gun! Trey Mancini is here too. He had 269 last year. He's okay. All right, Pedro Leon. We got 6 years of him to be able to play. I got my token Astro. I need at least one Astro on my team. But he's cheap. All right, you drafted. Next 2 picks go to Carlos Jorge and Ramon Urias. So they picked up a 22-year-old center fielder. Looks like. Didn't do so hot in Cincinnati when they tried to put him out there. And Ramon Urias is 31 years old. Third baseman. Not so great in the simulation. -0.2 WAR for Chicago. Probably not what they wanted. Okay, so we picked up another outfielder, probably a right fielder. And we picked up another starter, right? So we have 5 starters. We need some relievers at some point. No one is drafting the relievers. We still need a left fielder, a first baseman, second baseman, and some relievers, as well as a backup catcher. So we can take Halpin off. Pedro Leon off. So who should we be going for now? Probably second base. Get the infield taken care of. So we got Blaze Alexander already. We still could take Oswaldo Cabrera. We're going to have to pay him, but we have money. We've been on a budget for everyone else this entire time. Game day infielder. That's my own custom settings. Okay, and then someone who's goated at second base. There are some potential players, but that's a big risk. Pirates? Look at this gamer god. Sung Chae Ching. Second base, elite defense. 24 years old. Again, great speed. Look at these stats. Almost 300 at bats, hitting 318 in AAA. Not that many homers. The power's not there, but a 400 OBP. 2.2 WAR. It's pretty solid, man. 27 days of Major League service time. He's easily on the short list. Trevor Story, 25 mil. Yeah, I don't think so, bud. I don't think so. Sorry, Trevor Story. I'm sure you're doing better in real life. Or at least I hope you are. .85 at bats, was hitting 300. Riley Unrow. Doesn't look bad, though. Freddie Zamora. Didn't we have a Zamora on our team last year? Story's hitting 297 in the season with 5 homers. Yeah, I thought I remembered hearing that he was doing really well. You had another second base shortlisted? Yeah, I think it was Cabrera. Unless you're thinking of another one. Gray Kessinger. Former Astro. Never gives less than 100%. He just doesn't do so well when he goes up to the MLB each time. Does fine in AAA and then just can't quite find it. Very flexible player. Owen Miller actually was doing quite well, might think, but $2 million. All right, after looking at most of these, I think it comes down to a choice between... We have Aaron Shunk as well. All right, let's look at these guys real quick. Let's compare Aaron Shunk to Sung Chae Ching. Like, Aaron Shunk seems to have the better scouting. Everything except for the eye. More contact, puts the ball in play, doesn't strike out as much, and has more power. The best thing about the other guy is he's a lefty. I don't know how many lefty bats we have in the lineup. We have a few switch hitters, I guess. but you're not going to get as many like steals. What about defense? Worst defense. A worse rating at second base. Can't turn double play as much. Commits more errors, but has a stronger arm. The other thing is Sung Chae is 24 years old versus 28. So it's hard to say. I think that the batting stats are definitely in Aaron's favor. Compare that to Oswaldo Cabrera. But sometimes the scout stats don't add up to everything else, right? Also a switch hitter. What if we just had a full team of switch hitters? That would be kind of fun just for its own sake, right? Because, yeah, like Aaron Shunk, ostensibly on paper, seems to have mostly better stats. I do value walks, though. And Cabrera has a better defense. All right, that kind of tells me most of what I need to know. Now, if you look at their actual stats, Cabrera did pretty well. Good numbers, good hitting, good slugging, very solid. Sung also only had 31 major league at-bats, but just absolutely mashed last year. So I don't know if he just had a breakout year. No homers, but that OPS go crazy. 2.6 WAR. With also the good glove. And then Shunk really hasn't had an opportunity to prove himself at the MLB level. Still got a little potential. I think you take Shunk afterward as a backup, right? He can play first, second, third, or short. You take him as a bench player, so you still have him. But to me, it's between Cabrera and Sung Chae. They're 26 and 24. Chad, I need your help. You're able and willing to backseat. Because what I see is Sung Chae better against righty pitching. Oswaldo better against lefty. I think we have a lot of people who are better at lefty than righty. So having a lefty bat in the lineup, I feel like is better. And then defensive-wise, they're neck and neck. Sung Chae has a slight advantage according to the scouts. And is also a higher like rating at second base position and is cheaper. So I think I have my answer. I like Cabrera. I think I like his on-paper stats. But I have more hope in Sung Chae. Oswaldo has actual MLB experience. I think that is valuable. He's already at... he's going to be on arbitration for $6 million, though, so budget-wise... I think I know what I want. I want my second baseman. Sung Chae Z? Nickname Z. That's a cool nickname. Or is it Zed? Okay. We have 12 players. What happened? Do I get to draft another one, I guess? Yeah, I get to draft another one. So that was... Our second baseman. Got him. Ads are going to start in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Do we take a left fielder, a first baseman, or a backup catcher right now? What do you say? Draft day. We've almost got the starting lineup. All right, ad's going to start in a few seconds. Turn your volume down if you're not a sub. How have I been streaming for 8.5 hours already? I'm gonna go further because I want to get further in this draft. So we're not done yet, but I might stand up, stretch my legs. I want to see how far I can get tonight. While I'm doing that, chat, you decide who needs to be drafted next. Or like what position, I mean. And I will be right back. Thank you for watching. Anybody watching freaking Andor? What? You know what? You guys talked so much about Andor Season 1, but now that Season 2 is going, I haven't heard a word. No one said anything. So it must be stinky. That's the only thing I can assume. You can't fool me. Let's listen to... What do I want to listen to? We haven't listened to Katana. We've kind of over-listened to Katana Zero at this point, but we haven't listened to it in like a long time. I'm watching it. First 3 episodes were good. That's not good enough. First 3 episodes of Andor were just good. I was told that was one of the greatest shows and the best Star Wars ever. So Season 2 is just good. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how to feel about that. Okay, gamers. Let's get back to it. We got our second baseman. He's going to be a beautiful member of the team. What position do we take next? We have first base open, left field open. We have no relief pitchers, and we need a backup catcher. So what is next? I'm not even sure if my short lists are good anymore. Why don't we just look at the draft pool and do all players and just see who the highest potential players. They're probably all going to be pitchers. That they are, yes. Like, we could take one of the relievers now. I don't know. Is it too early? I wouldn't mind taking Ian Hamilton because he's still available. He's going to be up for arbitration, so I have to pay him $3.2 million. But he's got the MLB experience. He's got good stats. He's letting a few more people on base than I'd like and walking a few more people, but he is a 3-pitch reliever from the Yankees. Oh no, the Yankees, there's no way the Yankees can take more than one more person before they're out too. Right? So it's kind of either him or Cabrera. I feel like you're not going to get both. Like, there's some good relievers in here, though. The Vegas Invaders. I thought you wrote Vegas Intruders. That'd be a different team altogether, I think. But yeah, there's a ton of, like, 50 out of 50 relievers. It depends on if you just think Ian Hamilton's worth eliminating the Yankees. Is there a way to sort by players on a team? Yes. Oh, no? No? NYY? Maybe? No? What about organization? There we go. Now we got it. All right, these are all the Yankees that are still there. So we do kind of have to pick with the knowledge that one pick might knock them out. They got Joe. I'm never taking Joe Kelly, and I will not apologize. So their highest rated players are Ian Hamilton. They got Scott Efros, who was pretty lights out last year. He's got great control, ground ball pitcher, steady as you go, 1.1 mil. Caleb Ferguson is they're a closer, but we've already got a guy who we're going to try and make into a closer, so we don't really want that. Elvis Peguero. Honestly, he was pretty good. 2-pitch pitcher. They got a lot of good relievers here. But for non-relievers, they got Grant Richardson, who I'm not especially interested in. And it's basically, do you want Oswaldo Cabrera or not? That's what it comes down to. Would you rather have the Yankees reliever, or would you rather have a guy who's a potentially solid first base, second base, or third base utility player with good defense and a proven bat? Is there any way to tell how many Yankees have already been drafted? The problem is he's going to cost $6 million, yes. From a front office standpoint, we've still got $37 million plus whatever we free up from the other budgets. We could free up money from the other budgets. Sports management games are about stats. That's correct. That is correct. This is the game. You've got it, Maria. You figured it out. Overanalyzing stats is the game. Correct. Correct. All right, let's compare Ian Hamilton to this guy. On paper, the scouts say that Ian's got better ball movement, fewer home runs, better stuff, but Scott has way more control. They're both righties. I don't think we have a single lefty pitcher. Though, obviously, we're going to have more than one pitcher in the bullpen. So they're both better against righties. But it's basically, do you want control or do you want stuff? You took Gil and Uribe, who were both Yankees. That's why I'm looking at which Yankee do I want right now, noted Yerd, but thank you for remembering that. I think I want either Ian Hamilton or Scott Efros. What I like about Scott, I like control ground ball pitchers, but his individual pitches aren't especially impressive. He's also 31 and he's up for arbitration, but it's $1.6 million, so it's nothing crazy. Whereas Ian Hamilton is going to be $3.2 million. Or we just take Oswaldo Cabrera. If we don't want Oswaldo Cabrera, then the infield starts to look more like Justin Foscue at first, and then Aaron Schunk as an infield utility, which I think is pretty good. So maybe we just say, forget about Oswaldo. He looks great, but he's $6 million. We can get these two budget players instead. Keep Justin Foscue for 6 years. Oswald, we have a bunch of switch hitters. We just don't have a bunch of lefty pitching. Okay, let's just say forget Oswaldo Cabrera. Which means, do I want Efros or Hamilton from the Yankees? I mean, Hamilton's pitches seem better. And I would say that his stats seem better. We might end up being able to... We can't get both. It's basically, do you want a control ground ball pitcher or do you want a power pitcher with a fastball, sinker, slider? What do you think, chat? I think you're gonna... I think chat likes power pitching. I'm the only one that likes ground ball pitchers. I think I'm the only one. I think his pitches just aren't anything to write home about. And he hasn't been tried that much at the MLB level. And he's 31. Well, Ian Hamilton's 30, but he just seems to have more solid and consistent numbers. His pitches are better, and his overall's better. All right, Ian Hamilton, you're the last Yankee coming out. You're the last Yankee. All right, Yankees are gone. Auto draft. Let's see who Portland picks. Portland goes left fielder Stuart Fairchild off of Cincinnati. Outfielder. Had some MLB experience. Is okay. And then Jose Rodriguez off of the White Sox. Pretty decent looking prospect who's going to put the ball in play second base well. Their fourth second base. They love second base, bro. Okay, so we just added our first relief pitcher. And we added a second baseman, yes. So now we need a backup catcher, a first baseman, a left fielder, and more relievers. Let me go to the old short list. I don't know how many of these guys have been taken off the table by simply extension of their team having been drafted too much from... Okay, so Cabrera's gone. Nobody on the utility draft. All right, we got Rafael Marchand as a possible backup catcher. I think now's a good time to go ahead and get our backup catcher. Let's just make sure he's the one. Are you the one? I value framing a lot, but I also value arm. And then their overall, we kind of want their overall to be at least a 40. So we got like David Garcia here. He's in AAA. I think that he's kind of just worse. Marchand has fewer strikeouts, more power, and way better catcher arm. Same age. He's also 26. So then there's Cooper Johnson. Cooper Johnson's got pretty elite defense. His stats in AAA are bad, in my opinion. He's not going to be better when you go to the MLB. Tres Barrera. Decent defense. Pretty good AAA stats. He's an innate leader and dedicated to his craft. He's well regarded by everyone. Not a bad person to just put in the system later. I don't really feel like paying $6 million for Jonah Heim. Jason DeLay. He's all right. Might be like a decent... We're not going to be able to get him in the minor leagues, but all right. Did we have... Wait, wasn't Jason DeLay on the Vultures last year? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. I like Pedro's defense, but I don't like his bat. Max Stassi, kind of same picture. Braxton Fulford. Braxton Fulford is going to strike out more, but has a better batting average on balls in play, more gap power, more regular power, a better eye. But defensively, Rafael's way better at framing and a better arm. I got to go for defense. Snorble's cat is having an excellent time on the keyboard right now. All right, I'm taking Rafael Marchand. He's going to get 3.4 million in arbitration though. I guess that's the downside, is we're taking his arbitration years. Does that matter to us? Like, he seems really good. His stats last year were just kind of mid, though. That's my fear, is that he's already had 278 at-bats last year and was hitting 223, which for a catcher, you know, catchers are on different stat levels. Right? You're not going to find a catcher who's got, like, I'd have to do fielding ratings, catcher arm plus catcher framing plus, we could filter this and it'll be a little easier to look at. Catcher blocking is at least 55. And then that already lowers it. Our highest potentials are 45 potential, basically. Because, like, on paper, Jonah Heim should be pretty goated. But he's just not putting it together somehow. And he's had a few years to try and put it together. Maybe Pedro Pages just needs more time in the oven as well, but he's pretty slow. And then you're at the 40s already. The problem with your avoid strikeouts really high and your batting average is not super high is that you're going to hit into a bunch of double plays. Where do you see how many double plays they hit into? Are you planning on watching any full games? Of course I am. Of course I am. We'll watch some abbreviated games as well. I'm trying to get as much of the draft done today as I can, so we're going to be up kind of late because I don't want this to go 4 days like it did last year. 2 days. Oh, and with the first game at the end of the second day would be the best case for me. That's what I'm shooting for. So I'm trying to just put some extra yup time in tonight. I know it's GIDP, I just don't see it. That's what I'm saying. Do you guys see it? Oh, there it is. I'm really hitting a 5. But that's 305 plate appearances. Batting average on balls in play is 265. I don't like the rest of his stats so much. 33% stolen base percentage. Why are you stealing, dude? Strikeout percent 18.4. It's pretty good, man. Only 5.9% walks. That's where you get you. At least he has positive WAR, but his OPS was really bad. And I'm gonna have to pay bro how much money? Like $4 million? Ugh. I don't know who to pick for backup catcher, to be honest. I don't really love any of them. They're okay. None of them are gonna be God tier. I'm just gonna hope that he has a better season this year. All right, I'm just gonna send it. Backup catcher. How much I pay you next year? Like $3.4 million. We got money. All right, we got a backup catcher. So we got our two catchers with pretty great defense and framing, at least. If they're gonna suck at hitting, then at least they'll have great defense and help our pitchers be better. I'm thinking about, we needed a first baseman and another outfielder. Personally, there are a few outfielders that are on the list already that I feel like we could choose from. Like I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that I'm choosing from outfield. Chat, what year is it? It's 2025? I think. 2025, I'm pretty sure, bro. But yeah, we got a few outfielders to choose from, but there's really only like one first baseman, I think, that I want. And this Justin Foscue. So I feel like I should go ahead and take him because at least he can play second, if nothing else. But these stats are, he's pretty much like one of the top players in the whole expansion draft. He's one of the only 50 rated who's not a closer. And he does have versatility, and he also hit 28 homers in AAA last year. Spray chart, empty. Hitting 305 versus lefties, 266 versus righties is still very respectable, I think. Good WAR, good OPS. He seems pretty goated to me. He didn't do so good in 44 plate appearances for Texas in 2024. 1 WAR in the simulation, 113 OPS plus, 0.89 OPS, good slugging, pretty high average. Seems solid, and that's only AAA though. That's, I guess, the fear, right? Is he won't be able to bring it to the table. But I'm gonna take him. Looks like a solid first baseman that can also play replacement level second base and third in an emergency. All right, he's locked in. We got a first baseman. Auto draft. The Portland Pioneers take Edward Bizardo. I was looking at Bizardo as a reliever. Because he had a real solid 3.7 ERA in 65 innings of work. I was thinking about him. I was looking at him. And then they picked Cam Devaney, another infielder. How many infielders do the Portland Pioneers need, brother? Maybe that's their shortstop? I don't know. But honestly, bro kind of flew under my radar. I'll be honest. Because that gap power would go hard in our park. And he did have 195 plate appearances in the MLB. And he hit 256. I guess his OPS isn't great, but decent defense. That gap power has potential in our park, but too late. All right, we need another outfielder and I think a relief pitcher. So these are the outfielders. I don't know how many of them are still available because I don't know how many their team has been drafted from. So we got Mickey Moniak, stellar defense in left and right. Has actual MLB playing time last season with Colorado. Hitting 239, 400 slugging, 13 homers. Good speed, good stealing. Our whole team's going to be fast as hell, man. Michael Ciani. Let's start doing process of elimination. Let's compare. So I guess Michael Ciani's thing is he also has MLB play time. We can actually compare these stats more closely. So Moniak has better batting average, better gap power, better power, but doesn't take any walks. Classic. They both bat lefty, so they're both going to be better against right-handed pitching. Defensively in the outfield, Michael Ciani just kind of wipes the floor with Mickey Moniak. The range, fewer errors, stronger arm by a lot. Now, batting stat-wise, they had a comparable number of games started. Their average was pretty similar. Michael Ciani had 12 stolen bases, 28 walks in the same period of time, but Moniak had 13 dingers, 58 RBI. But RBI is not really a super reliable. 239 average, slugging at 400, just a stronger OPS. OPS plus is a little higher. I know that they're not amazing, but we're doing the best with what we got. Basically, do you want power or not, right? Career stats don't really mean much to me right now. So, would you rather have the elite glove of Ciani with acceptable hitting and walks and on-base percentage, or would you rather have the power potential of Mickey Moniak? And then we got Almora Jr. and Brandon Lockridge. Almora Jr. was on our team last year. He didn't do so good, but maybe he has a chance at redemption. Higher contact, fewer strikeouts, more gap power, which again is good in our park. Fewer walks. Bats righty. They both bat righty. So Almora should really do well against left-handed pitching, in theory. But you're going to get more steals out of Brandon. Defensively, Almora has the clear advantage. And then batting stat-wise, doesn't look like we can compare them because they didn't have any MLB playtime. But in AAA, Lockridge was hitting .314 with a .393 on base percentage, 8.853 OPS, 12 homers, 2.5 WAR. Does that translate to Major League? Don't know. Almora was hitting .311 with a .360. They both were mashing in AAA. Regular hits. I guess they weren't really mashing home runs, but And the last guy, Winseal Perez, kind of has the worst AAA stats. And I think he's out. Like, I think I'm just gonna eliminate him. So it's between these four. I'm on Team Siani, comparable OPS plus, so I go with the defense. Let's look at Siani versus... I don't know, man. Lockridge has just been tearing it up in AAA his whole career. 288, 325, 295, 314. He looks like he's just waiting to break out into the MLB. Defense is a bit worse, though. All right, here's Michael Siani versus Albert Almora. Almora has 10 more contact, 5 more BABIP, 10 more avoid Ks, 10 more gap power, 5 more power, but minus 15 I. Defensively, he's got 5 less range, 10 less error, 10 less arm. But Siani has MLB experience. And is doing okay. I'm kind of on Team Siani too, but I'm on team pick one of the other guys with a future pick as another backup player. How many people do we actually get to draft during this draft, I guess is the question. Is it 35? There's 25 rounds. Do we only get 25 players? We're on round 16 right now. I saw 35 total somewhere. I see. What's up, Num saying? We're in the heart of the draft, bro. Doing our best. Here's the downside of Siani. He needs practice in left field and right field, but his potential in those positions is extremely high. Where are the other dudes? I'm on the wrong filter. You could already play him at center. Yeah, the thing is we already draft... Who do we already draft? We drafted Jake. I guess we could put Jake Mangum at right or left. That would be fine. As long as I picked him because he had elite defense and a good bat. But yeah, we could just go ahead and put him there. Chad, you like Siani? I like Siani. I didn't check his contract though. He's already had 2 years, 33 days of Major League service time. So he's gonna be up for arbitration, but we can afford it. He's got a World Series ring from the simulation. All right, we got another center fielder. We can just move the other dude over to left field. And did I say we need another reliever? Or should we take someone else? Let's just see who's on the short list. Yeah, the Cards won the World Series in this timeline. They took down the Mariners. Interesting World Series. Oh yeah, I did bookmark Tristan Beck as a potential extra starter. All right, Siani has been picked. And so is Justin Foscue. So the other guy I wanted was Aaron Shunk. But we're not really... Then we need to pick some relievers. I did want Aaron Shunk. He's a smart did, and he's got infield utility coverage, first, second, third, or short, with good defense. And it seems like a reasonably solid bat, at least in AAA. But I don't know if I'm overrating him. Whoops, wrong button. Because there's still a bunch of pitchers. There are also some potential catchers. This guy kind of sucks at being a catcher, to be honest, but he's got a crazy eye. Nathan Hickey. What a name. But there's definitely some Gamba prospects in here. That's a DH, not a catcher. True, he does have power and gap power. We are going to need a DH. Doesn't quite have enough home runs for my taste. What did I just say I wanted to pick? I was thinking about picking that backup guy. I was just kind of seeing like who had potential at a position that maybe wasn't a pitcher. I don't know when the last time I saved was. I'm gonna save. I think that's always smart. "21-year-old with the potential to become a 50. All right, I don't know. Where to go next. We got one person at every position, 2 catchers, 5 starting pitchers, 1 reliever, 1 closer. So we got at least one dude at every position, basically. Let's see who's got the highest gap power that also has at least like maybe a 45. Abraham Toro. Because our ballpark is really gap power friendly. First baseman, Red Sox, DH, probably 14 homers. Hitting pretty well in AAA, but I don't know. I do value defense quite a lot. Akil Badu, wasn't he like really up and coming? Did he kind of fall off or what? He's getting paid 2.5 mil to be kind of average. And oh yeah, Cody Clemens was also, dude, the same people are available every year. This is a whole year apart, and Cody Clemens and Kevin Biggio are still trying to get picked. That was our everyday first baseman before. I saw Clevenger too. Oh man. He's just doing so well in AAA, and just you put him in MLB and it just doesn't work for some reason. Honestly, his defense is kind of mid anyway. Isaac Collins. Seems decent. He's considered a team leader and is very bright and well respected by his teammates. Has solid stats, has left field, second base. He's okay. Matt Gorski. Right fielder. Hitting 286 in AAA, 838 OPS. 27 years old. I've heard Matt Gorski a lot because I play MLB The Show, Road to the Show, and I always end up hearing his name from the broadcast announcers. He's got some like power potential as a right fielder, good arm, decent defense, hitting well in AAA. 23 homers in 2024. I think he at least goes on the list. All right, chat. What do? Those of you who are still awake, I know it's late, and I'm still up. I can't stop. How much is the budget? We got room in the budget. We got some room. Chat is bedge. I want to watch a sim so bad. You mean like the actual game? We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Probably tomorrow or the next day, like whenever we play this game again. We'll get to it, I promise. The first part, the draft, is the biggest chunk, and then things start to get rolling. I'm here for the storyline. I know nothing about planning. Yeah, this is the planning phase. Almora Part 2. I think he's on the list. I think I'm gonna go with my original gut and get Aaron Schunk. He's 28 years old. Thinking about him as a utility player. He's got decent gap power, and he can also fill in first, second, third, or short with a respectable defensive rating. Reasonably fast. Stats are pretty reasonable. WAR is only 0.2, but the OPS in AAA is good. He got 94 at-bats with Colorado in 2024 and did okay. Aaron Schunk. And he's still got a little room to get better, and we could use our coaches to try and improve him a little bit. So, I mean, he has room. I'd say let's go Aaron Schunk. He's sharp as a tack. Where'd he go? I assume his contract, he has a minor league contract. So he's got nothing major league service time wise. Three option years left. Chat, is he actually like under full control or no? He's been a professional for 6 years. How long, like, I don't know. I don't know enough about the details, and the people who do are probably asleep by now. Yeah, I know that that's minor league time. I think it says, because his minor league free agency eligibility is eligible after this season, right? So he can go wherever he wants. I would have to sign him before the season was over. Which, if he plays in the MLB, I would have to sign him anyways, right? Maybe. Like, after the... Yeah, I think I would have to give him a different contract anyway. All right, I'm still going to take him. Just adding him to the 40-man roster cures it. He'll probably be on the 40-man anyway. All right, auto draft. Who's taken off the books? Portland Pioneers take Jeremy Rivas, shortstop. Honestly, he looks pretty good. How did I miss this guy? I guess because he's only a 35 overall with a potential 45, but he's already playing 65 at his position with crazy range, few errors. And then he's in AAA hitting 293, but only a 75 at bats, but still. Yeah, I guess his OPS isn't that good though, so he's just hitting a bunch of singles because his power sucks. Yeah, I don't really care about that guy. And then Brian Mata. AAA pitcher. Okay. We need more relievers. We only have one reliever that's not a closer. So I'd say let's get that. Do you still need lefty arms? Yes, but what if I just choose not to care? Because, I don't know, there's no such thing as a lefty specialist anyway. I think I need to restart the game. It's starting to lag. All right, here are the dudes who are left with a 50 potential. I like Mason Montgomery. I think I did too. I don't know why I didn't bookmark him. I did like Mason Montgomery also because he had some major league time and he did pretty well. He's got backup starter stamina, good fielding at his position, an excellent fastball and slider with a good changeup to mix in. It'd be nice if he had a fourth pitch, but he does have potential upside. Do you need any more fielding positions? Yeah, we need some people for the bench basically now, or people to go in for injuries. So I think Mason Montgomery is definitely like top pick, but we should look just in case because there are some really good relievers up here. Luis Medina has some starter stamina as well. And similarly has, he's a 45 with a 50 upside. His stats are much worse though, but he does have a fourth pitch. So he hasn't really been getting the desired results in the game, but he is 26 years old and has room for improvement. So if we look at them side by side, Mason Montgomery's stuff potential is insane. And he's 1 year younger. He's also a lefty, so I guess we do have that going for us. He's a lefty potential starter, so he does have extra benefit just because of that, who can also come in as a lefty reliever. So he's just excellent against lefties by comparison. Crazy fastball, crazy slider. Honestly, Luis Medina's good, still good. It's just his actual pitching stats. I wish it would still compare, even if it wasn't MLB. I wish you could compare their pitching stats between AAA. What is stuff potential? Potential is what they could be if you get lucky and if your trainers are good. And then stuff is a quality of pitches that refers to if you had two fastballs and they were both 95-mile-an-hour fastballs, the one that is more deceptive and difficult to hit, you would say, has more stuff. So more stuff means that it's harder to hit. So even everything else being equal, sometimes stuff can be the result of a combination of factors, such as the arm slot, which is basically how they pitch. The way that their arm looks while pitching can kind of influence that. I don't know if you ever heard like a submarine pitcher. There's different delivery methods for how a pitch comes out of the hand. But also sometimes a fastball has a little bit more spin on it, and therefore looks like it's rising a little bit, even though it might not be. So it's just how hard it is to hit. Whereas control is like if they're locating the pitch within the strike zone or if it's wild. And then movement is like actually how much the pitch moves. So you could be a pitcher who has low stuff but really high control. So your pitches aren't super deceptive, but you're able to hit the corners of the strike zone perfectly the way that you want to. And it goes exactly where you want, which can be a difference maker. Versus someone who just yeets the ball and lets it go, but maybe has terrible control, doesn't know where it's going to end up. Just as an example. I do think that Mason being the lefty is kind of a big deal. But we also have, like, if we don't care about this, I think that we take Mason just because he can start, but like Eric Miller has a nasty changeup. 51 innings pitched last season with a 2.7 ERA and is only 27 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some good relievers here. Because, like, Eric Miller has less potential for stuff, but his movement is crazier. He's also a lefty. 2 years older. But is better now, I would say. His worst control. He has control issues. But his strikeouts per 9 were 14 in AAA and 11.3 in the MLB. So we'll probably end up picking up Eric Miller too, but maybe not first. And then like Nathan Lavender looks extremely solid also, but mostly AAA. Fastball, slider, changeup. Jaden Hill needs more development. RJ Dabovich. All right, I think I agree with Mason Montgomery. Colin Snyder looks decent. Dab it up. Suarez, we already picked the closer. We could have, someone asked in chat about him earlier. He does have really good stats. And he's really solid overall, but we already picked a closer. How old is he? 34. Fastball, cutter, and that's it? It's crazy. I think he's probably better than the closer that we signed. See, like, this is an example of the other side, right? A guy that has great control, extreme ground ball pitcher, hits you with a sinker, changeup, but doesn't have the stuff. But he can locate the pitches and he keeps the home runs down. I think Justin Topa is going to be one of my guys in the bullpen. His expectation was just bullpen, so you can set him up to be anything. Yeah, that's true, but he is 8 mil. I would rather spend whatever's left of our budget on some free agent bats. Or like one good pitcher or something to kind of anchor the rotation. He's got a player opt out after the 2026 season as well. Yeah, I know he's great in real life. I'm just looking at his current simulation. His numbers are good. We do have money to throw around. But I'll favorite him, okay? How about that? It is a lot of money for a reliever. But also, we do have money that we should spend. I think the play is still Mason Montgomery as that backup starter who's also got the insane potential stuff and good control. He just looks so solid. He's got only 86 days of Major League service time, and he's 25 years old. That's an investment. You know what I mean? That's a really good investment. All right, so that's another reliever. Do we just do two? Do we just want two relievers, or who do we want? Let's just take a look and see who's on the list. Was there someone that I was like, I need to snap that guy up before someone else does? Because there were some decent outfielders. We got Aaron Schunk. There's really no one else on the infield short list that I want. We picked up our utility player. There could be some more high potential late pick gambas that were like maybe goated fielders that we can pick maybe in a little bit. Isaac Collins was a utility potential. I don't know how many utility players I want, but he does have outfield utility as well. We don't really have... We probably do need another outfield utility player. And I don't... Not really a utility player, just another outfielder. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, Gorski was interesting. Moniak was interesting. Almora Jr. was interesting. I really just don't want to be hurt by Almora Jr. twice. You know what I'm saying? I gave him a shot last year. But I liked Brandon Lockridge. I did like Brandon Lockridge. He's got left field, right field. His range error arm isn't quite there. But the 853 OPS in AAA with the 2.5 WAR has me looking, you know? What's up, Cutie Wasp? Thank you for the 23 late night months. I appreciate you. Welcome back. Tally Hunter, I saw you as well earlier. And No Berserker. Thanks for the awesome content all this time. I appreciate it, No Berserker. You're appreciated. What do we got for no catchers? And then those three pitchers that we were looking at. I don't know. It's getting tougher and tougher to pick. Suarez and Lockridge are both San Diego. Yeah, I think chat wants Suarez more than I do. He looks good, though. He does look good. Oh. Sorry. Let's compare these two dudes and see what they're doing. So Winseal Perez strikes out less, has more gap power, has more power, slightly worse eye. and slightly worse batting average on balls in play. Also a switch hitter. We're going to have an insane switch hitting team. He's 2 years younger. These are just kind of like backup players. He's pretty even at both. Defensively, he's got him beat on range, error, and arm. Upside of Lockridge is his actual stats are better. Like, batting stats, but we can't compare those. All right, ads in progress. Sorry, guys, I forgot again. Give me 1 sec to take a quick BRB. I keep forgetting to warn chat. Don't listen to this. Don't listen to that. There we go. All right, I'll be right back. 1 sec. I am back just before the ads are done. But I gotta stretch. Whew, do 10 squats because I don't know how I've been here for almost 10 hours already. What up? Welcome back. Water. I'm dehydrated, bro. I haven't had any water in like 9 hours. It's not good. Not good. So, anybody in chat playing Oblivion? I saw you were earlier, but how is it? Worth going back to? Besides just doing it for the character creator? My download's at 11% after all day? Oof. How are these guys defensively? Mickey Moniak has a noodle arm, but better range. fewer errors. Batter-wise, strikes out less and gets fewer walks. They're pretty similar. Very fast. Good stealing. Tough call. Moniak has MLB performance. He's okay. He's very okay. Never gives less than 100%. He got 355 plate appearances with Colorado, where he did better than his 2024 outing. The difficulty scaling is not balanced well. I've been having a lot of fun with it personally. Played the OG before. I'm playing, getting owned on Master difficulty. It looks pretty good. Yeah, it looks pretty fun. Master is you do 20% damage and enemies deal 500% damage. That's hilarious. 120 arrows just to kill one dude. That's hilarious. I don't know, now that we're into the like aggressively average players, no offense to these people, it's hard to distinguish which one's which, you know, like if there's a preference. I guess Albert Almora is going to be arbitration eligible, and that's a downside, but he's like older. He's just doing so good in AAA, but doesn't seem to bring it over. Let me compare Mickey Moniak. See, like, if you compare them on paper, Mickey Moniak has crazy power. Maybe that's worth it by itself. And then defensively, Almora has the better outfield. But Moniak has the MLB experience. And is 27. And has 3 years of Major League service. Out of option years. So he can't be sent down. But he's signed through just 2026. So is he a free agent next year? That's why I don't really know what to do with him. He could have this season, or he could have this season. Or neither. His outfield is decent, though. Chat, I need some back seating. All the back seaters are asleep. It's been fun seeing new people learn Oblivion jank the hard way. Yeah, there's a lot of jank in Oblivion. If you're curious, this is where we're at as a team cohesively. We've got 5 starting pitchers, 2 relievers, 1 closer, 1 first base, 1 second base, 1 third, 1 shortstop, 1 right field, 1 center field, 1 left field, and 2 catchers. So the team is complete. Like, we have a full team, and we have 1 utility infielder. So right now I'm looking at another outfielder because we don't have anybody to just like play the outfield besides the like 3 slots that we've already drafted, right? We need someone else in the outfield and we're gonna need more relievers. But like, we do have a team and I might have enough money to pick some crazy free agent contract up also. Because we're really not spending very much money. This is a super budget team. This is beyond Moneyball. Take whoever you get the most control over if all else is the same. It's not so much that they're the same, it's that I don't know how to tell the difference. Like, let's compare the younger 26 and 27-year-olds. Matt Gorski versus Winseal Perez. They're kind of side grades, but Matt Gorski has more power and more gap power, but doesn't put the ball in play as much. Winseal Perez has more potential to avoid Ks and put the ball in play even more and take more walks. But let's look at defense. On defense, Matt Gorski has a way stronger arm, but Winseal has more range and fewer errors. Otherwise, they're pretty similar. Perez bats switch too. We have a lot of switch hitters. So let me look at their stats now. Like what did that translate to last year? For Winseal Perez in AAA, 302 at bats. Honestly, pretty good numbers. Hitting 268. He did get some MLB time in 2024 and did well, but that was not in the simulation. He's not hitting many homers, but that's okay. And then Matt Gorski's actual numbers in AAA are 286 with a much higher OPS and 12 homers. So Gorski's got the better bat. At least as far as the two of them go in AAA. 268 with a 348 on base. 268, 348 versus... Well, they have about the same on base percentage, but Gorski has 492 slugging versus 361. I'm going to say Gorski. He's got like a worse range error arm. But he had 2.5 WAR. Perez had... Actually, Perez had 3.3 because of the defense. I think they're side grids. We have Perez for like another 2 years. Here's a question, chat. Let's say they have 1 year, 12 days of Major League service time. Right? At 3 years, they become eligible for arbitration. But like... timing-wise, let's say that you hit 3 years and 12 days in year 3. It only kicks in the next season, even with the overflow. Yeah, I think Perez for outfield utility. All right, I think that's the play. I think Lockridge just got really lucky last season, but he's getting really lucky every season. So what does he know that I don't? Maybe we can still take Lockridge. All right. Winseal Perez. I'm going in. Where is he? Perez, where are you, bro? Show yourself. Why is he so far down here? There he is. I don't know. I feel like to scroll really far. Done. Auto draft. Who did Portland take? Wes Clark. 26-year-old with a 382 on base percentage. The number of walks goes insane. And he's got good power, 24 homers in AAA. Kind of a first base god. That's why Super 2 is a thing. It's 3 years of Major League service, but you can't send someone up and down to manipulate time. Yeah, I just don't know how to calculate that. I get the intent. They also drafted Jaden Hill. I actually really like their first base pick. So like a reliever with upside that we were looking at. I think we get another reliever now too. The number that are available are dwindling as the teams get picked as well. Ryan Burr looks okay. Not really my type. RJ Dabovich. Did we mark anybody else? Yeah, we still got Suarez. Santos is upside, and then Justin Topa. Let's look at Topa versus Suarez. I'm allergic to Topa versus Suarez. Topa keeps the homers down. He's got a lot of movement on his pitches. We could also just take 2 relievers, because we're going to need more bullpen arms. So I don't hate just grabbing both of them. They're both righties, though. How many lefties do we have? How do I even see? Throws right, throws right, throws right, throws right, throws right, throws right, throws left, throws right. I see. Well. Imagine having lefties. So they have a comparable number of innings pitched. Suarez had 24 saves, 3.29 ERA. Each gave up 7 homers, but Suarez pitched fewer innings. So Topa gave up fewer homers overall. Suarez has more strikeouts. The average against is better for Suarez. The whip is better. The ERA plus is way better. Strikeouts per 9 is better. I mean, Suarez does look just better, but he's also like 8 mil. I would be a good team owner because I don't like spending money. You know what I'm saying? I would be a good owner. He's also... How's his contract? It was a 5-year deal. He's got 4 years of Major League service time. And he's got 3 option years left. That's kind of crazy. But also expires after 2027, so we have 2 years. Fans would hate you. Yeah, they would, probably. Fans would probably hate me. Chat, Suarez, you think? He's definitely got the numbers. He's got good innings pitched, ERA's down well enough, whip down well enough, home runs down, walks are reasonable. He had a slightly worse year this past year than the previous year, but that's just regular variance in my opinion. He has a 2026 opt-out. Yeah, that's the problem. But you could take Suarez and then try and shuffle him around before the trade deadline. If we remember to do that. But he does have a player opt-out. I've been trying to pick players that are going to be around more, but Justin Topa's not going to be around longer either. Let me see his contract. His contract is 2026, and that's it. So, he's gone too. You could say, screw both of them. You know what I mean? And just go for... This guy's fragile. He's got an insane fastball, curveball. Luis Guerrero needs a little bit of development still. On a minor league contract. 24 days of major league service time. I mean, he looks like he could be insane, but I don't know what that's going to translate to. I don't think he's worth taking now, but I think he's worth adding to the late pick Gamba. Did San Diego not protect him? Yeah, he didn't protect him. Chat wants Suarez. I think it's fine to take him for 1 year. He definitely seems like the best 1 year pick here if there was one. How much money does that leave us? Unless we change stuff around, we still got 29 mil. So we're doing okay. All right, we got 2 potential closers then. So we got 4 in the bullpen, 5 starters. Now, who else do we want in general? Do we want this catcher with upside? Oh man, I don't know about the upside. That's a DH, brother. Like chat said, that's not a catcher, that's a DH. Armando Alvarez, first baseman. Okay power and gap power. Actually played for the Twins. Did okay. Better in AAA. Usually how it goes, right? Like, who do we need now? I'm gonna show you guys who we got again. 5 starting pitchers, 2 relievers, 2 closers, which we can choose which one's the actual closer and which one's the setup guy. So we're gonna need, what, at least 3, maybe 4 more relievers? We got an outfield utility, didn't we? Yeah, we picked Winfield Perez. We got an outfield utility. I gotta update. How many more picks total do we have? We are in round 20. We have like not that many. We're in round 21. We have 5 picks left, and that's it. I think. No, it could be. Is it 35 or 25? Because, like, I'm scrolling down, it says draft order round 25, and it doesn't scroll below that. So, I don't know. Maybe it does. What does it say in the draft rules? It says 35 rounds. So yeah, it should be. Okay, so yeah, we should have 15 more. In which case... let's just take a look at who we've already, like, bookmarked and pick from there. Which one of these dudes did we draft? Winseal, Perez? Deep? Yeah, we're going deep into uptime, bro. I gotta finish this draft tonight. Isaac Collins looked interesting. Whoops. We got Suarez walking the green. And then I was looking at like Tristan Beck as a potential backup starter. Because he's actually, I think he did pretty well. How many starters does one team need? A lot. Many. This contract expires after 2026 also, though. I say we pick out another outfielder. Because we got Gorski, Moniak, Almora Jr., and Lockridge. Who do we want to gamba on? We've looked at these dudes multiple times. It's going to be a gamba either way. Gorski and Moniak have the potential to hit more homers, which we sort of need in the lineup because we don't have much of it. Looking at this, I would say Gorski has a slight edge to me with more gap power, which is good for our park, and more walks. But defensively, it's range and errors versus how strong their arm is. Range is probably more important. And then speed, Moniak is faster and is going to be more successful in stealing. And better at base running. All right, let's take a look at their contracts. I'm probably going to pick one of these two dudes. Expires after the 2026 season. So he's got minor league free agent eligibility. Whereas Gorski is on a minor league with no major league service time. So that's a little scary. All right, Gorski, you're in, bud. It's either you or Almora. And we already tried Almora. I ain't trying again. Where's Matt Gorski? Isn't he a 45? There he is. All right, bro. Auto pick until next. Let's see who they picked. Josh Winkowski. Another ground ball pitcher. who's honestly pretty good. They are pretty good. And they picked Luis Patino, another starter, who might be less good. All right, we need more relievers. We need more relievers. So what are we at now? We got Topa. People we've already looked at a bunch. I think let's avoid the ones that we only get 1 year out of. Like, you should be a free agent after 2026 season, Topa. And then we saw Colin Snyder, and I just wasn't overly impressed. Do we have any lefties here? It's like Eric Miller and Nathan Lavender, and that's it. Honestly, Eric Miller looks pretty good. He's got a nasty changeup, good fastball, slider to play off of it. Good stuff, good movement, not so great control. But stat-wise, ERA is very low, 51 innings pitched. He's got a lot of work. Pretty respectable considering his salary is $770K. With a 1.2 million arbitration estimate, it's not bad. Medina had some potential upside as well, but his like numbers right now are not there compared to his salary. I like his 4-pitch mix. Maybe he just needs a little bit of coaching. And then the other lefty is Nathan Lavender. Also has a nasty changeup. These guys are really, really similar. Like Lavender, according to the OSA, has a little bit better control, home run rate, movement, with potential upside on stuff. But weirdly, as a lefty, he's actually better against righties, almost. If you want someone who's actually good against lefties, then Eric Miller is just better against lefties, it looks like. We might end up taking both of them, to be honest. We need more lefties, period. They have the same pitches, and Eric Miller's pitches are just kind of better. But Lavender looks solid. All right, I'm gonna say Eric Miller. He's getting the go ahead because he's the only lefty up here that looks as good as that. Everyone else is a righty. Jose Castillo is the only other one who has good numbers. He just seems like he's got pretty good numbers. Miller, like the scouts think that Miller's just better though. That being said, Castillo has a better ERA, better average against. How many games? Only 14 games. So probably not that many innings. 11 innings versus 51. So he's kind of got a small sample size, but in that sample size, he kind of dominated. But yeah, Miller just seems like the better pick. The other benefit of him is, again, that he's like under team control for a while. Okay, so we got another reliever. Am I keeping up with this? Who was our last draft? Matt Gorski and right. So that's another outfield utility. The control is yikes. Yeah, the control's not great, but sometimes when your stuff is good enough, that's okay. But yeah. It's a little risky. His changeup is just so nasty, apparently. I say we just go ahead and get another reliever, since there's not really like a infielder or outfielder that we're like, I gotta have that guy. You know what I mean? Because like if you look at batters, nobody else is 50. There's a potential 50 if we wanted to just gamba. If we wanted to gamba on a catcher to develop. Miller is a Super 2 dude. This is his last year of minimum contract before arbitration if he spends the whole year on the roster. I'm fine with him going to arbitration because, again, he's not going to be that much. But my question is, where do you see that? So I can look for it in the future. Because his arbitration estimate's only 1.2 mil. But like, how would I look at this screen and glean that information? Don't listen to that music. It's illegal. You can listen to this, however. Maybe. I don't know which one of these. It says possibly eligible after this season. Okay, so that's... Gotcha. And that's because, why again? Just because he's like been a professional for almost 6 years in the system. Got a year and a half of service time. They just sent him down a few times. He's still got 2 option years left. He's already been optioned twice this season though. Part of me wants to take this random catcher who's probably not good enough to play with us, but I don't know. I see 50 potential and my eyes light up. It's probably better to take someone who's just already a 45 instead of somebody failing along the way. I can fix him, man. I can fix him. But yeah, out of all players, 50 is the highest we can even get, period. All right, let's grab another bullpen. I mean, yeah, let's grab another bullpen arm. Should I just get the other dude that we were looking at a second ago? Was it Nathan Lavender? Wouldn't be as fun without some project players. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Plus, he's the only catcher that might become a 50. All the other catchers are pretty questionable. But Luis Campusano, he's got MLB experience. He just didn't go so well. On the Padres. Jonah Heim, same deal. Carson Kelly, same deal. He's cold as ice. Carson Kelly seems decent, though. If we wanted to grab a third catcher. But he's got a $5 million salary. Is a downside. Alright, let's grab the random dude from the Mets and see if we can turn him into a god tier catcher. I'll take the risk. All right, auto draft. What did the Portland Pioneers take? They took pitcher Chase McDermott. He's interesting. His pitches look pretty good, but his numbers look not as good. And then Trevor McDonald, another reliever. All right, let's take another reliever. Let me make a save. Just so if I lost my progress, I would be devastated. So, of the pitchers who are left, if we're looking for team control, then Colin Snyder is a reasonable choice. If we're looking for stamina, Luis Medina is a pretty solid choice. Medina's got upside, he's got starter potential. His numbers are bad, but some coaching might do him some good. Strictly bullpen, Snyder's got better stuff, better control by a lot. They're both righties. Lavender, if you want another lefty. We're probably gonna take Lavender and one of these guys and just get two relievers this time. I think. Lavender is the only lefty up here, besides Jose Castillo. Two-pitch mix with good numbers. If you compare them, I mean, yeah, it seems like Lavender definitely has the advantage. But Lavender doesn't really have the MLB experience. But he's got great stuff, decent control, really good movement on his pitches. Nasty changeup, not as good a fastball. That's the only downside. But he is a lefty. Yeah, I think we're probably just going to take Lavender for the potential upside. Alex Cornwell. Doesn't look as good to me. All right, Lavender, you're up. The lefties are all injured, brother. Cody Funderburk. That's a great name. But he doesn't look that good. I feel like that'll close out the Mets. Probably. Lavender, what's your contract like before I get too crazy? You have only 105 days of service time. You're 25 years old. Looks good. And then who else did I say? Maybe Snyder? Or Medina. Snyder's got the big advantage. Stuff, control. They're both righties. He's got the major league experience. 234 average against in 55 innings. 4 ERA is fine. It's not great. Fielding independent. Pitching is a 3.59. Do we need more starters? Not really. Great fastball, great slider, good cutter in there. You have Santos listed. He was like, I thought that the other team was going to snap up more of these 50 overall relievers. So I kind of marked him as someone who might be worth investing in, but he's kind of like of extremely low priority because there's people who are already a 50 that we can pick from. If that makes sense. Ryan Burr's got a pretty nasty slider, too. I like the control that Snyder has. But he's 30 years old. What was Snyder's contract? Expires after 2026. I think that's fine. He's going to have arbitration eligible in the offseason, 1.4 million. I think that that's fine. He's speaking to me. All right, so that adds 2 more relievers to the bullpen. So we're at 5 relievers and a closer and a setup. Which is pretty solid. The Pioneers selected 2 relievers as well. They took Eli Morgan, 40 overall, but has really good numbers. Stats are there. And Max Kranick, another potential starter. Okay, I think let's grab another outfielder. We got Gorski already. Do we just want to take a gamble on Lockridge? He plays okay defense, pretty good defense on left field and right field. His stats aren't, I mean, his stats are just so good, there's no way they're going to carry over to MLB. But a 393 on base percentage, 314. He had an 853 OPS. He looks like he's just waiting to break out. Crazy year every year. I want to give Almora another chance, but I don't want him to break my heart twice. What's up, WPG? We're in the latter stage of the expansion draft. He's got 38 stolen bases. See, this is why you guys notice stuff I don't. Because he's fast as hell. Stealing ability and aggressiveness. We're going to steal so many bases, bro. Yeah, he did have 12 homers and 38 stolen bases. Okay, I like that. I like that. Let's go for it. How am I going to find him? I don't remember what his... Was he a 40? Did I already pass him? No, there he is. I didn't check his contract. I'm trying to make a habit of this. Yeah, he should just be minor league eligible after this season, but it's because he's only on a minor league contract. If we just play him on the 40-man roster, he should get hooked up. Okay, that's going to be another outfielder. I think we got enough outfielders. We got 3 bench outfielders. We need another utility infielder. I'm going to just keep saving. Like someone else just to play on the infield and see who's available. What do you do if 42 and you think that's a cool year to spend on yourself? What do you mean? What do you want to buy? Treat yourself, flock of toasters. What's up, iDorp? I'm still awake, bro. How's it going, dude? The uptime sleepy gamers are here, trying to finish this draft tonight. Armando Alvarez does look like he has a lot of upside. I'm just looking here. 50 power, 50 gap power, decent eye, doesn't strike out. Or at least he puts the ball in play. Reasonably fast. Problem is he's kind of only first base, but we only have one kind of person in that slot right now. Who's like first base slash DH. And power and gap power are okay, but he's not really hitting any homers. He did okay last year. Again, we don't have that many choices now. Akil Baddoo, another outfielder. I'm not paying $24 million for Javier Baez. Joshua Baez, nope. I could probably just introduce a better filter here. Let's choose. Let's narrow the field. Where is... My brain's not working right now. Chat, where is overall? Or potential overall as a stat? I'm not seeing it in my brain. Oh, there it is. Found it. Let's say overall is at least 40 at this stage. That'll help us kind of navigate this a little bit better. So like Lucan Baker. How do we feel about Lucan freaking Baker as a DH? He takes walks. He hits homers. 2024 he hit 32 homers. 2023 he hit 33 homers in AAA. He's got a good on base percentage. His contact is weak. His contact is okay for as much power as he's bringing to the table. He walks because that's his max speed. 20 overall speed. No, that's one way to put it, yeah. We got Travis Blakenholm has 30 homers as well. Let's do a little comparison. He plays left field, though. I mean, either of them could be the DH. I wish I could see their batting stats. Lucan Baker actually has some on-the-field experience. 6'4", 280 pounds? Damn, that's a unit. Peyton Burdick also has a pretty good eye, but he didn't fare as well in the MLB. He strikes out a lot more. I actually think Lucan Baker might be goated. Cody Clemens should be goated, but we know how that turned out last year, right? It kind of just didn't turn out, but in the simulation, he did okay. 873 OPS. He's got some utility at first, third, or as a DH. I don't know if I want Cody Clemens to hurt me again, but he is faster. He's arbitration eligible in the off season for 1.9. We're probably going to end up taking both of them, to be honest. I'm looking for players. We can customize this further. I'm looking at players that have... let's say power potential. Where is power potential? Power potential of at least 55 plus a void K of at least 45. This is going to be kind of like a very limiting factor, plus an I potential of 45. Yeah, that really shrunk the playing field here. Drew Ellis plays a pretty mean first base. He freaking loves first base. Didn't do so good when he got some MLB playtime, though. This guy's got a 6... oh, Daniel Vogelbach. He's still hanging out here? They kind of did him dirty with the automatic generated face here. But I mean, bro does take some walks. Holy, 915 OPS in the simulation. I think that they are... He had a breakout year last year, man. Now that's a DH. That's pretty much all he's got going for him. But he's also just AAA player all last year. He's expensive for a DH. Yes, correct. I'm feeling either Lucan or Travis. They both hit a bunch of homers in AAA. I think it's got to be Lucan. The power as a potential DH. And the eye. I like it. All right, Lucan, you're in. I have another pick. DH1. Okay. Now what? We have 5. Look, well, I'll show you again. We got 5 starters, 5 relievers, a closer, and a setup guy. We could get 1 more bullpen arm, at least. First base, second base, third base, shortstop, right field, center field, left field. 3 catchers, only 2 of which are usable. A utility infield, 3 utility outfield, a DH. So I guess another infield is what I was looking for. Okay, so now we're looking for some fielding potential that also has some decent stats. I think I still had Isaac Collins selected from earlier. A couple of our relievers can double as a starter Frost Rider, which is one good thing. Second base and left field is not really what I want, though. Did we mark anybody down here? I got you, Lucan. Instantly off the short list. I guess Cody Clemens. I don't really want to pick Cody Clemens again. He's already disappointed me once. We had him on the team in a previous year. You're still filtered on power? Well, not on this. What about Unrow? I don't remember Unrow. I'll go look. What was he by? Arm power? Infield or outfield? Are you guys thinking of an outfielder? Oh, arm potential. I'll just search for him. He was just at the top before you sorted it. Dude, Justin Turner is here? What happened to Justin Turner, man? Riley Unrow. I mean, he looks exceedingly average to me, but he did have 85 ABs in the MLB and scorched the ball. So maybe he's got more than the scouts think he has. But he does have infield utility with pretty elite defense. And reasonable speed. I say we take him just as a... I don't know. Hope he can duplicate it. Uh-oh, the game's lagging. Wait, is he not draftable? Hello? Oh, I'm not. It's not my turn. I knew that. Okay, Portland Pioneers take Dylan Carlson. A right fielder hitting .306 with Baltimore last year. How did I miss this guy? How do I keep missing these guys? He looks pretty amazing. Maybe he just had a breakout year, though. And they also took Nelson Velasquez, another left fielder, who seems worse. All right, Riley Unrow. Good luck, bro. Good luck. 2 utility infielders. And then... do we just... what else do we want? How many more picks do we get? All right, ads are going to start in 1 minute. How big is the normal MLB bullpen? In your 40-man roster. 5 starters, 8 bullpen in the 26-man. On the 40-man, around 18 to 20. Yeah, so we do need another reliever. And there are a few left. There are a few left. Luis Medina is still there. Ryan Burr. Justin Topa. I got Drew Ellis in my brain. Okay, I'll take a look at it after these quick 3 minutes of ads. Man, I've been streaming for 11 hours. I'm going to stand up, walk around, get some more water, okay? I'm determined to finish this draft tonight, even if all of you fall asleep in the process, which is fine by me. That way, the next time that we stream this, we're ready to set up the team and get a game or two in. All right, gamers, I'll be back in just 3 quick minutes. Turn your volume down if you get ads. BRB. What's up? Hello. We're back. Chat, I just got a water, and then I left it on the kitchen counter. It's 2 a.m. ADHD. Hold on. Oof, drunk flock of toasters. We know, dude, you're not hiding it well at all, brother. I would suggest typing less until you sober up. All right, I'm gonna go get that water. Okay. All right, I got the water. Sorry about that. Now let's finish this. There's really not that much to go. We've done most of the heavy lifting already. But yeah, the way that we can tell, Flock of Toasters, is because everything you say sounds like it's been written by an AI, but with like a human's personality. You're gonna scare them, stop. What do you mean, scare them? I had to click on their profile to see that they had 999 plus messages, because I was like, whoa, I feel like I would have recognized the way that this chatter was talking over the first 1,000 messages. So I was like, they're probably drunk, but I'm not gonna call them out on it. And then they were like, oh, I'm drunk. And I was like, bingo. The number of times I've had to time out drunk chatters in this chat for their own good is too damn high. All right, late night gamers. What was the name? Habitual Oaf? That you wanted to look at? I think we are going to pick another reliever. Drew Ellis. Why did you want to look at them? Game is lagging. I might need to uh-oh. Crash? I think I just crashed it. When was the last time I saved? Habitual Loaf, you freaking did this, dude. This is the strangest. Oh no, it didn't crash. My mouse died. What? I'm back? My mouse died. What? That's never happened on stream before. Okay, Drew Ellis. I'll tell you that Drew Ellis plays his position at first base well, but still doesn't have the most... He says okay defensive ratings. He is pretty reasonable. That was the guy we were comparing to the other guy. I'm pretty sure. He got some playtime in the MLB and didn't do so good. He has potential, maybe. He seems okay. I plugged in the mouse and we are so back. I need to save the game. I'm gonna restart the game real quick. Good night, Flock of Toasters. Get some sleep, dude. You need it. And drink some water before bed. Chad, I'm just gonna restart the game real quick. It seems like a memory leak thing going on here. Don't panic when you end up in the void. It's coming back right now. What's up, Schmauzau? I just been on that draft grind. I'm trying to get it all done in one stream. We still need to look at free agents after this, but I'm trying to get all the draft done in one stream and just grind it out so that next stream we can, like, play a game or two. It's so dark. It's so cold. But anyway, we're doing pretty good. We're in round 28 of 35. Or actually, we're in round 29. So we have 7 picks left. We're almost done. We're kind of picking up the scraps right now. Our scouting accuracy is very low. There we go. Use the OSA scouts. For now. Until we get better scouting on them. We're having to do this whole draft with impartial information also, which is hard. So, of the relievers... there's still a few good ones left. The one that I would be most interested in picking, though... Medina is 26. He's got 2 years Major League service time. He should be eligible for arbitration. He's got a $1.4 million salary right now. But every time they bring him up to the MLB, he just doesn't cut it. But maybe it's because they're starting him instead of using him as a reliever. If we use him as a reliever, he honestly might improve. Because you can see games started, 8, 4. So his ERA is kind of ballooned. I wonder if he would get much better. And he still has potential upside that we could make him better. Got 4 pitches. Okay movement, 98-mile-an-hour velocity, normal arm slot, supposed to be a power pitcher. I wonder if just letting him come out of the bullpen is going to shape him up. I don't know if I want to pay him 1.4 mil, though. That's the issue. He's definitely not worth 1.4 mil. But that's not that much money in the grand scheme for someone with that kind of upside. Because Ryan Burr... the other guys that are all going to be arbitration eligible too and get paid he's 1.1 mil already. And just as bad. But he doesn't have as much upside because he's not a starter right now being put into a reliever spot. Yeah, he should get boosted a little bit. So I like it. I say let's take it. I'll spend the money. Medina, welcome aboard. Add another reliever. All right, so now we've got like a reasonable bullpen for the 25-man roster, 26-man, whatever the number is. And then for the 40-man, we're going to need more dudes to swap around, but we can also pull some people from free agency. All right, what's next? Auto draft. So they get 2 picks. The Portland Pioneers select Wilfred Lara, a Double-A player who's crushing the ball in Double-A. Should be in Triple-A, no, easy. And Chase Lee, another reliever who seems decent. Currently out with a torn rotator cuff for 8 to 9 months. Okay. I guess he's gonna be on the team for a while with that injury. I don't know if that's the guy I would have drafted, but okay. Who's left on the short list? I don't know if I want another outfielder. No one left on the infield. 2 guys left on potential utility. I don't know if he's worth. He's not exactly what I call a utility player. He can only play 2 other positions. Cody Clemens is similar, but worse somehow. All right, we already got Eric Miller. I guess another reliever. Tristan Beck is arbitration eligible, but I like the fact that he's got high stam. I like his numbers as a stat line. His other base stats are okay. I gotta get an Invaders ball cap. His contract, he'll go up to arbitration in the off season after the 2026 season. Supposedly, or is it going to be this offseason? Expects a bullpen assignment is good. Topa might be a better pitcher, but it's kind of like he'll be a free agent after 1 year. So is that okay? Do we just want to pay $2 million just to have someone who's like pretty good out of the bullpen? Or do we want a Gamba? I'd say let's take Tristan Beck. I want to spend however much money we have left on like a decent free agent signing. I guess I could look at the rest of these dudes. It really depends on... I need some more filters, bro. Because Topa's got that movement. $13 million. $13 million. Tomoyuki Sagano. 75 control. How's this dude 36 years old with only 2 years on the books? 2017 and 2025. What about this bro kind of sliding under the radar here? Hans Kraus with an elite slider, good fastball, okay changeup, really good stuff. But hasn't had that much MLB experience. Yeah, he may have been back to Japan in the game, just isn't keeping track of that. I think it's either Kraus or Tristan Beck. Kraus has better stuff. Beck has better home run rate, better control by a lot. And also, I think MLB experience. Yeah, he's got 72 innings of MLB experience with a 3.96 ERA, which isn't great, but it's good enough. Oh, this is a 6'4", 165-pound dude. How? How? That seems impossible. All right, I'm just gonna like add to the short list, and I'm gonna take Beck. Where's Beck? Is Beck gone? He's not even available, is he? He's probably on a team that's not available. Oh, I didn't think about that. He's gone. Okay, well, that sort of makes my decision easier. I guess I'm taking Hans Kraus and hoping for the best. 27 years old. 1 year Major League service. No injury proneness. Off the Angels. Draft him. Okay, add another one to the bullpen. And then, who's left, bro? Who is left? Not much, huh? Now we're really in the weeds. We're way down here in the weeds. Maybe just grab like one of these elite shortstops with some potential upside. They're 23. Is Lockridge gone? Oh, dude, it's Nick Allen. He was definitely on the 2024 Vultures. I feel like Nick Allen was our utility guy. He plays second, third, and short, and he had a really nice glove. And he should be good, but he just can't bring it together. Even in the simulation, he's just hitting 207. But in AAA, he pops off, and then they bring him up, and he just can't duplicate that success outside the AAA level. Hitting 333, suddenly 221. Hitting 345, suddenly 175. He just can't, like, seem to pull out at AAA. But he's so close. I think Lockridge might be gone. Or did we draft him? I don't remember at this point, but he's gone. I'm thinking just grab Kevin Made, throw him into AAA, and hopefully he develops into a god. I think we're in Gamba territory now. Okay, auto pick. We're almost done. We have 3 more picks left. Pioneers take Justin Topa. They ended up grabbing him. I was on the fence the whole time, and then they took Alec Thomas for center field. Did we draft Almora or Clemens yet? We did not. We are just in Gamba territory right now. All right, I'm going to take Dayan Santos, a 22-year-old, potential 50, current 35. Starting pitcher, he's probably not going to blossom, but why not put him through our coaches and see what happens? Okay, and then we still have Cody Clemens on the table. I just don't want him to hurt me twice, cliche. I don't want him to hurt me twice. He's going to be my legacy player. I think Almora's gone. I think he was on a team. Let me see. I don't really want any of the players I had last time because I'm just going to get unreasonably upset at them. we did draft Lockridge. I knew we drafted Lockridge. It's late. Don't judge me. I think Moniac might be gone. We'll look for Moniac and Almora. Yeah, he's still there. Moniac's gone unless I spelled his name wrong. Almora is free agent eligible in the offseason. I really just don't want any of the players I had last year. I think that's what it comes down to. I just can't bring myself to do it. So it's kind of tough. Chatter wanted Drew Ellis earlier. I say let's go Drew Ellis. Habitual Oaf had a feeling about this 55 power 55 eye. I like good power and good eye. They do play decent defense on first, at least. They expect to be a bench player. And they are not eligible for arbitration yet. I'd say let's freaking go. Max effort guy. All right, auto draft. This is it. This is it. The last two picks, boys. They chose Cooper Bowman at second base. Honestly, it looks like a pretty solid choice. He's got second, left, center, and right potential. Pretty good stats in AAA. And then they took Tyler Wells. So I think taking another potential starter is fine. I don't really have anybody else that I know of that I want. We have 3 extra outfielders, 2 extra utility infielders. You can always use more pitchers. Maybe we just take... Why did we not want Ryan Burr for some reason? I think it was just like his stats weren't good, but his ratings are good. His arbitration estimate's 1.6 million, which isn't crazy. He likes a good game of poker. He's not really a starter, though. Christian Javier, Astros, is the last starter here. The simulation really didn't like him. He got blown up in AAA and at the MLB level. And then Nick Davila. Kind of just average. Christian, I'm not paying Christian Javier 21 mil, I'll tell you that. I'm looking at stamina right now. Yeah, none of these guys are speaking to me. So maybe we just take Ryan Burr and hope he can work it out in relief. His arbitration estimate's not too bad. I need one more, dude. I don't know, man. Is Chris Matt bad? They have 40 stamina. That's like kind of the bottom tier of what I consider good enough. They don't look good to me, like nothing really stands out, but they are a fan favorite. And they're free agency eligible after the offseason. They're just free agent. So I don't even know how to give him like a proper contract. Kind of smart to not protect a high-value player, as you won't likely draft them, but if you do, it frees up their salary cap. Yeah. I think I'm just going to take another reliever and hope one of them pans out. I might just do this one based on... some of this. I want more than 25 control. Andrew Salfrank looks pretty good. No, he actually looks really good. Extreme ground baller, crazy curveball with a sinker. Good movement on his pitches, keeps the home runs down. Counted on to show up, and he does. Stats are also there. He got suspended. 2 to 3 month injury duration. What? How is this? Oh, he's okay. I thought he got suspended for a fight. Thought he was brawling, man. But he's 28 years. Got control of him for a while. All right, he's in. That's our last draft. Congratulations, we freaking made it. The draft is over. Would you like the computer to set up your team? No. I would not. No. And the Portland Pioneers, for their final pick, they got Trevor Galt. Trevor Galt. We freaking did it. Oh my god. Oh, 11 hours later. It would have been even longer if we tried to do anything yesterday. The other good news is we have $31 million available for free agents. And that's without accounting for player development. So I could crank the player development budget if I wanted and really try and like improve our dudes. And we could set aside a bunch of money for the draft because we're going to have like first pick. And we could even spend a bunch on the international free agents. While also I maxed my scouting budget. So we actually have a lot of room because I drafted the cheapest people possible in that list. So we actually have a reasonable amount of money to spend if we want on getting some contracts. The question is, who's going to want to play for the Las Vegas Invaders? We've already sent a couple of people an offer. Our biggest one was Brandon Woodruff. 7.2 million. He's fragile, but we sent him an offer for like 3 years. He seemed like just a really potentially good starter if he can stay healthy. Though he didn't do so good last year, but I believe in him. And then we also offered Chris Bassett $6.4 million to come just be a everyday starter. High stamina. 2 years because he wanted just one after changing his mind. Uh-huh. And then there's still... I don't know when you... Chat. Teams will be able to offer contracts once the signing period commences. Okay, so basically like our scout has time to scout the international free agents here. And then we can start sending offers January 15th. But I can actually invite them to come train with us now. You have 0 of 10 players invited to your international practice this month. When the signing period begins, the Invaders will be able to spend up to $4.9 million. Is that the absolute max? No matter what? So like, why can you even set a free agent budget? Because you can make it 0? Like, that can be $14 million. Yeah, I don't really understand these numbers yet. Because it seems like that's the cap. Like, the overall cap. Here are the overall free agents, though. Like... Devin Williams is pretty lights out. You can go below, you just can't go over the cap. So I'm curious why the number lets you put a higher number in. I guess. I'm gonna do it, chat. I'm gonna pay Kyle Tucker for 8 years. I'm gonna give him an 8-year deal, bro. You can't stop me. I'm just saying, who's the actual best deal here? Like, if you were gonna go big and pay Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, Salvador Perez, Kyle Schwarber, Jock Peterson, Marcelo Zuna, Josh Naylor, Pete Alon, like, who are you actually gonna pay here? Or do you just say, screw getting a big free agent? I want some Mullins just to spite that chatter who said he wouldn't sell any jerseys. Yeah, we've already got that elite center fielder, though, but he does have just good stats. It doesn't seem reflected in his MLB. Tucker, if anyone. Mullins, if I need a center fielder. 44 mil for Kyle Tucker, bro. We can get him. He could be our generational gamer. I don't need my scout to say that he's good. I know he's good, man. What's up, Psycho Peanut? Yeah, I'm on fumes right now, brother, but I can't stop at the moment. Look at this disgusting. He wants an 8-year deal. And you're going to be competing against all of the other teams for this. I would probably offer a 28-year-old Kyle Tucker a 6-year deal. He wants an average annual salary of $44 million. All right. What if you take it down by $20 million up front? Go up by like 12 million. Man, this is like a credit card. You know what I'm saying? This is dangerous. That's really lowballing him. He wants 44 million a year. I'm offering like 37 million average annual salary. I could give him more this year to front load it. Because we do have the money. Just make the last year 100 mil and worry about it later. Yo, it's easy. I'm not including a no trade clause. There's no shot. Promise starting lineup, of course. You just offer him an extra 5 mil in the final year, but give a team option, which he'll definitely love. Just buy him out for $0. What's a reasonable amount of money to buy out a last year of someone's contract for? Bonus for MVP, 1.5 million. I think that's respectable. I would pay that if you're the actual MVP. Isn't it like 10%? I have no idea. Is it? That's why I'm asking. So what you're saying is, chat, save the game right now. Float this over. And see what he says. This seems like probably not a good deal for a brand new team to have all their budget locked away in one player, but it would sell jerseys. It would get people to come to the games. We're gonna get outbid. We're like 6 million average annual value under what he wants. Money left for free agency if signed, minus 3 million. Why do I only have $19 million for free agents? Let's see what he says. I don't want him to say yes, because then then I have to do it, or else he's gonna be pissed. I don't like a team option without some guarantee. Increase the buyout on the option. All right, 10 mil the first year, 8.1 mil the second year. That doesn't show a lot of faith in him. But he didn't say that everything else was a low ball. So if we take out the team option, then I'm going to lower the overall offer. Right? To kind of bake in the buy-in. That might be lowering it by too much. But you know what? Screw you. Not really screw you, but you know what I mean. Bro, you said you were going to bed? Just go to bed. You can't, don't come in here and lie about going to bed. I'm gonna help you go to bed. All right, 30. Let's bring him down. To 35,250,000 over 6 years. Your owner does not approve this deal. You don't have enough money. Your projected payroll exceeds your budget by 2 million. That's because I'm not done with my budget, man. I'm finished. You're gonna make me have to put all this info again. Because I got the maximum possible player development budget, brother. It's fine. There, look, I just magically freed up a bunch of money. It's a miracle. Wow, I freed up $8 million. We haven't even started the 2026 season. Chat, does this say that the owner just took out $64 million from our budget? Am I reading this correctly? Did he pretend to give us a $220 million budget and then take $64 million out at the end? I don't know if I'm reading that right. So I actually only have $16 million to play with. He can do that? Who's our top paid? Dustin May is getting he's got a $10 million deal. For the next 4 years. So he's currently our top paid player. Closer Robert Suarez behind him. Luis Gil. Honestly, the rest of our payroll's hella low. Look at this. Holy shit. Look. 10 mil, 8 mil, 2.8, 2.1, 2 mil, 1.4, 1.1. All right, look at that. Top 10 mil. Now, check out... We don't even have to pick the Dodgers. Let's just pick another... Let's pick like the Cubs. How much are the Cubs paying? 28 mil, 19 mil, 19 mil, 18, 17, 13, 12, 10. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players getting paid more than our top paid player. And I can't even afford a $15 million top contract here. I don't know how I'm going to afford it the next season. Kyle Tucker, look what you did, bro. You screwed up all this work that I just did. I feel like I'm very arbitrarily doing this, which is probably not good. And I know that I really shouldn't be signing this kind of deal. This deal actually kind of sucks for him, huh? Oops. It's fine. Is it, though? Is it? Team option in the final year, buyout, 8,500,000. $1.5 million for MVP. I'm gonna lower these a little bit. Like, you're definitely gonna be an all-star. He's not gonna say yes. We're only offering him 33 mil. He wants 44. You know what pisses me off? When you ask for a response, it changes everything you just had to what he wants. And you have to do it over again. All right, we're not gonna be able to afford him. There's no shot. There's no shot. Bregman is $10 million a year cheaper and just finished third place in the MVP vote. Who's our third baseman? Nobody so far. Who is our third baseman? David Hamilton's at second. Was it Aaron Schunk? Or Blaze Alexander? It was one of these dudes. Yeah, I think it was supposed to be Blaze. Which is a cool name, don't get me wrong. Are these realistic wage figures? Yeah, they're pretty realistic. I'm sure the simulation gets it wrong sometimes, but baseball players are paid a lot of money at the professional level. All right, let me take a look. I'm just saying, what if offer a contract? He wants a 7-year deal. No. I'll give you a 3-year deal. 4 years tops. 36 million annual salary. Money left for free agents if signed, 4.8 million. Signing this player may result in the loss of a draft pick and international bonus pool for the next signing period. How does that work? How do you lose a draft pick for signing a free agent? Let's go minus 10 mil this year. Plus 1 mil, plus 2 mil, plus 3 mil. The rules. No shit, dude. I don't know what the rules are. That's the issue. You gotta use complete sentences, man. He wants a player option in 2029 as well. I think that that's fair. We get him for 3 years. I need some protection in my contract. Include a no trade clause and it's done. Wow, he'd actually say yeah. But it'd be $32 million a year. But we'd have a potentially MVP caliber third baseman. Which, you know, I'd rather have Tucker, but Tucker's 10 million a year more. It might be related to him executing the opt-out on the Red Sox. That's what I was wondering. Because, like, since he opted out with the Red Sox, whoever picks him up is basically giving the Red Sox a draft pick as compensation and in the international bonus pool. Man, this would be so funny, though. All right, a 6-year deal. He wants 45 million a year. Kyle Tucker, free agent, contract, predictions. Let's see. CBS says... hold on. I'm not allowed to read because of ad blocker. But anyway, they say he's in line for a contract worth 40 million plus a year through his age 40 season. 11 years and 440 million, if not more. I don't know if that's going to happen, but maybe. I don't think I would want Kyle Tucker at 40 years old. But like 8 years isn't that risky. What, like 36 years? Or he'll be 36 years old? All right, chat, how about this? 7 years. We give him a player option. On his 2032 season. So we get him for 6 good years. Don't include the no trade. They all want a no trade. They want, dude, there's somebody like K can eat it too. I want 8 years with a no trade clause. It's like, okay. Bro. Come on, man. I want a 12-year contract, a no trade clause, and I want options in my final 2 years. Okay, deal? Good deal? We good? All right, so let's go 15 million this year. 22 million the next year. $32 million the next year. He wants a value of 45 mil. Holy. There's no way he's gonna accept this, right? There's no way he's gonna accept this. 37.5 million every year. We give him a player option in the final year. It's also like his highest paid year period, which he's not gonna take the option. He wants 45 million. I'm only offering him 37. That doesn't seem like a great deal. There's 38. I don't think he's going to take it. Thank you for the offer. It fits my needs. If no other team tops your offer, I'll gladly sign. Expect to hear from me soon. Uh-oh. Bregman was offered a qualifying offer. If you do that, then the team who offers it gets a 2 to 5th round pick from the team who signed him. That makes sense. Anyway, so what you didn't know is I saved before sending this offer to find out what would happen. It's almost 3 a.m. I'm not actually going to do this tonight. Are you crazy? I'm just trying to see what's possible. I'm not gonna get trapped in a 50. You think I can afford $50 million in 5 years? What? No shot. GG's. All right, so we got the roster from the draft set up. Next step is to get whoever we can get out of free agency, create the actual roster. I don't know if we can use the development lab, but we need to put some players in the development lab. We need to invite some international players to practice with us. and then simulate the off season and get some games in, boys. So that's where we will go next. That's next on the to-do list. And then we get some games. Should be a good time. All right, appreciate you guys hanging out this late. We also could do some trades. Trades are possible too. Oh, look, I'm freaking back. There you go. Look at these interesting players on the trading block. Sandy Alcantara with a $17 million contract. We could get an elite. Well, he's still really good. We could get a really good, another starter. Freddie Peralta, another good starter. $8 million. Honestly, trading for Freddie Peralta would be pretty sick. What do the Brewers want? How do you initiate a trade? How initiate trade? We've done this before. There it is. The Brewers have $93 million available. It must be freaking nice. I don't have anyone on my active roster right now, but they don't have a center fielder. They really want a starting center fielder and right fielder. Dude, when is bedtime? I don't know, man. I don't know. Just give me Jackson Chourio. Yeah, I'll make whatever deal you want work. Just pass Jackson Chourio on over here. Or, you know, William Contreras. You know, either one of those dudes is fine. That just totally, like, kick the teeth out of any of the players I just drafted. What a gamer. Oh, there's Isaac Collins. He was on our short list. I need to clear all the short lists. Who was the dude that was on the trading block? Sandy Alcantara. Well, where is Sandy Alcantara? He's gone. How's he on the trading block if he's not on their team? They have a separate, like, they got Jake Bowers, Freddie Peralta. These are different guys. Maybe I was looking for Freddie Peralta. That's who it was. What do you want for Freddie Peralta? I got nothing. Now they want a center fielder and a right fielder. Yeah, I got them confused because it's been almost 12 hours. Look, we'll look at all this tomorrow or the next day, whenever we play this again. I just keep getting sucked back into it. I need to go make food. There's just so much more we can do. There's so much more to mess with. There will probably be more of this in like 12 to 13 hours. Okay? And then we're going to try and hire the free agents. Maybe do a trade or two if we want. And get the training in for the dudes. And get ready for spring training, boys. GG's. Thanks for watching. I'm going to send those of you that are left off into the void. And then sleep and dream about issuing an 8-year... $450 million contract to Tucker. At least it would be exciting. But he can't just accept the contract on the very first offer, bro. You gotta go a little lower. All right, good night for now, everyone. I will see you all next time. Get out of here. I do appreciate each and every one of you. Dr. Freeman, Kapaji, Durf, Foxdot, Influx, Electroraptor, Ottercog, Idwarp, Damalise. Good night, one and all. I gotta go eat dinner. I haven't eaten in 12 hours. Bye. Come back later.